Mr. Wilson is always live. Streaming real life 24/7. I'm usually awake from 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Feel free to say hi in chat, TTS is on, or just hang out in the background. You're always welcome. Turkestan Ball, the anti-kit. Wilson WTF happened now.
What do you mean? I reset the stream every day. No, it's just to get watch hours because you have to have the VOD. So after I wake up, I reset it.
Look out your window, as I'm definitely not but naked doing a suggestive dance out your window.
Man, take it easy. Wait, are you talking about the stream?
Turkestan Ball, the anti.
Oh yeah.
Why is the stream resetting every time like before you could stream for 2 or 7 months?
It's still 24/7. But I reset because I have to upload VODs, and VODs are only 12 hours. I have to upload VOD because I have to get this new channel monetized. Yeah. How are you doing? Okay, let me put the thingies here.
Awesome face. Look up the 2004 Super Bowl halftime incident. Turkestan Ball, the anti-kit. Also, why isn't the screen full screen anymore?
I don't know, man. How you doing? Why are you named Turkish Ball the anti-kit now?
Awesome face. Look it up, it's cool.
Oh man, kids are here. Take it easy, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Awesome face. So it's just you two, and you two don't care. I'm focusing more on like video making and learning how to become good at video
Awesome
making
face.
and stuff.
The 2004 Super Bowl halftime incident. Look it up.
I don't feel like it, dude. I don't feel like it. I'm looking it up.
Mr. Daddy Longnose. I'm currently sat on a Weatherspoon's toilet.
What the fuck is a Weatherspoon? Wow.
Awesome face. Look it up, but you don't get to ever see your GFS places.
Everyone knows that breakups can be tough,
I knew from the beginning it wasn't going to last.
especially when they're taking place in the public eye.
All the publicity and everything else.
More than 25% of couples who break up cite money as one of the main reasons. My ex-girlfriend basically was like the government the way she was spending. So when you add financial differences to a public breakup,
Taking this out in the public, very toxic.
well, you have a recipe for disaster.
Every day I get up and I'm afraid to turn on the news.
Yeah, are they going to break up? Are they going to stay together? We don't even know. You had to pick between Elon and Trump. Like a vote.
Also, just to let you know, we
When
can
it
see
happens
the
on
strap
social
on
media, it
which
gets
is
even
on the
messier,
drawers
as you
behind
probably
it.
know.
Turkestan
I had
Ball,
an
the
ex that was
anti-kid.
posting all this sort of stuff about me on social media after we broke up.
Also,
saying your
is it
dick's small and
temporary
stuff,
or
but I know for a
permanent?
fact
Like, is
she-
it temporary for you to not
That's what she
stream
said
on the
about me,
main
and I
channel
know
for
she
3
was
months or
lying because she
something?
told me
Or
before
you
the
lost the
size doesn't
ability to
matter.
stream
After we
forever
break up, she
anymore?
goes on social media.
I can stream on it. It was just 2 days, but I am not going to stream on it. I'm gonna stream on this channel mainly because I think that on that channel, what's expected of me is very different. And I don't really. I think I've changed as like a person or something, and even though that's not what expected of me in my mind, that is what is expected of me, to be like my old self and stuff. And this is where I don't feel like being my old self, and I can just be myself completely. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, so that's I mean, I can build it up from the start, but if there is there's like a problem, just might as well just
True
like
story, so it's like now you know she's a liar on top of that.
at least I'll like
I think it's fake because at this point,
start to like doing
Trump
what
was responsible for what Elon
doing
did.
again.
Elon wasn't elected to nothing. Trump put him in that position. The same way you take him out of the position, you put him back in that position.
Or I guess Trump's been hanging out with these other people like Steve Bannon, and he's like a bad influence.
That's what Ian would do.
Get rid of Trump.
Marching on the 14th, by the way. Come and cover it.
14th of this month?
Oh, come on. You're supposed to be in touch.
Well, I thought the Pride was this month. I can't go to every parade. I was planning on doing the Pride parade, and I was going to take my shirt off and swing it around and stuff like that. That's what I normally do.
On the 14th
Yes, I already got my ball gag.
is Flag Day.
Remove the L. Her.
It's Flag Day.
Flag.
For a parade for his birthday. Which
I guess after your breakup, that's what you sort of do, right? You sort of rub it in, like, I'm making all my other friends are there. You're not even invited, Elon.
It's not a party, it's a parade. We will march down to Madison Square Park. I will have my poster.
Do you always have the pig poster?
Yes, but I have different ones. I have about 10 or 12 different ones.
Do 10 or 12 different Trumps and pig posters?
Well, they don't all say the same thing.
Do you make them all yourself?
I do.
I actually made a sign for the...
Pride parade?
Yeah, and it said, my behind is enter only.
I love it.
You know what I mean? Just to let them
I know exactly what it means. I
Yeah.
love it.
You know what I'm talking about though, right?
I do,
Dick in
yeah.
the ass, yeah. I don't want to talk. How many condoms would you bring, do you think, if you were me?
Several dozen.
I like girls too, but like sucking dick is pretty sweet.
That's up to you.
Yeah.
People that I'm with, like, they're more sensible with their money.
Yeah, well, these people, they've been sort of hanging around some bad influences and buying weapons for their friends and stuff like that.
The girl that I was with, she cheated on me and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know what the guy looked like?
What the fuck am I watching? These are very well produced
Turkestan
shows.
Ball, the anti-kid. Literally YouTube. Your stream, which was 7 months long, got removed. But YouTube somehow didn't remove the live stream of a free Roblox scammer or a Roblox pet simulator scammer. Classic YouTube.
Classic YouTube, bro.
Hello,
Hello.
Will.
You're the first
Turkestan Ball,
yeah,
the
Turkestan anti-ball kid
And that free
like.
Roblox stream is 5 months.
Yeah.
First
Mm.
like.
Now I just reset every day. So it sends notifications and stuff. We must stand against YouTube. Man, this was scary to watch though. Like, have you seen this AI
The
thing?
game for app development. Firebase is
This
here to
is
help.
this is
Today, I'm
incredible.
walking through Beverly Hills to ask people, what if someone's watching us on YouTube right now? Let's see how they react. What
This
if someone's
is-
watching us on YouTube right now?
Then let them see the drip.
What if someone's watching us on YouTube right now?
Then I better give them a show, baby.
What if someone's watching us on YouTube right now?
Just done with birthday celebrations.
Then I
Will.
hope they're inspired to go for a run too.
What if
Oh my god, but this seems AI though. Just done with the birthday
someone's watching
celebration.
us on
then-
YouTube right now?
Then we're not just living, we're performing. Isn't that what life is?
What if someone's watching us on YouTube right now?
Then maybe reality isn't private anymore. Maybe it never was.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to AI
Oh
Jet
my
for more
god,
streaming.
bro, this is very. Try not to laugh challenge. Oh my god.
Alright, let's watch some dumb shit and try not to laugh.
1.
Oh my god. That is all AI. That is all AI, bro. That is it.
that AI?
Yes, that is all AI. What the fuck? Yikes.
Turkestan Ball, the anti-kit. Wilson, have you ever watched? The Ender Dragon has been slain nashed. Neha editor. Speak hey fucking Wilson, I am Magic Babu. This is my second Shanla where I make people fool why this happened with you, your life band. What about your and Bobby G, loudly crying face?
Huh? No, it was so I continued the stream on this channel, and this is the new channel. This is where I'm going to be streaming now. Yes. And why do you have a picture of a woman and being Neha edited? Why are you trying
Well, I am
to?
doing my degree on artificial intelligence.
You are very weird, Magic Babu. Oh, you're doing your oh, okay, makes sense. Like the stream, guys. Let's get it to 2 likes. Yeah, I am banning this account because, like, why are you
Neha, editor.
impersonating a woman and being here?
Speak, I am busy right now in my university fucking exam. I comes 5 times today, but you are still sleeping.
Yeah,
Turkestan
I
Ball, the
sleep.
anti-kid. Wilson, search up the Ender Dragon. has
Don't
been
worry,
slain
I am
and see if
scamming
you'll like
people.
it.
Yeah, I'm just
1.
banning.
Please hire me in future. Neha editor. Speak, don't worry, I am scamming people slightly.
Why
small
are
face.
you scamming people? What the? Don't worry. Like, do you think I'd be like okay with this? What the fuck? What the fuck? Is this? This is fucking weird. Oh man. Search up Ender Dragon has been slain. See if you like it. Man. Alright. Chill out. Oh my god. Yeah, I've been streaming on this channel. I can stream on the other channel now, but I'm just streaming on this channel nowadays. Because I don't really particularly I think that this new channel, building this up, is much better than the other channel. So yeah, I'm just building this up.
Magic Babu Moai. Someone making your fake account.
Magic Babu, you've been here for like more than a year
We'll just shift
now.
it to a new house.
Yeah. You've been here for more than
Magic
a year
Babu
now.
Moai. Wilson, someone created your fake account. Just search it.
Why would you like? Why are you?
Magic Babu Moai. Really, someone created your fake account.
It's
search
fine. It's fine. Why have
Magic
you
Babu
still
Moai.
not? Why have you still
Search
not?
at Mr. Wilson is live.
Why have you still not grown up, man?
Magic Babu Moai. Man, I am helping you, loudly crying face.
Why are you still not growing up?
Magic Babu Moai. Can I create it, MM?
Why are you still not growing up? Why are you still a child? I don't understand it. Please grow up, dude.
Magic Babu Moai. When Bobby G will be back?
Man, this is why I don't think I'm gonna like put up any other ad on the other channel about the stream. The ones that have found it, right? The ones that are not really grown up and stuff, they can just like feel that it is over. Unless like, you know, they start actually behaving like adults. And I'm saying that to you.
Turkestan Ball, the anti-killer. Wilson, what's up with Asli? Since I didn't hear much of him for months.
Oh yeah, he streams on his own channel. Yeah, we both have now like quit the main channel and we're just like streaming on our own, building a new channel from the start.
Milkman's kid. Speak what's
Yeah,
really
you don't
up
need to
today.
say speak. What's up today? Gonna make some more videos. I have already made one that I'm gonna upload today, and hoping to transfer from being a streaming guy to video guy slowly, and like still stream, but
speak, what are you doing, Willie?
But like, you know, hello?
Kyrgyzstan ball, the
Yeah, so I was thinking, should I just like look for a frame myself and stuff, or like just. All right, okay, that's good. Then I'll just find it. Yeah, I was like, you know, what if I find something and then you don't. That's why I was like, you know. Alright, I love you. Okay. Alright, I love you.
The milkman's kid. Really, do you feel mundane?
I do feel mundane. After streaming for a month, how is your mental health currently? Currently, I'm fine. Currently, it's not that bad, but yeah. Currently is good. Yeah.
The milkman's kid. Like Willie, you have been streaming for years. So if you've made it this far, you will make it further.
Yeah, I hope so. But I think the most thing needed right now is to just do the video things. Otherwise, the stream will not be sustainable anymore. You know, and if it's not sustainable, then you know, then I'm out of commission.
The milkman's kid. But the stream was fine way back in the day when you were singing and playing guitar singing the chat.
Stream was fine back in the days. No, it wasn't. That's why that was like 3 years ago. That was like 4-5 years ago, man. Man, people grow, people change, man.
So I guess my point is that you have many avenues to choose when you are streaming.
Okay. So yeah, it wasn't working. That's why I changed it, man.
Turkestan Ball, the anti-kid. Wilson, what will you do if you get ability to stream on your main? What will you do? The Milkman's Kid.
I can stream on my
Or
main.
streaming asterisk. Awesome face. Ushadik reveal.
I can stream on the other channel. So basically, when we talk about like mental health and stuff, like what would have been good, what would be good for your mental health, I feel like what really fucks with your mental health is not being able to be yourself. Not being able to express yourself, not being able to, those are the things that that can actually affect your mental health.
Dino Marty. Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Well, that's not an opinion. That is a fact. I've experienced it. I mean, it looks easy from the outside and stuff, but I've experienced it. It's no longer a matter of opinion anymore, man. It is reality.
Punjabi swag. बारिश falling हो रही है क्या?
Yeah, बारिश falling हो रही है. I say we
Dino Marty.
kinda.
I don't have the opinion redeemed. It's the best I can do.
Yeah, redeems and stuff. Man, just fucking focused on. At this point, if I don't find or if I don't do videos anymore, like it's useless for a new channel to just like stream on it. It's very difficult to grow from it. Like I think everybody knows this. So unless I don't like find
Punjabi swag. Points.
I think everything will be in purgatory. That's what's happening.
Punjabi swag. 12 points, rose, rose, rose. Sophia. Hi Wilson, how are you? Can I get a Hoya?
Oh yeah, how you doing? You found the channel?
Sophia. I think I got muted in your last channel. My MSGS never came through.
Man, I don't know whether to...
Punjabi swag. Do you ever plan on going back to the old timing perhaps?
I will go back to the old timing once I get the... once Lily comes here, number one, and number two is when once, like, you know, we get like 2-3 videos off the ground and stuff. Yeah. I miss the morning timing as well sometimes, but
Sophia. How have you been doing? Punjabi swag. Amazing news, thank you, sir.
Aryan came back. Yeah. Like, it's just less mentally draining. This timing is less mentally draining. Like, already having to build something up and then, like, you know, you get what I'm saying, right? It's very mentally draining. I don't know if this is good or not.
Streamlabs. Thank you for following Mistress Anomaly. Mistress Anomaly. Still always live?
Yes, still always live. So yeah, we've been going through some like, there were already major changes happening in life. You know.
Mistress Anomaly. Having an amazing, wonderful day?
Yes, I am having a good day. I'm just waiting for. Wait, I think I should just. Capitalize this. I think this is it. We're gonna just go with this. Man, just working on some things, trying to get by and all of that shit. Okay, this.
Gandalf Gunman. What's up, Willie?
Death and destruction and despair. What about you?
Gandalf Gunman. It is time for cupcakes and smiles, not death and destruction.
Is it time for cupcakes and smiles? I don't know, man.
The case against rationality from an atheist. Hi guys, this is Britt Hartley at No Nonsense Spirituality. I'm an atheist spiritual director, and this episode is going to be about the shadow side of rationality, even as someone who's very anti-woo, anti-superstition, anti-supernatural. And I'm going to start by turning to Stephen Fry for this question to help you discern if you are a rationalist or an empiricist. So Stephen Fry asks this question: do you think that the President of the United States should ritualistically go up to the statue of George Washington once a month and explain to George, the statue, all the things that you accomplished or fought for that month as president? Now, a pure rationalist would say there's no reason to do that. It's a statue, there's no point talking to it, George Washington isn't there. But an empiricist is more likely to say, I would like the president to do that because I think there's value in the experience of a president having to justify his actions to George Washington's statue, even if it is just a statue. There's something in the ritual of it, in the experience
Hey,
of...
do they actually do that?
Sarah. You Willie.
Yo, wait, are you Sarah from the other channel?
Sarah. Sparky Willie.
Alright, yes. Hello, how you doing? Welcome.
of it that has value.
Gandalf
Not this yapper.
Not this yapper again, Wilson, sir.
Yeah, okay, alright. But she makes good points, man.
Uses, who is an empiricist over a rationalist, is he talks about the famous case of Ignaz Semmelweis, who was a Hungarian physician in the 19th century who discovered the importance of hand washing in reducing infant mortality rates. So in the 1840s, Semmelweis worked at the Vienna General Hospital, where he noticed a stark difference in the maternal death rates between two maternity wards. One ward was run by doctors and medical students and had a high infant mortality rate due to...
I'm just like... I am up, I am alive, and that is the shit, man.
Fever, childbed fever, and the other ward, run by midwives, had a much lower mortality rate. So Semmelweis investigated and realized that doctors were performing autopsies on corpses before delivering babies without washing their hands. And he hypothesized that there was some kind of particle that was being transferred from the dead bodies to pregnant women, causing infections. Now remember, this is before germ theory. So he introduced mandatory hand washing stations with this kind of lime solution, and mortality rates dropped dramatically. However, because germ theory was not yet understood, doctors in the medical establishment rejected his findings, seeing them as an attack on their profession and their professional pride. And because Semmelweis couldn't provide a rational explanation for why hand washing worked, since bacteria hadn't really been discovered yet, many of the doctors simply stopped washing their hands, and mortality rates rose again. So he was dismissed from the Vienna General Hospital, and he was facing widespread opposition. He published his findings in 1861, where he was largely ignored because he had no way to explain what was happening. And he began lashing out at his critics and writing angry open letters, kind of condemning the medical community for going back to not washing their hands when he had solid evidence that this was causing an increase in infant mortality. His behavior became so unstable because he was so frustrated that his colleagues and his wife started to believe that he was suffering from mental illness. Super sad story. So in 1865,
Just listening to her yap.
Semmelweis was tricked into entering an insane asylum in Vienna, and when he realized what was happening, he tried to escape, but he was beaten by the guards and forcibly restrained. He died 2 weeks later from an infected wound, ironically caused by the very unhygienic conditions that he was trying to fight.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, so Stephen Fry has referred to this case in discussions about empiricism versus rationalism. Rationally, there was no reason to believe at that time that washing your hands would reduce infant mortality rates. But empirically, experientially, it was somehow true. But rationalists shut it down because they couldn't yet explain it, and infant mortality went back up, and Semmelweis died in an asylum. So, I mean, super sad.
TG_.
Now, I will tell you that I'm never going to...
What do you do when everything feels uncertain?
Everything feels uncertain. You do whatever the fuck you want at that time. If everything is uncertain, then your choice is irrelevant, so you do what you like doing.
To ask you to leave rationality at the door. That's not what this is about. That's not where I'm going with this. I was raised Mormon, and in order to survive in Mormonism, you have to shut off your rationality, and I am never doing that to myself again. But after spending a long time in the rational, philosophical...
But like, it's barely the case that everything is uncertain.
Nihilistic, atheistic spaces, I also want to point out the weaknesses of rationality and what we miss when it's the only tool in our toolbox. So I have 5 weaknesses.
Everything is very, very, very big. It encompasses all.
That I want to share. That I think
hold... It is certain that you will go to sleep and wake up and stuff. But
rational people back from living a more full life.
Hi, I'm Dana. I'm a filmmaker. Come with me to create an entire movie poster mock-up with the newest AI-powered feed.
So weakness number 1, many people turn to rationality as a security blanket. This truth hurts me. This is painful. Because when I was in philosophy and theology in these very male-dominated fields, I really believed that rationality was far superior to things like feelings that I knew could be manipulated because I'd been a Mormon before. And what I didn't realize is a lot of my own trauma was pushing me towards pure rationality because it felt safe. My mom was an emotionally erratic person. Mormonism certainly gave me trauma. I was kicked out of my home at 16. So my brain subconsciously said, if I can just rationally figure out what's going on with reality, then I can pattern my life correctly, and then I won't fuck my life up. And what I didn't realize at the time was how much trauma was driving me towards that stance and how safe rationality felt for me. And the harsh truth that I've had to tell many rational, truth-seeking clients who only want to live by, propositional knowledge is that they make fun of people who who turn to religion in order to have some kind of security blanket. But so often the reason that especially men turn to rationality as if they are some kind of robot is also because it feels safe. It is also being used as a security blanket, and also makes you feel better than other people, and that in many ways makes us hypocrites. Weakness number 2. There are more ways of knowing than propositional knowing. Alex Connor gives a great example of this where someone is suicidal on a ledge, and if we were purely rational creatures, you could simply hand them a piece of paper with a perfectly reasoned argument against jumping off the ledge, like, you are experiencing cognitive distortions, your suffering is temporary, there are people who care about you, logically there's more to gain by stepping back than by jumping. And if humans were only propositional thinkers, this argument should work, just like solving a math problem. But that's not how humans are. That's not how we operate. Instead of logic, imagine instead that someone reads them a poem that deeply resonates with them, that speaks to their
But also that would be a rational thing to do as well.
Sufferings that makes them seen, or perhaps someone just looks you in the eye and says, I understand. This non-propositional knowing, emotional connection, shared experience, shifts in perspective, actually has more of an effect of pulling them back from the edge than just by giving them some kind of logical proof. So there are other kinds of knowing other than just propositional knowing. And propositional knowing is just knowledge in the forms of statement.
Bike it up. Rush control.
Emma Yankee.
Yo. How you doing? Copyright is reserved on this one. How you doing? Welcome, Cat.
Emma Yankee. Eat the keyboard.
Eat the keyboard. Yes. Leave no traces.
Emma Yankee. Go inside your CPU.
Okay. Have you ever been inside your CPU?
Emma Yankee. Procreate with the mouse.
You just come here to say these things. Unreal.
Emma Yankee. In there with you. Pema Yankee. Zesty sitting position.
Very zesty.
Pema Yankee. Yo, Wilson, go sleep. It's probably 2 a.m. there.
I just woke up.
Pema Yankee. Eat the keyboard now.
Feeling like death and despair right now. Hey, you should probably go to sleep. It's 1:45, right, in India.
Pema Yankee. Just woke up too. Pema Yankee. Let me guess your age.
Okay, what is my age?
Pema Yankee. 21.
No, I am 32.
Emma Yankee. You look good for your age. If you shave of the beard, you'll look 10 years younger to 11 years old.
Oh, you have not seen Wilson without a beard, right? Oh, it's on the other channel. I was there without a beard.
Sagar Chaudhary. Speak hey bro, how you doing, where are you right now? It's 2 a.m. here in India.
I'm in Pakistan and it is 1:30 in What's up? Did you find the channel from the older channel?
Sagar Chaudhary. Speak Yesik why YouTube removed your live stream.
Yeah, YouTube removed the live stream because of me reacting to gun restoration videos. But then I got the videos, got the channel back, but I think I'm just gonna like stream on this channel now. Yeah. And build it up so I have like another revenue stream from here. Yeah.
Sesma. Hi.
Hello, Sesma, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. What's up? I'm sorry, I'm really far from the thing. What's up? I'm so glad to see another person here. And he said penis. Okay. Yes.
Snooper05. Speak yo back after 3 months of study.
How did the study go?
Snooper05. Good, got a 96% in boards.
Oh, that's pretty good. Very, very good. Man, everybody get like this many marks.
Snooper05. Sad part is 17 to 18 scored more than me, even though 96 is pretty good, I mean.
96 is pretty good. Is 96 bad? No fucking way. If 96 is bad, then like 17 to 18% score more than even more than 90. Oh my god. No, that is fucking weird. I don't know what world we are living in.
Snooper05. K. Snooper05. Just curious, you have streamed for almost 800 days. Like, what do you actually do for a living, a business, or what? Snooper05. Gamble all.
Nothing. I do nothing. So far, like people have had to keep this stream alive. Trying to make videos now to get somewhere with this, because this new channel is not going to work if we don't have videos and stuff.
Awesome face. Tutti Frutti. Smack MH wife on DS booty.
you doing? Oh, I finished the thumbnail thing and I wrote a script for another video, but I'll fill it around like 7 or 8. Oh my god, you all done up. Oh, it's, oh my god. Yeah. It's been... No, it's fine, it's fine. No, I'm just like... That's... No, you're not. Okay. So, I think before you go, just like upload the video. Yeah. Later is like getting here as well. Okay, I thought you. Yes. The little was. I miss you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, and like doing the video or no, like doing the no, doing it.
Emma Yankee. Can you take on 110-year-olds?
I don't know. Depends. Like if you're 110 years old, you're probably enhanced. You know, you're not even a... You get what I'm saying, right? Yeah, let's solve this Victorian painting while we're at it. Man. I feel a weird sinking feeling today. Like it's very hard to explain.
Emma Yankee. What about you, but when you were 22?
Oh, me when I was 22, I would probably beat me when I was 22. Like, real shit. Yeah. I have way too much strength now. Me at 22 would not be able to bench that much. Me at 22 will not be able to do as many push-ups and stuff. I think I'd beat 22-year-old. Like, real shit. When it comes to strength, yes. I mean, even intelligent. I wouldn't even pick a fight. What about you? Can you beat yourself for when you were 9? Because I think you're probably 12.
Emma Yankee. What if there were two of you who were 22?
Oh no, then I got no chance. Like two, yeah. Then you get no chance. Yeah. That's two grown men, right? And I think if I get better at combat or something, again, I might be able to beat two.
Emma Yankee. Born in 2003.
Born in 2003? Man, you are old now. That makes you... Wait, 2003. And this is 2025, man. What the fuck? I feel like I just fucking blinked, man. And everything just...
Emma Yankee. 22.
Oh man. So would you beat yourself when you were The toots, you can't suppress. How are you doing, Gabriel? I was just talking to Lily. Yeah, we were like, yes. So it was a business meeting. Forgot to turn up. Doing some big business, yes. Hello. Yeah. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. Don't premiere it. Just like upload it like that. Let's check out. Like maybe I think premiering is just remains to the people of the channel or something like that. Let's just test it out like without premiering, and then. Yeah. Yes. Oh wait, the title. I forgot. What was the title? Yeah. It's easy. Yes, it's easy to stop doomscrolling. An easier way to stop doomscrolling. An easier way. Yes. It's way more targeted. Yeah. I love you. Big business, bro. Big business, right? Where we're doing the DuPont approach. Have you seen that guy, the DuPont approach guy? That guy makes like very good funny skits. Man, we should learn something, bro.
Doberman. Worst video game ever. Doberman. Chess.
This is better than chess.
Doberman. Learn chess.
And no chess. This is peaceful. What if I start learning chess and I'm like really good at it? Then what? And that becomes my whole purpose in life. Man, Doberman, am I an inherently boring person? I was trying to feel like I'm like an inherently boring person. Like my interests are fucking weird, bro. Like I choose things to do that I don't think a lot of people would be interested in. Being a streamer being a streamer, this is the worst thing ever. But I digress. How are you doing? Doberman, you have come to this channel. You have found this channel. I'm so glad you found this channel. It's truly separating the people that actually used to watch
Doberman. That would be a W. No, I understand what you are trying to do. You seem to like self-improvement activities, which I get.
That is true though. That is true. That is true. Yeah. I even like I'm gonna like now I have dude, I think at this point it's just gonna be everything that's saving me is going to be like good quality videos. Like videos better than any other video before. Beautiful videos. Which I am making nowadays. So I've been making videos, then scrapping them, right? Okay. Then making more and then scrap. I think that this is the first time in my YouTube career that I've actually started like enjoying the process of making videos, which is fucking weird for somebody who's been doing this for 7 years. I'm kind of a bit like, you know, bit less into the stream as well nowadays. It's just been I don't know. How have you been? You always talk about me. Fuck.
Yes, Pakistan videos. Also gaming new games that are kind of trending can gather an audience found streamers that way myself.
Man.
Doberman. But buying new games is expensive.
No, like even
Doberman.
new games, man.
Then you need a powerful GPU.
Yeah, I don't even think that it works, to be honest. Like, you know, there's a lot of it is still like you either have to be like really fucking good at the game, okay, or like otherwise anybody that just plays a new game could just like upload video of that and like that is it. That'd be like really entertaining and yeah, otherwise or really good at the game, which I am none. I am not really good at the game and I'm not really that entertaining. At least while playing video games. My idea of entertainment was yell as loud as you can, right? And then people will go like, oh, he's yelling, ooh, ooh, ah, monkey, haha. Like that has been my idea for like video game streaming. I don't even know how to do it. But yeah, what I feel like I am good at now, I'm thinking is when it comes to the YouTube thing is now it's more so getting better and better at making videos, which ironically enough I think at this point in the career is the only thing. So I backed myself into like this corner where the only way to get out is make videos. That's why I'm not like even uploading. That's one of the reasons as well. One of the reasons is like, you know, it's like different, even if it's different things is not expected of me. I have like just made it a burden on my head, like on the other channel that you know, it has to like, you know, so I am less like, I'm way more critical when it comes to the other channel and stuff, and I feel like it's expected of me to yell, shout, and like, you know, like if I make something serious, it just won't resonate, and that's part of the reasons why I'm leaving. But also it's just that, man, it's complicated, man. It's complicated. So right now, made a video yesterday, gonna upload it today. Like I think in a while or so. Then just gonna hope. So and also is like sort of backed me into the corner. So I like start making long form content videos and stuff.
Don't remain.
Yeah.
You write for the most part, but there are special cases like that Schedule 1 game that get insane hype saw YouTube establish himself off that Nubio is the channel. Can imagine very complicated.
Yes, but like doing that.
But you're doing do create what you like.
Yeah.
Don't remain.
But it seems pretty easy to do that. But like, you know, somebody creating hype over something. It is very, first of all, you gotta be like really fucking passionate about that thing, and you gotta have like really good knowledge about the subject and everything. It's no longer the same anymore. It's no longer fucking, you know, 2019 or like or even earlier than that, where you just like fucking you weren't like really knowledgeable. You just make like a mid video and it'll blow up. Like I had that happen to me, like the PewDiePie T-series thing and stuff, and it's different. I've seen the landscape has fucking changed. It's changed so much. Yeah. So and while I was in a coma streaming, I looked back at like the video thing, and I realized how much it has changed and how much streaming has changed as well, how much everything has changed. So it's kind of like exciting going back to school, like, you know, learning these things and stuff, not relying on tricks anymore, but actual solid way to do it. Because everybody that's gotten like a little bit famous or has been able to build an audience, yes, there's luck that plays a part in it, right? But you gotta be like
Mr. Wilson
good
is
in the
always
first
live.
place as well.
https://www.youtube.com/watch?markv=simon xwdes1y5k.
I think there's an easier way to stop doom scrolling. I was facing this issue like 3 months ago. Like you would open YouTube,
go like
click
this
on
video,
one short, and then just like scroll, and you don't even know it, and it's been like 3 to 4 hours. That can make you feel really fucking frustrated. You lost valuable time, and what you gained out of it was just mindless brain rot. I don't really care for soccer. Why am I watching Ronaldo score penalties? I don't care about Ronaldo. So I got frustrated to the point that I started like researching on how to stop doom scrolling. All the videos they give you advices like put a lock on your phone, throw
and
it
watch it as
into
well
the
for watch
river
time
or something. There are apps that can limit your usage of a certain app or something, which to me you have to, if you have to like lock yourself out, are you really solving the issue? Like these social medias, they use our primal biases, like the information bias. Like when we were like Neanderthals or something, we had to look out for danger, so every information was valuable information, otherwise we'd get eaten by a fucking bear. But newsflash, there are no bears. So why the fuck am I watching Skibbity Toilet Tralalo Tralala thing? So it actually worked for me was 2 words. Consume mindfully. What that means is, if you're watching something, actually fucking watch it. Don't just put it in the background. And before you say, I don't have the impulse to consume mindfully, what the fuck are you talking about? It's very simple. Just do this right now. Pause this video, go watch a short and watch it 5 times. Okay? Decipher all the information that that short is giving you and everything that that short is providing you, right? What value or whatever it is providing you, and then come back. So if you did come back, which I don't know, some of you might have been lost in the loop of shorts, I want you to take this practice with you, do it for like half an hour or something, not before you go to bed or something, right? But like actively, like as a form of exercise. When you start deciphering information and consuming the thing mindfully, then your brain starts to question, why are you watching it even more earlier? So now, even if I grab my phone and I start scrolling through it, after just like 5-6 minutes or even less than that, I ask myself, why am I watching this? What information is this fucking giving me? And that, my lad, is how you get rid of doom scrolling from the roots of it, right? It's not to fucking put a chain on yourself or something. It is so that thing is just there, okay? But you decide not to interact with it. I don't know. Hopefully that was a good video.
Alright, yes, hopefully. Hoping.
I think there's an
Doberman. Don't watch mindlessly. Hey, Mr. Wilson, I have it on another tab. Watch it 5 times. Hi, Wilson, I am watching 1 million times.
Just got
Melody.
the notification. Let's go, Melody.
Hello.
Yes.
Just got the notification. Smiley face.
Go watch the video. Right? We need more watch time on the video. Yeah, we don't want anybody to just like click in the beginning and just like, you know, let's have it on. Let's watch it so it gets the initial watch time. Yeah.
did get a notification myself as well. It's very targeted, right? And I'm hoping that it being targeted might put it in the right algorithm or something, and yeah.
Melody. The video has a good flow. Very smooth relief.
Thank you, Melody, thank you. Okay. Another video that I am proud of. Okay, now I'm gonna like just I'll have the urge to now keep watching the graph. Okay, so I am not gonna watch the graph. There it is, guys. Resist the graph. Resist the graph, because you watching the graph is not going to make the video better. Yes, that is the thing. And plus you can always upload another one. So that's, yeah. We're creating a good mindset around uploading videos. Guys, we really need this. Okay.
Diva sees. Stare at the graph. Gabriel Floyd.
Not.
We don't doom scroll, we solve jigsaw puzzles.
Yes.
Diva sees. And make love to it.
Nah, I'm not gonna look at the graph.
Diva sees.
Nope. Nope.
If you want to doom scroll, then doom scroll to Wilson Shorts.
That will be the depths of despair.
https://youtube.com/shorts/a21g1 Mark SI UV Hertz FMBL 9JDTYPJN. Doberman. Cigarette video. Smoking a fancy cigarette or strongest in Pakistan, but add conversation and story.
Oh, that is something. That's something that I would like actually fuck with. Like not even kidding. Yeah, I know. There's this channel named Jacob fucking Jones. He does this.
Diva sees. Imagine you doom scroll on this random guy's channel, and now I am attempting to stream is just playing on loop in your nightmares. Doberman.
Damn, man.
W would love to see it.
Yeah, actually that is something that, like, you know, that would be kind of cool. Diva sees is full devious mode right now. Oh fuck.
Diva sees. https:// Diva sees. Devious? Diva sees? Sounds very similar.
Devious
Diva sees. Devious sees. Diva sees. Devious sees. Doberman. Another gal from Portugal was inspired by him. Connie, pretty decent sized channel now.
Hey, you know Jacob fucking Jones? Yeah, Jacob fucking Jones is the epitome of just a chill guy.
Devious main.
Like he's the epitome of just a chill guy. Devious seas. That's where we're headed. But that was the video I made was, I don't know, it was pretty good actionable advice, no?
Diva seas. Real shit. Diva seas. But how fast are we headed there? Dober, Maine. Yes, final boss, unemployed friend smoking in a public park at 12 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah.
Dober, Maine. Yes, it was a good video.
So I got one more that I've written the script for, how to fix your sleep schedule and stuff. Again, I think I know a thing or two about, because I've lived in variable sleep schedules throughout my life. Okay, throughout the stream as well. So I feel like I got some like an insight on having a different sleep schedule, or like just fixing it in general as well. So I am thinking of more so of the niche of videos that give like actual actionable advice. Okay, yes, there is science and stuff to back some stuff up, but like, you know, willpower and all of this shit comes into play.
Diva seas.
So like, what is something actionable that somebody can do instead of, like, you know, for sleep schedule, everybody goes like, okay, well, change your diet, become a very good person, and like all of this shit, and then you'll fix your sleep schedule. And it's like, okay, man, if I was really good at doing that, I would be. So what you need to do is you need to eat healthy. You need to take these things. You need to not eat at this time. You need to not. I mean, that's not really, that is advice, right? But like for somebody who is going through it and like beating themselves up, just telling them, yeah, it's like, you know, fix your life and you fix your sleep schedule, which is true advice. I'm not saying it's bad advice, but like, you know, you gotta give actionable advice that somebody can actually start.
Change your diet, start eating tissues, full protein.
Yeah. So that is what I'm trying to target now.
Dober, Maine.
Yeah.
If you're lost in life, watch this type of video. Think a lot could be searching for that exact title.
Yes. If you're lost in life or like anything, but it shouldn't be just like a yap. Like, you know, it should have like some structure to it. So before this, I was thinking of like, you know, just going off the riff and stuff and just going. But now, I think there should be like somewhat of a guideline as to how, and you should actually have something to say while doing this as well. So now that I've made like a 3-minute video in which I've made a consistent yap for 3 minutes, I think I can make longer videos as well. So now the aim will be just one more other short video for 800 day. Then I'll just go back to the pavilion. Because if you are to grow a new channel, okay, new channel does not grow with live streaming. Like, that's just a fact, right? It's just that you can just try, you know, you gotta have like some content backed up or something like that, you know, gets people there and stuff. Although otherwise, or you can like go into the niche, which this stream went into the niche when we didn't reset, but we had to reset because the watch time doesn't count if you don't reset. So that the first stream for 7 days already reached 5,000 watch hours. But the problem is that it didn't get counted to the monetization thing. Yeah, I had at one point 180 people just like staring at a plant. Like it's one of those videos and stuff. It was in that niche, but yeah, now it's just we're gonna try to get good at this. Yeah. So one other video, the sleep schedule video will be short.
Very true can't just be a title, but need real substance.
Yeah.
That's hard, but maybe something Chat can help with, can add some meat and potatoes to your points.
Yes, but like, yeah, ChatGPT can align it, but you have to still, so there has to be an appearance of it being off the cuff as well. Like, you know, so to perform off the cuff stuff is very difficult. So what we can do is, so this is how I made the other video as well. That was, I just wrote 5 words, right, and I just looked at them and then just expanded and talked about it. So like, I'm not meandering, I'm not going into a different direction, and it's off the cuff as well. So it's like a healthy medium between both. And yes, ChatGPT can help.
Bobby Bacala. Do you know Tralalero Tralala Wilson? You should check it out.
Oh my god. Yes. Did you watch the video? Go watch it and watch it full. Okay, so like, you know, it gets watch time. I don't know. It's a good video. And if you can like continue the yap for like 20 minutes or something, I think it is a niche that we can like crop
Dober,
out.
Maine. 100% off the cuff, but doing a 30-minute yap and edits won't ruin a video.
Yes.
Bobby Bacala. Nil video let's if koen cool.
Yes, go and watch it. It is about tralalala as well. Bombardino, crocodilo. But yeah, so you see the direction I'm headed in, right? Doberman. That is the direction. So the direction is commentary type, but like, you know, not about things that are like, you know, like drama or like
Bobby
all of that
Bacala.
stuff, not being the YouTube police or something.
Crocodilo Bombardino.
Yeah. I think that there is a niche. I saw this other channel just like
Dober, Maine.
start blowing up as
Live
well.
commentary old YouTube was kind of like that.
Yeah. So it'll be and I have
DC5
seen
owners. Exactly.
I have seen that this niche is pretty good. Yeah. And it's something that but this niche is hard as well. Like, you know, it's not very easy. You gotta have a really good personality and all of that stuff. But I think I am sort of getting the hang of it. Go DC5 owners, go watch the new video and watch it, right? So it has full watch time from you as well. That is your contribution to the gang. It might actually help out as well. So choosing intelligent
DC5 owners. Okay. DC5 owners. The easiest way to stop doom scrolling?
Yes.
Dober, Maine. Whole time I'm here, I have it on 2x just replaying it.
No, don't do
Almighty
that.
Drake.
That
Blaze it.
doesn't. No, I don't think that counts. Blazing it.
Doberman. Alemania.
Just do the service, watch it once full, okay, and like I think if it gets initial good watch time, YouTube might have like chances of promoting it even more or something. I don't know. Should I blaze it? I think it's blaze it. Oh yeah, the 800-day video, it's also gonna be a short video. The sleep schedule video is gonna be a short video, but then after that we're gonna like tread into actually making a 10 to 20 minute video. Yes, something not short and sweet, but something that is that somebody, like a longer video psychologically, if you just like click on it, okay, it's a decision that you've made. So like, you know, then you gotta like see it through if it's very engaging as well. I think we're going in a very good direction right now. Very good direction. And it's coming to me.
Doberman. How to stay calm while the world is turning into chaos. Video.
How to stay calm while the world is turning into chaos. Oh my god, that is I stay calm even if the shiz is how to stay calm. Okay, so there was like a experiment, okay.
DC5 owners. Exactly. Bobby Bacala.
Right. So there was like an experiment, right? So they put a dude.
Blaze it.
Blaze it. Always wait, go watch the new video and watch it full, so it gets watch time.
I think you could have very good points. You seem very calm.
Yes. Yeah, so there was this one dude, okay. I think he got captured by the Nazis or like something. I'll research that one. And he stayed in the camp for 10 years. Like, you know, he got captured and was a prisoner, as a soldier, and he survived all 10 years. And he said that the reason why I survived wasn't like blind optimism. There were other people as well, and none of them survived except him. Because he was like, the other people were just hoping for hoping that they will get out next Christmas, or they will get out next summer, they'll get out next like, you know, next Eid or something. But he said, I never gave myself that. Like, I admitted the reality of the situation that I was in, and I still kept going. Right? So I think more so for a calmer mindset, just admitting the reality and reframing the reality in a truthful way makes you more calmer than just like weird optimism or something. Yes, this blind optimism.
Doberman. Wow, powerful story, and not a way of thinking that people tend to preach.
Yes. See, this is the shit. I'm telling you, I have fucking nuggets of knowledge that I need to like fucking put into videos and shit that might help out. Yes. Yeah, I forgot the actual story, like, you know, but I just told you the rough story. If I make something like, oh, that is a good topic, I will like write that down. Like I might have like more thoughts on this as well. Very good. How to stay calm. To stay calm. Calm while.
Doberman. Yes, I really want to see it. Doberman. Kind of asking for myself.
Yes. So this is just like, you know, me saying the thing off the cuff and stuff. If I put more thought into this, I can actually make a good video about this. Thank you so much, Doberman. Thank you so much. Should we blaze it? How to stay calm while we just blaze it, bro.
DC 5 owners. Seriously. Doberman. No, probably happened to give a suggestion that someone think is good.
Yes. So these are like actual good questions that we can like explore, and this is something that I actually feel like I enjoy exploring as well. And I would enjoy making a video about it as well.
How can we stay calm when we can just blaze it says Mr. Wilson will always live? DC 5 owners. I am sober.
Hell yeah. Stay sober. So I'm gonna keep you in mind while I write the script, okay? Doberman. Dude, thank you. I think at this point, let's not try to find ways that are like fucking, oh yeah, we'll just play these video games and like, you know, new video games, or like tricks to get
Doberman.
Top 10 tips to get.
Cop pulled me over and asked if I was sober man. Said no, I am Doberman. DC 5 owners.
Let's like, you know, try to tackle these big questions.
Not being sober is all that I have been thinking about.
Yeah. It's more so about tackling these big questions, and that will enhance the mind as well. So this is phase 2 of my development actually. And I think phase 1 was phase 1 was building my body, right? Phase 2 is now building mind. And I think I have a lot of treasure of knowledge in my head. It's just not fucking organized
DC 5
and stuff.
What development?
Developing as a person, man. Development as a person.
DC 5 owners. Okay.
Yeah. So we're entering the next realm.
DC 5 owners. I believe.
I think everybody just has the answer.
DC5
Okay.
owners. I should have not interrupted you are correct.
Yeah. I think everybody has the answer. Okay, but the
Always faded. Let it out, loved one.
yeah.
Don't
I think
remain.
everybody has the answer.
W, this new chapter 1 I'm excited for.
Yes.
And happy to be here to witness.
Yes. Like what I'm. Everybody has answers, but the thing is, you've just not organized your thoughts. Does that make sense? Yes. Like you've just not like. Same with me. I'm not like more intelligent than anybody, right? You already have the answers. You don't know the answers, Sway. But it's all about organizing your thoughts and fucking blazing it. Oh my god. This is the weed that Hamza gifted me. W Hamza. Hamza was like, man, your channel is down, you're not getting enough money and stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna like give you a gift to keep you going till you start getting money again. And he gifted me weed. Such a nice man. You need friends like these, bro. You need friends like these.
DC5 owners. You are making sense at Mr. Wilson is always live.
Yes. So the answer, so it's not like far-fetched to say the answer is within you. The answer is within you. Actually, if you think about it, if you reduce any logic or any knowledge.
So maybe I should stop the ZA and start the bodybuilding.
Oh yeah, start the bodybuilding. Wait, you can do the ZA and do the bodybuilding.
True, but sometimes people need someone to remind them.
Yes.
Like you in video format.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was gonna tell you guys like all knowledge. Okay.
Amen.
If you break it down, it goes back to the axiomatic truths, right? All knowledge. And those axiomatic truths come to us through just language. Every single person knows quantum mechanics, right? It's fucking fascinating. But they just gotta like organize the thoughts. Like, do you get what I'm saying? They just gotta like organize the thoughts in that pattern. But the rudimentary ability, except for like, you know, if there's some mental condition with you or something, for most people, okay, I'll say most people, you already know the shit, okay, but or you have the ability to know the shit. Does that make sense? Yes, you have the ability to know the thing. Yes.
DC5 owners.
I am fucking
Mind over matter. Always faded. 55th mechanics.
Yes.
Dover, Maine. Yes, I 5 you. Rushank Rahaja.
Hello, Rishank. How you doing? Yeah, Rishank, you 5 me. And that is like, you know, that is basic shit. Like, you know, it's fucking genetically in you.
DC5 owners. On 5-5.
I forgot what was the name of that guy. Fuck, man. But like, yeah, he talked about the axiomatic thing. Makes sense to me. I could be wrong.
Hamza Khalid. Hello, new here.
Oh my god, Hamza! I was just telling them Hamza gifted me weed. Hamza is the best friend, is the greatest friend ever in the world, right? Yes. Hamza is great. Hamza the Great. Thank you, man. That was so fucking considerate. Hamza. That was so fucking considerate, dude. Thank you.
Hamza Khalid. Wa subhanallah. Hamza Khalid. What was?
The
What was
weed,
fake?
bro.
Vodka time.
Vodka time, alright. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh man. Oh
Hamza
god. Oh man.
Oh yeah, it was good, right?
Yes, it's very good. It's very good. Thank you.
Hamza Khalid. DJ Li is good.
DJ Ali.
Ford. How much
DJ Ali.
did this puzzle game cost?
This costs everything, bro. Oh my god. And this is the most amazing feeling ever, right? Okay. I don't know how to convince people on this shit. When you are high, okay, and you do puzzles, bro, it's like you guys don't fucking understand. It's like your whole world is falling apart, and it's fucking beautiful.
Hamza Khalid. No worries. Working at Satan's. Doberman. Is it though, are humans creatures of habit, or can we break the pattern? Growth versus fixed brain, how to change patterns and get into new way of thinking. Very vague but general topic. Always
Yes.
faded.
Yes. It's something to explore.
Each puzzle is 55 cents.
Fuck,
Gabriel
these are things to explore.
I could make you a better version in like 2 hours, LOL. Hamza Khalid. Yeah, so many patterns.
So many patterns, bro. So many patterns.
Shivam. Grow your hair and beard. They look mind-boggling. Face with
Mind-boggling?
open
Like,
mouth.
what the fuck? Is it bad? Is it bad? My hair and beard, they're not? Like, what the fuck? Am I not looking good? Look at the chiseled jaw, bro.
Hamza
fucking-
Khalid. Nanga Parbat.
The chiseled jaw, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Shivam fucking diamond cutter jawline, bro. Hamza, can I tell you something? Right? This is gonna sound very weird, right? So, I was like thinking about, like, you know, I gotta, like, if I'm making these type of videos, like the new
Hamza
types
Khalid.
of videos.
Ha 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 ha. What's that thing over there? Hamza Khalid. Sure.
Then I'm gonna have to like feel like I'm talking to someone. So like, you know, so it doesn't like come off as like a presenter type of a thing, like, you know, oh, I'm presenting, like, you know. So I thought about you while making the video. Like, I felt I talked like I was explaining the thing to you. That's how like I talked like I was yes, it was very helpful, very good. Okay, what? Yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to do is
Tom's a college.
right.
Okay, what? Very good.
Yes, I mean that helps actually. Like, you know, the way you talked, like it's not. I didn't want to like fucking present stuff, right? And I feel like I am very high. Oh my god. What the fuck is happening? Where is anything going? This is destroying my
Tom's a
world.
college. You know it's fake because if that were the situation in reality, I wouldn't let you talk and finish.
No, but like it's for time. It's for time. It's for times when you do, because like you do as well, right? Okay. Yes, you have some
Doberman.
some manners.
Do aliens exist? Did they probe us?
Yes, you do as you do listen as well. Yes. Like it's hard to get to you to listen, but when you listen, you do listen. Yes.
Tom's a college. Ha ha ha. Yeah, man. I get it. I'm actually glad to hear that.
Yeah. Before this, it wasn't the case. Like okay, I can tell you this. Like a year ago, right? Yeah, a year ago, this was not the case. Yes. You listen a lot more now. Well, that's yeah. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. But yeah, that's my observation. I'm just like putting it out there. I'm sorry if I like, you know, said anything weird. Yeah. Why am I giving my assessment of you? What the fuck is going on? Why am I not shutting the fuck up? Okay. It has to be here somewhere, bro. No, it's a double whammy. Huh? What is this one?
Tom's a college. No, I understand. It's actually very helpful to think of someone you're explaining to. It helps in filling out the gaps, you know?
Yes. यार I have not had an opposing opinion, right? With not a lot of people, like, you know, it's just mostly been you. Hamza, it's just mostly been you. So I feel like if I'm explaining to anyone, I would be most comfortable explaining. Oh man. Oh, fuck.
Gandalf Gunman. Lift your spirits, Wilson. The future holds great things. For example, boiled egg.
Yes, that is true. That is what the future holds.
Diraj. Hi bro.
Hi.
Doberman. Blaze it. I have many ideas for thought-provoking things. If you ever have a brainstorming sesh, I'll have plenty.
Alright.
Diraj.
Yeah, I'm gonna like actually.
I'm new to this channel. Who are you?
My name is Kenya.
Seems like you are new to YouTube. You can ask me anything related to YouTube. Doberman. The one and only Mr. Wilson.
Yes, yes. No, my name is Kenya. That means is
Gandalf Gunman. One day you will live in the US dismantling Starlink systems whilst Lily develops chronic Rasmali DNA conversion syndrome. Diraj. Okay, Kenya.
You fit these nuts in your jaws. You fit these nuts in your jaws. Fucking got him, bro. I fucking got him.
Doberman.
Fucking got him, bro. I fucking got him.
Gunman. Uganda question mark.
I fucking got him, bro. Your career has been destroyed, DD. You can never recover from this. Okay, now like, do whatever you want, right? Do all the jokes. You can never recover from this part. You cannot. You are destroyed. Obliterated.
Ditirai. Why are frustrated man? Seems like you are new to this channel.
Oh my god. I think he didn't even get the fucking Kenya joke, man. Oh man. It's like how do you burn someone if they don't even understand the same joke as you? Shit, man. It's like I got reverse burned. Oh man. Ignorance.
Ditirai. You will never get anything grinning squinting face. Gandalf gunman. He got a prolapsed burn.
No, that was amazing though. That you gotta like the way I set it up.
Gandalf gunman. Ignorance is piss, am I right, Commander?
Yes. Ignorance is piss.
Ditirai. The smart man grinning face with sweat. Ditirai. What ignorance. I am a new subscriber. I saw your channel now and subscribed face with tears of joy.
Wait, he's thinking, oh my god, man. Oh shit.
Gandalf gunman. Despicable Me 4-starring Shivam as Gru and Mac as all the minions.
What the fuck is this session? What the fuck is this session? You thought of it, man. Like you pondered. This is the most beautiful sentence I've ever heard in my life.
I don't use Mac. I use Android and Windows. Dober, Maine. Mr. Wilson, have you ever tried Sugon?
What is it? Oh no. Sugon is nuts.
Ditirai. My version 2.0 faced with tears of joy. Gandalf gunman. Lameo. Dober, Maine. Suis gondidique. Dober, Maine. Lameo.
Oh, bro, with the AI. Do you guys know E10? Who knows about E10?
What was the despicable for?
Oh my god, man, it's hopeless, bro. It's hopeless. तुमसे ना हो पाएगा.
Dober, Maine. I don't know, explain.
DTI.
I don't know, bro.
Eating these nuts. Boom. Boom. Broom.
Explain,
Boom.
plus, bro.
Fucking
Gandalf
eating these
gunman.
nuts, bro.
Diraj, where you perhaps used a basketball in your infantile state of being? Dober, Maine. Wow.
I played ninja sorcery through this whole experience. That was a great these nuts. That was like that should be ranked as fucking legendary. One for the history books.
DTI. Gandalf, bro, I mean, I don't know, faced with tears of joy.
DTI.
What is legendary, man?
You will never understand the village.
DTI. I use physics books, bro. Gandalf gunman. Mr. Wilson unrecognized burn compilation.
Yes. Well, this needs so much recognition. This burn should have been like on the top of fucking K2. Like everybody should experience this burn in their life. Motherfucker. Everything is getting away from me, man. Look at this.
I have experienced burn, bro, when I turn on the gas, bro.
What the fuck, bro? Turn on the gas, bro. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing, bro?
On today's TED Talk.
What the fuck are we doing? Where are we going? Oh my god. Holy. What the fuck is happening, man? Oh my god.
DTI.
Yes,
Bro,
DTI.
do you want to use lighter or matchbox? DTI.
I don't know. I don't
You
know
are
what
on the
I
chair,
wanna
bro.
use. I am on the chair. That is very true. You are correct, sir. I am on the chair. Oh my god. Wait, this looks fucking wrong. Okay. My hands where you guys can see them. Yeah. Otherwise someone will make like a sus compilation. What's this?
DTI. I can see your hands, bro.
Good job.
Dober, Maine. National anthem time. Stand up, Mr. Wilson.
Take it easy, man.
Take it easy.
Détirail. Thanks, bro. See, you understand that I am smart.
Yes, you are very smart, Dheeraj. You are smarter than all the beautiful things in the world. You are loved, you are beautiful.
Doberman. Haha, sorry, not try and get you in trouble. Détirail. No, bro, I am not smarter than your chair, bro, because your chair is beautiful.
That's true. Right.
Détirail. Bro, what is this you're doing?
I'm looking at the graph. Oh my God, I'm going into a fucking different planet. I'm going on a different planet. My brethren, now we will...
Bro, why are you rubbing your hands with ice, bro? Doberman. Don't close your eyes.
Man, you know why. Silly question.
Détirail. Bro, before you go to another planet, make sure to take necessary precautions. Détirail. Bro, why did you stand bro?
Make sure to take necessary precautions.
Bro, why are you showing your tummy, bro?
No, make sure to get it, make necessary precautions.
Doberman. Hamza, why did you lace Mr. Wilson weed with Fent? Zap.
Yo.
Speak, I'm back.
Welcome back, Zap.
Just kidding.
Yeah, you don't need to use speak. Alright. We gotta get something to eat.
I fear Dheeraj has broken you.
Yes. Dheeraj has broken me, bro. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Why did you hold your camera?
Make sure to take necessary precautions. Who says that, bro? That's the most random response to something like this I've ever heard.
Doberman. Mangoes.
Oh yes, there are mangoes as well, but we are getting biryani, right? Yes.
D.
How else do I touch my plates?
WHF removing this here in a row. Dober Maine. Double mangoes. So many varieties. Never had sour mangoes.
Sour mangoes? Yes, there are sour mangoes.
Dude, oh wait. We'll get the Greek yogurt mango one as well.
D-Raj. Bro, I don't know asking counts.
Why do we have rasgulla? Oh my god. This is gonna be so much sugar. Very good. Oh my god. Oh my god. So much sugar. Ah.
Dober Maine. Yes, sour mango with salt and dry chili. Maybe some fermented paste. Very good. D-Raj. Bro, why is green yogurt called green yogurt? Why it is not called pink yogurt? D-Raj. Bro, you are in dark color, bro. Please come in light. D-Raj. Bro, are you struck, bro?
I'm sorry, I got stuck. I got destroyed.
Fidel Castro the Elder. Were you doomscrolling?
No, I was not doom scrolling. Destruction everywhere. Destruction.
D-Raj. Bro, what's down? Why are you making sound while using the micro oven?
Destruction everywhere.
Bro, why are you laughing, man?
Why are you laughing, huh? Dheeraj, why are you laughing? Why are you? Do you want me to cry, Dheeraj? Oh fuck, I didn't bring the... Okay, I didn't bring the water.
Bro, I am typing bro. Always faded. Destruction times 5. Ditirai. Where are you going, man? Dober Maine. Hey, that's not mangoes.
let's do some fucking. Let's see if anybody else has like made a video along the lines of how to stay calm. Like how?
Raj. Hey, where did you go, man?
In any situation. Let's see what are the advices that range and stuff, and then we can like. Okay, where is this?
Gandalf Gunman. I have yet to find a better method of contraception than reading the Raj's Aswada questions.
Your favorite athlete closes in for a victorious win. The
Raj.
crowd holds its breath, and at the crucial moment, she misses the
Why
shot.
are watching How to Become
That
Clan?
competitor just experienced the phenomenon known as choking, where despite months, even years of practice, a person fails right when it matters most. Choking is common in sports, where performance often occurs under intense pressure and depends on key moments. And
Okay,
yet,
this is about
performance
choking.
anxiety
This is not
also
about.
haunts public speakers, contestants in spelling bees, and even world-famous musicians. Most people intuitively blame it on their nerves. But why does being nervous undermine expert performance?
W TED
There are
Talk,
two sets
hopefully
of
they have
theories,
a mango
which
analogy.
both say that primarily choking under pressure boils
What
down
is this
to
you are
focus.
watching?
First,
Always
there are the
faded.
distraction theories.
Dinner time.
These suggest that performance suffers when the mind is preoccupied with worries, doubts, or fears,
Gandalf Gunman.
instead of focusing its attention
Chat
on
is
performing the
extra
task at
unhinged
hand.
tonight.
When relevant and irrelevant thoughts compete for the same attention, something has to give. The brain can only process so much information at once.
Bro, why are you watching?
Tasks that
choking?
challenge working
Please
memory,
watch
the
ball.
mental scratch pad we use to temporarily store phone numbers and grocery lists, are especially vulnerable to pressure. In a 2004 study, a group of university students were asked to perform math problems, some easy, others more complex and memory intensive. Half the students completed both problem types with nothing at stake, while the others completed them when calm and under pressure. While everyone did well on the easy problems, those who were stressed performed worse on the more difficult, memory-intensive tasks. Explicit monitoring theories make up the second group of explanations for choking under pressure. They're concerned with how pressure can cause people to overanalyze the task at hand. Here, the logic goes that once a skill becomes automatic, thinking about its precise mechanics interferes with your ability to do it. Tasks we do unconsciously seem to be most vulnerable to this kind of choking. A study on competitive golfers compared their performance when instructed to simply focus on putting as accurately as possible, versus when they were primed to be acutely aware of the mechanics of their putting stroke. Golfers usually perform this action subconsciously, so those who suddenly tuned in to the precise details of their own moves also became worse at making accurate shots. Choking may not be inevitable for everyone, though. Research suggests that some are more susceptible than others, especially those who are self-conscious, anxious, and afraid of being judged.
This is not a good video.
Bro, one doubt when you take a bite using a spoon. What is the speed of travel from your hand to your mouth?
What? Okay, let's listen to this one. I look like the exact title.
This video was made possible by Brilliant, a math and science problem-solving website that makes learning fun and rewarding. When life feels out of control, it's important to know how to stay calm. And in his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius, the last of the 5 good emperors of Rome, offers us several insights on how to do this. By practicing the following 5 virtues, you'll be able to embrace uncertainty and stay calm in most situations. The first virtue is acceptance.
Bro, how many
Marcus
times
wants
you
us
chew
to
to
accept
swallow
things
in
the
your
way they
stomach?
are and not deny reality. In his Meditations, he wrote, quote, "Something happens to you? Good. It was meant for you by nature, woven into the pattern from the beginning. If you believe that everything that happens to you is meant to happen to you,
what is the speed
then you'll
of your
more
hand
easily
to touch
be
your
able
food?
to accept it. And once you accept your current situation, you will instantly feel a little more calm, knowing
Yes.
that where you
Oh,
are
that
right
was
now
that
is
that
where you
came
are.
from the example that I was doing.
Doberman.
As well.
Marcus Aurelius has a lot of teachings, stoicism.
Are meant to be, and that this is not an accident. Accepting the present is the first step to changing your future. The second virtue Marcus talks about is mindfulness. In meditations,
what
he
is the
says,
speed of your
quote,
eyes catching your
forget
YouTube video
everything
frame?
else. Keep hold
I
of
know,
this
man.
alone and remember it. Each of us lives only now, this brief instant. The rest has been lived already or is impossible to see. Marcus wants us to focus
you are
on the
ignoring
present
my
moment
massages by
and our
Bro.
next action. Because
Thank
the
you.
past is merely a memory, and the future is uncertain. What is certain is what you are working on right now. And if you do it with the best of intentions and to the best of your ability, that's the most that you can do, and fate will handle the rest. By focusing on the present moment, you will start to feel more calm. You will eliminate the anxiety that comes from worrying about the unchangeable past
Pandy
or the
Landy,
unknowable
day
future.
57 of
Focusing
random
on what
Pandy
you are
Landy
working
makes
on
no
right
sense.
now is the most productive use of your time.
I am done
The
with
third
doubts
virtue
today,
Marcus
faced with
talks
tears
about
of joy,
is
faced with tears of
discrimination,
joy.
which means being able to differentiate between the things that are in your control and the things that are not. He writes, quote, remember, nothing belongs to you but your flesh and blood, and nothing else is under your control. What's most under your control is your body, mind, and actions, or in other words, your self-expression.
Wally.
You can control how
Big
you
Eid
express
Mubarak.
yourself in this world, but you can't control how the world will react to you. You can say something with the best of intentions, but it can still be misinterpreted. You can spend years working on a song, film, or book, but you can't force people to like you. You can dress up warmly, but you can't stop it from raining. Your actions and self-expression are in your control, but the reactions of the world are not. When you realize and accept this, you will feel a little calmer, knowing that most things are out of your control, and your only responsibility is to focus on your own actions. The fourth virtue Marcus talks about is judgment. He writes, quote, don't treat anything as important except doing what your nature demands and accepting what nature sends you. Marcus warns us to be smart about the things we judge as important. He believes that the truly important thing in life is to live virtuously, in pursuit of justice, honesty, self-control, and courage. Or in other words, being a good person. When we judge the wrong things as important, such as wealth, fame, or looking good in front of others, we tend to feel more anxious, because these things are largely out of our control and depend on other people. But when we value the right things as important, such as living virtuously and being a good person, we feel more calm and peaceful, because being a good person is always under our control. The fifth virtue Marcus talks about is adaptability. He writes, quote, frightened of change? But what can exist without it? What's closer to nature's heart? Can you take a hot bath and leave the firewood as it was? Eat food without transforming it? Can any vital process take place without something being changed? Can't you see? It's just the same with you, and just as vital to nature. Change is the nature of the universe. All things are in constant flux and motion. The world is constantly moving forward, so if you stand still, you will get left behind. An unwillingness to change is unnatural. If the times are changing, you have to be willing to change with the times. When you accept that it is natural and mandatory for yourself and the world to change, then you will feel a little more calm. So by practicing these 5 virtues, acceptance, mindfulness, discrimination, judgment, and adaptability, you can be more like Marcus Aurelius, the last of the 5 good emperors of Rome, embracing change and staying.
So basically, yes. Again, so here this is what I don't like. Yeah. like your solution to staying calm here is practicing all of these things. But how do you begin to practice these things? How do you know the actionable measures as to how you're practicing these things? Like there should be like a foundation as to like, you know, there should be some sort of like a ritual or way to practice these as well.
It's hard.
No, like consciously practice this. Not the difference between consciously practicing these things in like, you know, at lower level, like, you know, let's say for things like what if I don't get tea or something, alright, then like, you know, being mindful and like going like, alright, okay, I don't I can't have tea, it's fine, like, you know, that's just how the world is going. That's very menial or something. Just like that, the actionable steps towards building a habit of this kind of thinking, like being mindful of these things. Most decisions are made by your subconscious.
Doberman. I mean, it sounds like the key and easy, but in moments when that's tested hard.
Yeah.
Doberman. Facts.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Rushank Rahaja. Hello, Wilson. Sorry I had to leave the Pokemon conversation we were having a while ago.
Oh, man.
Someone had come home.
We all want peace of mind, but often fail to achieve it. We worry about our workload, if money will last until payday, what our friends, colleagues, and even strangers think of us. Our minds endlessly circle around everything that could possibly go wrong. Even when we achieve something or solve a problem, we just start to worry about the next thing. Problems are real. We can lose our job. Illness can strike. Relationships fall apart. It feels like our worries will never change, and we're all alone. We tend to blindly follow this way of thinking, even if it's unhelpful and makes us miserable. But ultimately, tranquility and anxiety both come from our own minds. To overcome anxiety, we need to build up good habits based on a realistic and much more far-sighted outlook. Simply put, if we want peace of mind, we need to think differently. Guard your mind, the Buddha advised.
How? That
We
is
should
the
believe
think
everything.
differently, but like what are the actionable steps? Like, you know, where you can like stop from like, right, okay, now this is like building up.
Though hit the key areas.
Yes.
Doberman. Well-rounded areas.
Yeah.
We think, but take responsibility for ourselves and actively deal with our problems. Just as we've all got the ability to learn new skills or languages, we can also train our minds to cultivate happiness and peace through meditation. If we spend a moment every morning to set ourselves up for the day ahead, guarding our minds becomes second nature, something that naturally arises whenever we're frustrated or low. To start your meditation, take 3 deep breaths.
Telling us to meditate. So at like 4 or something. Yeah, I think I'll like continue to research this, you know, and see like what are the other perspectives and stuff, and like that's the literature on peace of mind, right?
Byron Williams. Hello, Sean. Hope all is well.
Man, all is well. Did you watch the new video? Go watch the new video, right? And also just watch it fully so it gets watch time. Yes. That is all I need you for. Give me watch time. Wait. Byron, I am fucking I am destroyed right now.
Say underscore true one. Wilson, it looks like you are in a school.
Oh man, I am in a school. I'm loving this. Okay, yeah,
Doberman. How the brainstorm going?
Oh, it's going good.
Say underscore true one. Especially that clock on the wall, lol, it reminds me of the ones that they had up when I was in school.
It's not a PSC. Sorry, it didn't change it correctly. I'm brainstorming. I'm making videos and stuff. So because as we discussed before, it is making a video is gonna be the only way to do to make the channel grow. Yeah, so it's brainstorming, making videos, and like just putting them out there. That's why I seem a bit more occupied nowadays as well. I'm sure you guys understand this, but like I have not forgotten. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, some might think that like, oh my god, he's just like doing his own shit. Like it's, but I think most of you guys are like adults enough to like understand. Yeah.
that. But then Buddhist concept. Even Buddha himself, you see, stated, "Oh, my follower, monks, scholars, should not accept my teaching out of faith, out of devotion, but rather thorough investigation and experiment." And then also Buddha stated, "You are your own master, so therefore ultimately responsibility entirely on your own shoulders." When you pray,
You are also a socialist, and because of that, why wouldn't President Trump target you and by extension target New Yorkers?
I don't think there's any question that there's any mayor here that will be free from being attacked by Donald Trump. What's more important, however, is that we have a mayor who will actually fight back, and that's what I will do. I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in. And the difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump in D.C. I don't have to pick up the phone for Bill Ackman or Ken Langone. I have to pick up the phone for the more than 20,000 New Yorkers who contributed an average donation of about $80 to break fundraising records and put our campaign in second place.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo, you want to respond? Yeah. Mr. Mandami is very good on Twitter with videos, but he actually produces nothing. Trying to accuse me of lying. He also called President Obama a liar and said President Obama was evil. So take everything with a grain of salt. Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mandami like a hot knife through butter. He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed 3 bills. That's all he's done. He has no experience with Washington, no experience in New York City. He would be Trump's delight. Brief response, Mr. Mandami, then we have to move on.
Look, it's true that I don't have experience with corrupt Trump billionaires who are funding my campaign. I don't have experience with party politics and insider consultants. I do have experience, however, with winning $450 million in debt relief for thousands of working class taxi drivers and actually delivering our working class people.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Lander? Mr. Lander, you presented yourself as a tough-talking Trump resistor, but as mayor, you're expected, you are also a...
Oh my god, how are people in their 20s right now surviving?
Whoa, what the fuck?
Man, I have a wife and 1 child. By all accounts, I'm successful. I have 1.4 million subscribers on YouTube, and I'm barely surviving. I have a very small house, 1,300 square feet. I drive a 2012 Tahoe. I don't have savings or anything. I'm sure it's not just a problem with people in their 20s, people in their 30s. If my wife didn't have me, even though she had a 5-year career in insurance, that she did pretty good, she wouldn't be able to even get an apartment. They start at like $1,800, and then you gotta prove that you make 3 times that. What? Who makes 3 times that? And then older people are like, oh, the millennials and Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they're not having enough kids. Duh! What are you talking about? We're just trying to survive, literally pay bills. Like, can't even buy a house anymore.
That's true. Real shit. Oh my god. I'm gonna curl up in a ball.
Good night.
I think.
Divacies. Shabbat Shabbat.
Hello.
Divacies. Bonjour. Deepcraft. Speak, Mr. Wilson. Deepcraft. I studied physics for 6 years and Scientology denied my application. What am I doing wrong? I wanted to be like South Park chef into the Scientology.
Whoa.
Paris Saint Germain family.
Whoa. The camera is here. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. I am very sorry for my actions against you and my comments about your wife. I am a better man and am sorry I would say those things. Paris Saint Germain family. Yo, how is it going? Mr. Wilson is always live.
It's going good.
Deepcraft. I watched South Park and Chef made me think about black women.
Okay. Oh, I'm just thinking. I'm just jotting down some ideas and stuff.
Paris Saint Germain
How you
family.
doing?
Yeah, me too, Willison. I'm so sorry for spamming cozy. It's just my favorite word.
Okay. Alright. Good shit.
Deepcraft. And I don't even understand why black women don't watch me. South Park Chef was my dream girl, and they'll never have her. Deepcraft. How can I pull South Park Chef? Deepcraft. I need advice of Pakistan Chad. Paris Saint Germain family. Also, Wilson, please do the Rick thing. Do what's best for you. Please do not make any dangerous, mistaken, unnecessary actions against anyone. Your actions always have a way of coming back to you. Deepcraft. Is it weird that South Park Chef makes me foam at the mouth?
like you inseparably combined. Since I didn't see you get banned. Oh yeah, that happened a while back. Like about 10 to 15 days. I just started a new channel. Streams. I am free. Denied. I'm sorry, man. Like I'm not in the mood for like trolley dudes coming in here and stuff. It's yeah. I was deeply disappointed that day. Yeah. And I'm not your dad, bro. Now I'm talking to this Bernard. I'm not your dad, bro. Like, you know, fucking take it easy. Yeah. This will be a learning experience for you. Okay, I warned you that I don't want this in my channel, so I'm just banning you. It's just like, that was just my. Yep. So I'm banning you, Colombian water. I think I made it very, very clear, right, that I don't want this here. Okay. And you were there when I made it clear. Okay. And so he this. Yeah.
Imagine your anxieties as a black balloon. All the fears, hopes, disappointments, and jealousy. We can burst this balloon by thinking more realistically.
I don't want to have to like repeat myself again. Yes. How you doing, Shushan? Are you okay, Wilson, with the channel ban thing? It sucks. Yeah, it is what it is, man.
They actually have on YouTube, there's a video of him playing the tune, but they also made it like an MTV video, so kind of moving around the city, and it's kind of cool. It was really wonderful. So it really displays his optimism. I'd like to play one of my favorite all-time ballads. It's a tune by Jimmy Rolls called
Sean Jason. At Schematic, what do you mean by channel ban?
The channel thing, bro, my YouTube channel. I think that's what they are.
Sean Jason. Your old channel is still up though.
Yeah.
Sean Jason. Why you dull Wilson?
I'm done. I'm just high. I was just thinking about something. Yeah, I'm gonna like be very careful not to harbor like a place for like right. This is a place for trolling and shit, right? And like drama and all of that stuff. I'm not. I'd rather have 0 viewers than like control people.
he was one of the first really incredible bass players in the 50s. He was a great composer, band leader, and he wrote a tune called Empiricism, which is a bass player. You might know.
Sean Jason. I'm gonna sleep. Good night, Wilson.
Good night.
Now he said nobody ever told him it was the hardest key, so I think it was probably easy for him. You know. Anyways, I'm not going to do that one. I did it many years ago with Mary McFarland, but she changed it to a S key. That wasn't fair. But this one's called The Bird One.
Super fantasy. Speak how hard is Wilson's forehead is the question we are asking.
Is that the question we're asking?
Super fantasy. High amount of strength and weight jumping and whatnot.
Exactly. Yes. What do you mean even at this age? I'm old, but I'm not that old.
dad played bass, and he had a bunch of jazz records laying around the house that, you know, they were great records. And when I bought my first record on my own, there was about a 15-year gap. And the first record I bought had a bass player that kind of played like a machine gun. But I mean, all these chops, he played a lot of notes. And Oscar Pettiford was an extremely melodic bass player. And I remember my dad said to me, he says, you know, you don't have to play a lot of notes. I said, but Dad, look at what's happened in 15 years. It's not that way. So, one time, when I'd gone to a music camp, you switched, it was in the period where you switch from gut strings to steel strings. And steel strings, you don't have calluses or rip the hell out of your fingers and calluses. So I'd injured myself, and, you know, when it came time to play the concert at the end of the session, I had a feature on a tune called I Can't Get Started. And I couldn't play any of my stuff, which was all, probably wasn't that good to begin with. But, so I had to play more like my father, which my father played like Oscar Pettiford. And I found out in a hurry that playing melodically is really difficult. You know, there's a lot you gotta know. And I didn't know it at that time. So Oscar Pettiford was a big influence on me from an early age. I remember I had album covers on my wall in my bedroom. Because he was like one of my idols. So it's really great that sorry Oscar, I butchered it a little bit, but I gave it a try. We'd like to play one more tune. This is You, the Night, and the Music.
YouTube have a morning.
ईद की दावत में हो जाए बिरयानी टिक्का और कढ़ाई सरासर तो हर खाने के बाद
You don't need to be nervous.
No, I'm not. I just...
They don't care that you're white, Dan.
No. I know they don't. I just want them to like me.
I know you do, baby, but there's really nothing to worry about. You'll fit right in.
Yeah?
Come on. Hey, guys!
Wilson!
Guys, this is my boyfriend, Dan.
Derek Wilson. Nice to meet you.
Oh, God. Is that a dab? That's a dab, right? Yeah? Okay, great. All right, yeah, well, yeah. Here we go. Let's dab him. Just dab him. What am I talking about? What's a fucking handshake? He wants a handshake. What did you say? God damn it, man. You're fucking blowing it. Just fucking dab the guy.
Step 1 in how to blend in. Perfect the disguise. As you can see, I painted my entire body from head to toe to perfectly match the color of this living room's wallpaper.
Dan, nice to meet you, Mr. Wilson. Dan, hey, how's it going? I've heard a lot about you guys, so... Oh, nice. Bulldogs fan?
You a football guy? Yeah, Emma's last boyfriend didn't even know a single thing about sports.
He was never my boyfriend. We went out on like 4 dates.
Step 2. Ask yourself why you're doing this. Why do you want to become something that you're not? For me, it's simple. I want to spy on my ex-girlfriend.
What was his name again, sweetie? Was it Todd?
No. It was like, it was something weird. It was like Craig or Craig.
It was Mike, right?
Yeah.
Why are we talking about this?
Step 3. Minimize any movements. You may be painted to the wall, but you're not invisible. So make sure to regulate your breathing and at all costs avoid...
What's this?
Good eye. My old man painted this when he was a soldier in the Vietnam War.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yep, that was a view from his POW camp.
Emma never told me that her grandfather was a prisoner of war. That's horrible.
Well, that's because I never told her. I never told anyone that.
Are you boring my new boyfriend already?
Step 4. Get comfortable. If you've made it this far, you're probably in it for the long haul.
So, you gonna tell me about this ex-boyfriend?
Oh, him? He's a nobody. If it makes you feel any better, his dick would like invert on itself when we had sex.
What?
Like when he was aroused, his dick would get smaller and not bigger.
What the fuck?
I know. He had some strange disease or something. I don't know if you could even call what we did sex.
Holy shit. Poor guy.
Emma, Dan, can you get some lunch?
You go ahead. I'm just gonna tie my shoe.
Step 5, commit fully. If for some reason they do start to suspect something, do not react. And if all else fails, say something confusing to make them question their own sense of reality instead of yours. I am the law.
Dan, get in here. Your food's getting cold.
Wow, Mr. Wilson, this food looks delicious.
Wait, did Emma tell you about how her ex's penis gets inverted? Yeah. The pictures are insane.
Yeah,
gross.
All right. It's not that funny. You know, I saw that poor boy on Arthur Street the other day. He's homeless. He's one of those beggars who paints himself to look like a statue for money.
I mean, if I could do that with my penis, I'd probably be turning tricks on the street too.
Oh my god.
Mr. Wilson?
You're gonna fit in just fine here, son.
There I am, blending in yet again, this time with my awesome...
Wow.
Hey guys, my name is Chad. Alpha Chad to you. We haven't really checked in on the alphas in a while because in 2021, 2022, there would be a new one spouting the craziest takes you'd ever heard, like women don't have hobbies or you should tan your body. But now in 2025, that's just every Instagram reel. That's just every single Instagram reel that you ever see ever. It's kind of like pointing out a cow to your friends when you're driving through the city versus when you're driving through the country. They're not gonna be very surprised. This is a cow farm. There's gonna be cows outside. But recently I found two alphas that are so fascinating to me that I have to point them out to you, no matter where we're driving. If you watch reels for over an hour every day, don't do that. So do I. Then you've maybe seen this guy before.
His favorite whiskey, Johnny Walker. What do I do at duty free? Fucking Johnny Walker. That night, sipping the Johnny Walker in the war room by myself with him, chilling.
Luke Belmar is a biohacking, crypto trading, e-commerce-ing, alpha finance bro millionaire.
Give me a $10 million contract every 4 months.
By the way, I didn't realize what biohacking was until a few days ago. Apparently, it just means changing your diet and routine to try and improve your life. That's obviously a simplified definition, but based on the term they've been using, I thought it was a lot more serious than that.
Biohacking is your ability to reverse engineer life. Bio means life. Hacking through it is your ability to figure out the most optimal ways to experience life.
So it kind of seems like they've just alpha-fied taking care of themselves. Hey bro, you want to film a podcast episode real quick? Because we need to convince ourselves we're doing something fiscally profitable in order to sincerely talk to each other. Sorry dude, I can't. I'm biohacking. Bro, what? You're biohacking? That's crazy, dude. That's impressive, for real. Yeah, thanks. I know. I'll let you get back to it, okay? You focus up, alright? I'll talk to you later. Okay, see you, bro. This is actually one of the best apples I've ever fucking had. Luke posts a lot of clips of himself on various podcasts saying things I think are meant to be insightful, but usually make no sense.
I think people need to start studying words. Look at a bank. Right? What is a bank? Riverbank. Right. What does the riverbank do? It controls the flow. The flow of what? The flow of the current. The currency. If it's controlling the currency, it's also controlling the what? The flow. The flow of what? The cash flow.
He's always talking about his success and how much money he has, so he posts a lot of advice to people wanting to become more like him. Wealthy, cool, charismatic.
Because
those things are very helpful.
Because
And a lot of his videos are him explaining how we can start making money just like him. So let's go ahead and dive in. That's foreshadowing for later in the video. It'll make sense later. We'll get to that. To being rich, guys. Ask rich people to give you money. Pretend to be their friend so you can use them for personal financial gain. It's a side hustle because you're hustling them. At the end of this clip, he also says somehow even worse advice. If you guys want to make money, literally just make money. Print it yourself in your garage. It's all about positioning yourself into prison. Don't worry though, this is not the only groundbreaking advice he has for making money.
when was the last time you sat down with a blank piece of paper and just like brainstormed? Ever heard of that?
Yes, I'm pretty sure they have heard of that. He has so many people listening to him right now. They're hanging on every word he says, and he uses that opportunity to ask if they've ever heard of journaling.
I got a problem at the top. Give me a fucking 100 solutions for that problem. Oh, I don't know what to do. Shut the fuck out. What's gonna happen? Relax, G.
This isn't gonna help anyone become rich alpha bros, so I feel like he must have some kind of other motivation for trying to get them to use paper. Like maybe he secretly works at Dunder Mifflin. When's the last time you took a piece of paper and just appreciated it? When's the last time you ordered 80 boxes of 8x10 in ultra white? Tipping your salesman 40%. Ever heard of it? Ever heard of that? Have you ever heard of that? Have you? And while we're at it, have you ever heard of today's sponsor? This video is sponsored by Midas Merch. Midas Merch is a free to download mobile game that you can play on Mix Lore by Nyx, how cute little creatures Sweetie, or you named after these. So let's watch this one, literally called Luke Belmar's Steps to Be Rich. This has got to be what we're looking for.
1. Go get spring water. Don't drink Dasani purified water. It's gonna hook you up.
Water is gonna hook me up.
2, once you have a little bit of money, start eating super clean, super organic. Understand that the food that you consume has pesticides, has chemicals.
Once I have money, which I still don't have, because that's what this tutorial is supposed to tell me.
Don't use a microwave. Microwave, you're literally cooking your food.
Microwave will cook food.
Neglect celebrities. Don't give a celebrities. They're just dirt.
Ignore celebrities, even though we're supposed to be making rich friends, and they probably won't want to be our friend if we call them dirt and stuff.
Yo, drop me a $250,000 wire.
For someone who's always talking about the meaning of words,
I think people need to start studying words.
he seems to not understand the ones in step by step. We still don't know how to get rich like him. This wasn't even unhelpful advice. This was advice for after we've done the thing we needed advice for. What's up, guys? Today I'm going to be showing you how to tie a shoe. This is just a quick step-by-step. As you can see, my shoes are already tied. Go fuck yourself. Don't put food in here, by the way. It'll make it cold. Be careful. Is that Chris Hemsworth? Oi, it's me, Chris Hemsworth. Get the fuck out of here, Chris. I'm gonna beat you up. You're gonna be so Thor tomorrow. I think one of the funniest things about Luke, though, is that he is completely obsessed with the Tate brothers. You know, the convicted human traffickers. You know, some of the worst people on the planet, some of the worst people alive right now. He talks about Andrew's brother Tristan so frequently and with so much excitement that it's like he's a freshman in high school getting to hang out with the mean, popular seniors.
Tristan Tate got us lit on Blue Label, Johnny Walker, $250 cigars, $500 cigars, right? What an experience. So we're gonna go hang out with him today again. Dude, the guy did a 5-day fast. First thing how he breaks his fast, cigars and whiskey. And still outruns us. What a G, bro.
Dude, this guy starved himself, spent $1,000 on consumable goods, and still trafficked women right after. That guy is sick, dude. In the head. He's fucked up.
Your favorite car, bro?
The red one, the Aston Martin.
Tristan thinks well, guys. Critical thinking, I fucking love it.
Hello? Who, Luke? Yeah, he's here. One sec. It's Krispy Kreme. They said they want to offer you a job. They said because you're so good at glazing. He didn't even explain his thought process for why this is his favorite car. He just said the color. He literally just said the color of the car. That didn't even take regular thinking.
The red one.
Luke reacts to everything Tristan says like Tristan is paying him, which he might be.
Yo, drop me a $250,000 wire.
Tristan Tate is a dirt. Allegedly. Most definitely. Allegedly. 1000% for sure, no doubt in my mind. Allegedly. It's like Luke is on payroll and he's trying to keep his job. I think we should move this filing cabinet over there. Yes. Genius. That's why this guy's in charge. Right? No, actually I hate that spot. That's the worst spot in the building. And I've always thought that. I've always said that. I don't know, maybe we should move the filing cabinet to my butt? But then it'll be in the way. How will I kiss it? Your butt. How will I hold it and kiss it and make out with it then? It's so crazy whenever people talk about the Taints like they're literal gods because again, they're convicted human traffickers. And second, the least alpha thing you can do is look up to a man. Like, why are you looking up? What were you doing down there? It's also such a public way to announce what kind of person you are to the world. Like, this is where you want to be. This is where you want to end up. This is your guy. Wooly Willy is your guy. I think this gives a pretty good idea of what kind of person Luke Belmar is because wanting to be around the Tate brothers is like wanting to be inside a toilet bowl because it means you're probably a big piece of shit. The water advice is pretty recurrent in all of Luke's teachings. It keeps coming up.
You can do Mountain Valley spring water. You can do Avian. Evian, I love Evian. Yeah, those are good ones. It's good. Fiji? No.
He refuses to drink any regular water. It has to be specifically approved brands of bottled water. And he tends to project this mindset onto others around him.
Today I went to the dentist and she's like, can you rinse out your mouth? And I'm like, I'm not rinsing out my mouth with tap water. Even the monkey knows. Natural spring water, none of this tap water bullshit, bro.
The monkey was drinking the water, though. It seemed like it was having a good time until you approached it with the gentleness of a koala. See, even monkeys know water is bad. I feel like once again he was inspired by the Taint brothers and Andrew always talking about bottles of water. I mean bottle of water. Bottles of water. I don't know when or why this mindset started, but maybe this clip has something to do with it.
Hey, your little 13-year-old daughter has acne. Let's put her on birth control to regulate her emotions. And now you put 100 million women in the United States on birth control. It goes to your urine. That estrogen goes into the water. So now you have all these feminized men drinking this tap water.
I guess this explains his and his fellow alpha's fear of water, because the mark of a true alpha is being scared of the basis of pretty much all life. We're not scared of anything, except for 71% of the planet. Luke also has a tendency to make up numbers, which isn't a great characteristic to have as a finance expert.
Now you have 100 million women urinating highly estrogenated urine.
Where did 100 million come from? I love making up numbers based on nothing. I like my statistics how I like my hemorrhoids. Extracted from my ass. People who typically use birth control are in the age range of like 15 to 45. It's different for everybody. That age range in the US is only 66 women. 66 million. Not just, there's actually 66 women in the US, and I'm one of them. I'm the best one. And of that number, only about 15% use the pill. So that's less than 10 million. Where did all those extra millions come from? I thought this guy was supposed to know all about millions.
I've been able to capitalize on this digital gold rush. I've been able to generate millions of dollars.
Sure hope this isn't the same math he's using to calculate his net worth. So overall, with assets and investments, I'm probably worth around 20 million. Nice. What about liquid? Where? It's actually totally fine that we haven't learned anything of value yet from these videos because Luke has an online course that he sells.
Now I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that there's people your age making an absolute fucking killing online, whether it's through e-commerce, drop shipping, crypto.
He has an online course that makes him most, if not all of his income. What? So what is happening? Who could have seen this happening? Why didn't you warn us both? It's technically not just courses he's selling. It's actually a club where you get exclusive opportunities to connect with fellow entrepreneurs, which is something you can do on Instagram.
All you have to do is comment the words Capital Club, and I'll send you a private link so that you can tune into this private event.
Do you guys think it's private? Sorry guys, I just didn't catch if it was private or not. Could you guys let me know if it was private or not? Here are some examples of the exclusive connections you can make after giving Luke and his entourage up to $15,000.
What do you guys do? Full-time trading. Full-time trading? Yeah. What markets? Forex and commodities. Where's my commodity? Alright, there you go. Connect. Alright, doesn't matter. Connect. Doesn't matter. Connect.
You'll also receive priceless mentoring like this.
Are you going to the gym every day? No, you're not. Are you sleeping well? No, you're not. I see eye bags under your eyes. So what you need from... Bro, come here. First of all.
Good thing this is inspirational, right? Otherwise it would just seem like he's making fun of this person's appearance.
I see eye bags under your eyes.
Do you work out? Don't answer. I know you don't. Do you wash your face? No. Your pores are like craters. What am I looking at? I can't tell if I'm looking at skin or the surface of the moon. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I slept with your mom, okay? Now that we've mastered the financial aspect of alphafication,
Give me a $10 million contract.
let's move on to the physical one by learning from our next alpha, Ashton Hall. He can run very, very fast for undisclosed distances. He can dive into water. He can dive his face into water. Ashton Hall is a daily routine influencer who shows himself throughout the day as he gets ready to go places and then does things at those places. By the way, Chris James is how I learned about this guy because I deleted X from my phone. I couldn't stand to be there or look at it anymore. So everybody say, thank you, Chris James. Thank you. Is he gone? Thank God. That guy has 2 first names. Like, how many do you need? Don't be greedy. Ashton has been getting a lot of attention over this last month for how crazy and unrealistic his routine is. For example, he starts the day by waking up at 3:50 or 3:55 in the morning. And there's really no reason to do that. The sun's not out, so you can't see anything. Businesses aren't open, so you can't go anywhere. The worms aren't even awake, so you can't even get one of those even. I'm a little biased though because I hate early risers. I don't mean I hate rising early. I mean I hate people who rise early. The people that I know who wake up absurdly early in the morning only do it so they can tell me about it. Obviously, if your schedule demands it, that's different, but I hate when people act like waking up early is a productive achievement in and of itself. You're just waking up at a different time. That doesn't mean that it's a better time, especially if you're like Ashton Hall and went to bed at 7 p.m. Actually sleeping more than most people. He goes to sleep at 7 and then doesn't wake up until 3:50 in the morning. That's almost 9 hours of sleep. Why am I doing so much math in this video? His morning routine video that went super viral says this in the caption: day 191 of the morning routine that changed my life. 3:50 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Sin lives late at night. If you're dealing with a weak mind, bad decisions, or lack of productivity, go to sleep early. Sin lives late at night. It's still night when you wake up. Sin is still around. He says variations of this phrase a lot.
Brother, what do you mean, how do I wake up at 3:50 a.m.? Listen, I go to sleep early because temptation lives late at night.
But if your willpower goes away the second the sun goes down, you probably have really weak willpower. You're still the same person no matter what time it is. So if you're making bad decisions, you can still do that during the day. Hey, you want to be in this 70-person orgy with us? There is nothing I'd like more. Sure. Yeah. I can't even begin to express how much I want to do this and how long I've wanted to do this and how much I appreciate you asking me and including me in this. What time is it? It's 5 a.m. I can't do this. But you just said you were gonna... I'm not that person anymore. It was 10 seconds ago. Ashton spends the rest of his mornings doing various things between each round of putting his face into ice water. Dipping his face into ice water is kind of like his checkpoint throughout the day. And he only does it with this specific brand of bottled water. He doesn't use tap water. He doesn't even use tap water to rinse his mouth after brushing his teeth. Luke Belmar is beaming.
I'm not rinsing out my mouth with tap water.
He's smiling with his teeth that are untainted by regular plain water. The only taint in his mouth is Tristan. Sometimes Ashton will show himself doing his skincare and hair care routine. Hey, do you want it to grow or not? These two things just canceled each other out. I'm getting mixed signals. He just row gained and then row lost. He also uses Sensodyne toothpaste, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just feel like maybe his teeth would be less sensitive if he didn't constantly expose them to iced water. After Ashton is done waking up in the mornings, he usually goes onto his balcony to drink more water. My favorite part of this is when he squats after finishing his push-ups to drink more water, because the wind moves his pant legs around, but when I first saw it, I just thought his legs were shaking. Yep, just finished doing push-ups for 16 minutes straight. That is actually literally gonna make my legs hurt tomorrow. One of the weird things about Ashton's content is how his wife is included in it. Actually, it doesn't even feel right to use the word included because she's not included. It's just her hands. She doesn't have a name or a face. She's literally just a pair of hands. Usually when other people show up in his videos, they're actually shown.
Speak Yo, is that Lily the Elder?
No.
But not her. She's just here to serve. She brings him water to dip his face in, obviously. She serves him his meals, and he doesn't even look at her.
Thank you.
Why does he need someone to bring him food anyway? He's been awake for 5 hours at this point, and he couldn't find time to scramble an egg. He could have just done it here when he stood in place for 4 minutes straight. He could have just stood in front of an oven instead, or a stove. I mean, can you cook eggs in an oven? I don't know. My wife makes them for me. His wife's hands also pick up his messes. They clean up after him. She cuts up his bananas so he doesn't have to eat them the gay way. She even has to dress him sometimes.
Thank you.
The way these are filmed makes it seem like he is a knight preparing for some kind of jousting tournament, and she's a squire. She's just there.
Your chain, sire. I am but a lowly street urchin, and it is my greatest honor to place this adornment upon your regal nape. Break a leg, break both, I fucking hate you.
And this is definitely intentional. He definitely wants to come across as if he is basically royalty, with people escorting him places and carrying his stuff for him. He even has his wife draw him a bath.
Thank you.
And it works. He definitely comes across that way. He does seem like he's royalty because he's a little princess. Ashton is also a self-acclaimed fitness coach, so he shows us a lot of his workout routines. And I say self-acclaimed because literally anyone can say they're a fitness coach. You don't have to have any kind of certification to say that. You also don't need any kind of certification to have an app where you sell fitness courses for $20 a month or $90 a year. You can just do that. Fitness coach. Yeah, he's fitness coach into the back of his car. The production quality of his running videos is insane. They have 2 camera rigs set up in 2 different cars so they can drive on either side of him and film him running in super high def. They've got him in slow motion, he's covered in sweat by the end, and you would be too if you ran for less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. He doesn't even run for 10 minutes. He starts running at 7:27, and by 7:36, according to him, he's done running. He's done standing, too. He's in the air. He already did 4 minutes of that this morning. He doesn't need to do any more. He spent more time prepping and traveling to this location than he did running at this location. He could have just run down the stairs at his building instead of taking the elevator and saved himself like an hour and a half. Does that even count as a workout at that point? This is more like fleeing. He just briefly fled. He also tends to make a lot of noise during these intense runs. Wait, what's he saying? Guys, he's saying ice. Guys, he's scared of the ice water. That's why he's running away. His teeth can't take it anymore. Oh my gosh. The hands must be controlling him. They're making him do this. She's not serving him. She's serving torturous villain, baddie, bitch, puppy, slay, mother. The only reason guys like this are able to maintain these routines or waste time talking about what kind of bottled water is best is because they're already rich. They didn't get rich because of these routines. They have these routines because they are rich. They have someone doing their chores for them. They have someone taking their car to get their oil changed. They don't do regular people stuff. They're bored. They've got to do something. Just make sure you're not comparing yourself and the things you're doing to these optimized alphas or anyone online who seems like they have a productively maximized routine. Because first of all, there's no such thing as a perfect routine. We have butt cheeks. It's not that serious. And second of all, they're easy to fake. Even I could fake the perfect routine if I just took everything I've learned from Ashton and Luke today and combined them. And I'm gonna do that. Right now.
Feel the most at home. Electrolux for better living.
I promise eventually we'll stop talking about this story, but it just keeps taking more twists and turns. I'm only the messenger. Here is maybe Elon's, I don't know if you can, nearly the craziest meltdown now he's having up there. And it's at Steve Bannon as he's taking some very weird steps in relation to his Trump accusations. I'll give you all the updates. But now Elon has set his sights on Trump ally Steve Bannon, posting things like, Bannon is a criminal who oozes evil from his face like a disease. And this, of course, is Steve Bannon. To Elon Musk's credit, Steve Bannon does look like a movie villain. I never understand if you look the way that Steve Bannon looks and if you say the things that he says. I'm not saying he looks bad, but he says bad things and he has a look. Whatever that look might be. I don't know why then these folks will lean into it like they want to be seen as a villain. He wears all black, which is fine, but definitely adds to the aesthetic. And he has pins on him at all times, mini pins, and he wears 6 layers at all times for some reason. And he's just a special guy. He's a real special, fun, unique person. And then calls for the heads of Fauci to be put on pikes outside the White House. Right? So he's just wild. But Elon Musk escalated even further. We'll look at what Bannon's been saying, but there's a media article out about this. Elon Musk melts down across series of tweets attacking Bannon. And let me just read you some of the quotes. I'm going to read these verbatim. Again, I'm only the messenger, so just chill. Calling the former Trump advisor a criminal and a, quote, communist retard, among other insults, the Tesla and SpaceX CEO repeatedly accused Bannon of criminality, writing comments on X such as, Bannon advocates crime because he is a criminal. In another post, Musk declared Bannon is a criminal, then escalated his language, calling him a communist retard, and writing 3 separate times, Bannon is peak retard. And you can see he keeps responding to all sorts of Bannon things with phrases such as that. Then Bannon said of Musk they should initiate a formal investigation of his immigration status because I am of the strong belief that he is an illegal alien and he should be deported from the country immediately. Now, setting slurs aside or whatever, communist? Steve Bannon's a communist? Does that word even mean anything anymore? I don't know. But here's what Bannon's been saying about Elon, and then I'll show you the craziest thing Elon has done in this whole process. It doesn't make any sense.
So you ask Josh, every time he talks to him, he mentions, every time I was talking to him last night, we're talking about the weekend, what he's up to. Because as you know right now, he's having is it a discussion? We'll get to that in a second. President just did say, though, on Air Force One, he was going to review all the contracts. I'm just saying. Just saying.
That's one moment, and then the other.
But that's different than Elon coming in and saying, kill the bill. Yo, dude, we can't kill it. You got to work with the system to be able to change it. And obviously, we need more cuts, but I would say, man, you promised $1 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse, and you came up with nothing. Nothing.
That's a MAGA guy. We've been saying that. But that's a MAGA guy saying Elon got nothing. He contributed to the loss of life of thousands of people, as we analyzed in a segment with the wonderful Brittany Page, but he did not actually uproot fraud or waste in the government. So all of that's happening. Before giving you the big part, please do click the subscribe button. I know, that's so tacky. But a man's gotta make a living. Okay, But after all this, Elon then goes on to delete the original post. The one that was time to drop the real bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they've not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Whatever, I just said that. Wait. You can't delete it. You could have never posted it in the first place. Deleting it? As if now people are like, oh, whoops, I'm going to delete it, and then people won't notice it. After it got millions of views and everyone was talking about it. Elon Musk scrubs Trump Epstein attacks from X as Trump threatens payback. So maybe Trump scared him into submission? Elon Musk deleted a number of social media posts attacking President Donald Trump Saturday that were shared with his 200 million X followers. I hope they didn't see it. At the beginning of their public feud on Thursday. That now absent post originally said, what I just read to you, it's gone now. And then other things, like I'll apologize profusely as soon as there is a full dump of the Epstein files. Deleted, wiped. The New York Post reporting Elon Musk deletes tweet claiming Trump was in the Epstein files and first sign of VT escalation. Well, this is clearly the sign of a either scared or mentally unstable both person who is not wanting Trump to cut off all of his contracts, even as much as she said, make my day.
Man, this dude is fucking annoying.
That actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's like...
That's a really good way to deal with that. God damn. That's the issue in this conversation is the more she cooks is what she did right here, the more Charlie goes, and this is exactly why you have to stay in the kitchen, because you hurt my feelings when you're outside of the kitchen. There is no microphones in the kitchen.
I'm a feminist. My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe.
Why did you boo her? Because she said she's a feminist. Duh. I'm apolitical, and apolitical means you have to hate. You have to hate feminism. Because feminism is politics, and shitting on women is not politics. It's just like the highest state of being apolitical.
And in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't...
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
Yes. The answer is yes. Because as she also correctly pointed to, it is also socially experienced. It's like Dude, people love, Republicans especially, love playing this song and dance. Where they'll be like, race is a social construct? Okay, I'm black now. It's like, you can have biological markers of race, but the interactions and the analysis of what constitutes someone as a black person is still social, okay? Or what constitutes someone as a white person is still social. You can still socially experience these things. For example, I say I'm white all the time. Go ask an Islamophobic person if I'm white, and you will very quickly realize maybe I'm not so white because my name is Hassan and I'm Muslim and I'm from Turkey. Like, that's it. That is the perfect representation, because when you look at my skin color, or when you look at me from afar, especially if I'm like shaven and you don't know that my name is Hassan, you're not going to think that I'm anything but white, especially in the United States of America. Whereas if I was in Germany, for example, a country with a ton of Turkish migrants, then I'm automatically disqualified from being a part of the German in-group, because they have a better understanding of like what a Turkish person looks like. So they would very quickly clock me as a Turkish person and therefore not officially German. That's it. So yes, something can have biological markers while also simultaneously have a social performance associated with it, regardless of said biological markers, regardless of said biological preconditions. This is precisely the reason why when you see a trans woman, like let's say Hunter Schafer, even if you know that they are a trans woman and you want to be transphobic, if you were to point to Hunter Schafer and say, that man over there is sitting next to my bag, no one would understand who the fuck you're talking about. They would say, what do you mean? What are you saying? Like, you would not be able to communicate with other people, because gender is a social performance at the end of the fucking day. And this is before we even talk about sex and intersex people, and the fact that even a prostate or other kind of like biological markers that Charlie Kirk would present as like being the end-all be-all of womanhood also kind of fall apart, because even sex itself is not a binary. So much so that even Ben Shapiro nowadays says it's bimodal, which is at least closer to the truth.
But as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it.
Okay. By the way, I feel like this is the most pro-trans argument you're ever gonna get in the UK, because even that in and of itself is like, it's you know, how is it not binary for curiosity? Because intersex people exist. It's not 1-0. You're either a man or a woman. Even when it comes to biological sex, okay, when you talk about biology, when you talk about the biological version of sex, male versus female, even then there is a tremendous number of people that are intersex.
Okay, so you're a feminist.
Yeah, gender is not binary, and neither is sex.
This actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just to make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt. Right? So, are we understanding that there are, patterns of power? So, I would also fight for the rights of men.
Wow, that was actually a pretty good analogy to describe how men are harmed by patriarchy. Respect to this person.
As a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction.
Dude, no one is happier than they were 40 years ago. What the does that mean? Yeah, I wonder if there is an ever-present, domineering mode of existence that perhaps ruins people's hope for a better future. I don't know. I wonder if that has something to do with it.
Today, because not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah. That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. No, hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
I think that encourages...
Forget complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Brady Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control, and all of a sudden women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question, Why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women.
Yeah, women would be way happier if they were servile inside of the home. They would be way happier as opposed to, being a cog in the capitalist machine. Charlie loves capitalism. He defends capitalism unconditionally. He will never assume that that is the real problem here for all people, women or men.
And that we should respect. And that deep down, a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it.
Okay, also, ain't nobody is saying women shouldn't stay at home if they choose to do so. You're not arguing about that either. You want women to have no options. You're angry at the fact that women have the option. That's it. And because you're anti-woman, you're suggesting that women are stupid and should not even be presented with this option, because if even given the option, they'll choose the dumb option.
Man, I just want to like listen to the debate, and he's like yapping in the middle.
If I choose that. And then there's obviously the older person.
Liberalism, all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognise that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritise social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it? Do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain...
Yeah, if this is even true, which I don't know if it is, but even if it was true, the explanation for it is very simple. Reason to believe that this, then he just like jumps off to a totally irrelevant point that he just made up. You're not bringing any data. You're just simply relying on the audience to go, I agree with that. The women that tear down statues do seem angry. That's not a point. That has nothing to do with anything.
But actually, obligations.
Tear down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of.
Again, it's like...
That's a really good way to deal with that. God damn. The problem here is, the more she dominates Charlie, the more Charlie is reaffirmed in his previous position that women should never be allowed a microphone. That's the issue. That's the issue in this conversation is the more she cooks is what she did right here, the more Charlie goes, and this is exactly why you have to stay in the kitchen, because you hurt my feelings when you're outside of the kitchen. There is no microphones in the kitchen. I remember her saying she's a leftist from her combo with you. Yeah, I think so. She was also like following a bunch of random accounts that obviously it was like weird. I don't know. She seemed nice though. She seemed cool. I think she was just only like he was a little anti-sex for her, but not even all that much. You can see that women with enough privilege and wealth to not need structure created.
Correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of.
Again, it's like, it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters, because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't improve the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also, self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable. But so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure?
You would say extremely miserable?
I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like...
Yeah, she's saying she would say she's extremely miserable because she has to talk to you. Oh, God. This is the other debate technique that I also despise, which is this is like a practical application of it. You're seeing it in real time, which is my interlocutor has no capacity to be humorous or engage in like hyperbolic statements or in an effort to like entertain, say something funny. I am going to present it as though she is being utterly sincere. I have no reason to believe that this person was trying to make a joke. It's just like this weaponization of playing dumb. This weaponization of just making every statement come across as though it's perfectly sincere. And obviously, a lot of the debate pervert communities that come after me also deploy this technique with regular Discord messages where commonplace thing that people say online. Very clearly, I'm not being sincere. I'm not suicidal in any capacity. Why the would you ever take that seriously?
But hold on, I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here. Because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without...
Again, this argument in and of itself only works if you believe women are too stupid to know what's best for them. Works if you're stuck that women are somehow lesser.
I am still
clearly
Wilson.
That's fucking cool.
Married and have children in the West.
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, okay, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all...
This has nothing to do with Islam, you dumb... This is like literally a regionally specific genital practice.
Absolutely,
9/11 Muslim.
we agree on many things.
And we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on. So hold on a second.
I think that's still stupid, but the whole like where it's fundamentalist values.
Can you show me a single? Show me what would your example? Because I have picked a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women. Doug! Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Doug, your argument is to literally do what you think Sharia is a fundamentalist approach to the gender dynamic. You only attribute that to Islam because you're stupid, but like you want Christian Sharia in the God country. That's what you're arguing. That's what you're advocating for right now. You are literally advocating for that, sitting on that side of the podium. What do you mean? This is why I always say conservatives hate conservatism. Conservatives love to talk about how barbaric and backwards conservatives in other countries are, while literally demanding that we do the same in America, but within the confines of their in-group. You are a Trump supporter. You love J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance thinks women are broodmares. He's like, if lefty moving American society in that direction right now. You just down people. That's the problem.
Oh, really? We had a female woman vice president.
Dude, excuse me. A woman was vice president, and I hate her because she's a whore. Charlotte, president who was... How dare you say it? You're going to tell me America's race? Heads of state. Man, she started vice president. That was a woman.
A female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Do women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not. So, again, we were just talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear, because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is...
Islamic.
A teaching of the Islamic faith. But as
no, it's not. It's like tooth...
Please. Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted, extend personal freedom towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then you have to import the third world, and you become the third.
Oh my God! And then just like racist drivel at the end. What's the difference? A person lies. That's Charter. It's just not. That's the catch-all term for professor.
And one is worse.
Come on.
Which way around?
Russia is worse than Ukraine.
Okay, so why haven't we pursued that?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that in the whole of the current US proposition, that Ukraine is being the bad guy.
In what way? We funded Ukraine upwards to $200 billion.
Absolutely.
But we just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, not Russia.
Okay, what a way to present that as it's a benefit to Ukraine, by the way. Dude, what do you mean? We're
to give up 20% of its territory to someone who invaded it.
Well, is Crimea part of Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
That's where we don't agree.
Well, I'm afraid that's part of international treaty. That's not up for grabs.
Well, how does... Dude, this is crazy to me. Because, like, if you were to ask Charlie this, like, I don't know, 5 years ago, he would not say this. There is no way he would say this. Like, it's done orthodoxy. Also, Crimea is Russia. I don't get it. Yeah, he's like, he's saying Russian line, okay? Has to have undermines American interest.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, even Zelensky has said he's willing to give up Ukraine.
No. America signed the agreement that gave Ukraine Crimea.
Right.
When the Soviet Union ended.
Right. It was done. First of all, it never should have been done. It was largely ceremonial.
No. Peace! Charlie Carson says the Soviet Union should have never been destroyed. God. Should have never. That's what he said.
And it should be given back to Russia as a sign of good gesture to end this conflict. But who's currently controlling Crimea? Where was the Russian Navy headquartered in World War II? Where was the end of World War II? This is very...
I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that if we're being logical on what has happened, that you are now arguing against that flow. And I don't understand it. Because actually, why is Ukraine the bad guy?
No, I said they're bad, they're not the bad guy.
Yeah, well, you said they were both bad, but one was more bad.
Correct, yes.
So why is Ukraine bad?
Well, there's a lot wrong with Ukraine. First of all, they're not a democracy. Zelensky
that with the
refused to hold an
satellite countries
election.
of the time as they
Well, no,
under the U.S.
Wait, did Churchill hold an election during the war?
Because under his constitution...
Hold on, Lincoln held election.
I mean, don't get me started on, crop mismanagement, okay? We're not going to heal old wounds here right now.
That's not true. You can call an election, you can call a snap election, he's full dictator of the country.
No.
Because he knows that the people of Ukraine would kick him out immediately because he's deeply unpopular. In fact, if he wanted to show a statement to the world, he would call an election and win by 80%.
Dude, this line is so stupid. It's like, bro, what the f do you mean? Like, there is no real election. If you were election, allowing the actual for
$1 billion to. One, I have a problem with that. I have a problem with a person being propped up as a government we're sending $200 billion to that refuses even to face his voters.
Okay, I can't agree with you factually on that at all.
Okay, I mean,
constitutionally, Ukraine is not able to hold an election because it's under military law at the moment, and that's just a matter of fact.
Again, he can, as a prime minister or president.
Like, this is so silly, because I think there's a war and talking in obviously voters turn
whatever he
can't.
Okay, we're going to just go back
and an executive order and change their constitution. Okay. Neither can the American president either, so hopefully this
he could even do a ceremonial election to see where he actually stands with the people.
I think we call those opinion polls.
Yes, and they're very negative.
Firmly ahead in the opinion.
Again, but you would agree that a person that holds on to power without the...
Wait, but yeah. Okay, so Zelensky is ahead in the opinion polls. What's Charlie's response to that? They're gay and woke. Those opinion...
Sovereign is pretty questionable.
No, not in those circumstances.
Okay, then we disagree.
No, okay, that's fine. But give me another reason why you...
They are the most corrupt country in Europe that never even met the most remote standards of joining NATO. I do not know where a lot of the...
Okay, I mean, he's not wrong about that. It doesn't have anything to do with Russia invading Belarus, which is all...
This money is going.
I don't disagree that there is a problem with corruption, but the most corrupt country in Europe, are you sure about that?
I'd have to double or triple think about that, but they're very corrupt.
Okay, so that's a little bit down. That's not absolute.
I mean, well, would you...
corruption, right? I mean, let's face it.
Ukraine was an unimaginably poor country that was that was in the grips of severe, in the same, that's an incorrect assessment. Having said that, none of that has to do with
the states you're doing business with in the Gulf.
Oh, of course, but we're not giving them money, they're giving us money. That's a difference, right? Saudi Arabia is...
Oh, so it's fine.
Well, hold on a second.
It's morally acceptable to take money from corrupt people.
Well, hold on. First of all, as far as morally acceptable, you do what's best in the benefit of your country. So, for example, we were allied with Russia during the Second World War, and I'm glad we were. And I would ask you, don't forget, how much money is too much money to send to Ukraine? We're at 200 billion right now.
I don't think you have to send any more money to Ukraine.
We agree.
I think you have to agree to support them as a free country and perhaps sell them weapons. I'm very happy to sell weapons to less free countries. And I think Europe will pick up the slack, as we ought to. And I don't disagree with some of the comments about Europe not looking after its own security. I just don't get this approach, which was supposedly to end the war quickly, which now seems to be elongating it, and in doing so, throwing up a smokescreen of very variable facts, if they are facts at all, about how things occurred, which actually isn't helping things. And if people can't see that Putin is stalling,
I agree with you. I think he might be stalling.
And therefore, and I think even your president has acknowledged the fact that he thinks he might be stalling.
That's correct. So we don't have a disagreement there.
No, we don't. No,
we just have a disagreement about the efficacy of tactics. And we don't know. And I'm willing to say we could be wrong.
No. Oh, well,
of course you could be wrong in life. I mean,
we could all be wrong. But actually...
Damn. It is disastrous that the strongest showing that Charlie Kirk had was against a fucking professor, whereas the students literally destroyed him. Like, the students themselves actually cooked his ass, and the only person that Charlie Kirk at least looks like somewhat competent against is this guy who I guess is a Cambridge professor, but I don't know if he is actually a professor.
She's bringing that war to an end consistently actually isn't going very well, and I would just suggest to you, whatever tactic.
But tomorrow, if you watch this channel for any period of time, you would have seen that we have been put you on and shred apart and get repeated. As usual, let's watch the video in full and then
at Trinity Hall.
So thank you for coming, Charlie. My question to you, I mean, I'm a medical student, and so I'm going to throw out the big A word. I know you get asked about it a lot, but I want to hear from you. Your opinion is on abortion.
Life begins at conception.
But about abortion specifically, why do you think abortion is wrong specifically?
Well, you agree murder is wrong?
I agree. Okay, so this is where we get to the question, right? Because what is it about murder you say is wrong? Like, why is murder wrong?
Well, because it's a human being, not just because it has consciousness or because it's of a certain age, because it's a human.
What is it that gives human being this moral worth?
Not its consciousness necessarily.
I didn't say its consciousness.
I know that. I can imagine it's because it is a human being, because it has a soul.
And what is this soul? Where does this come from? This idea that it's...
Exactly. I mean, again, the Greeks postulated that it is the entirety of your being. Okay, you guys can laugh. I mean, it's true. I mean, every civilization has had a different belief, but agreed upon ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West and what the birth certificate of my country articulates, that every human being is more than just matter, it's more than just a clump of cells, but it also has an invisible element to you that will live beyond you.
Fine, so, I mean, can you say that comes from the Bible, or where else do you get that from?
Ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West. And again, the Declaration of Independence mentions God 4 times. The founders were explicitly believed not in a secular morality, but a divinely given one, of at least this idea that there is a God and you are not him. And let me ask you, what is the first stage of human development?
So the first, I mean, this is the thing, right? We can take it from the sperm being generated in the father and the oocyte being generated in the mother, right? They fuse at birth, conception, sorry. The only thing that happens at conception is these 2 cells fuse.
No, DNA is created. A zygote.
It's not created.
A DNA, no, that's not true. The DNA coding at the zygote. Hold on, time out.
Let me finish.
Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Charlie,
does a zygote have a unique marker?
Let me speak. You have
to answer it, yes or no. Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Define a unique marker.
Meaning, can you differentiate the DNA coding between the mother and the zygote if you examine it under a deoxyribonucleic acid analysis? Can you?
Only purely because the addition comes from the father.
Oh, so it is something different.
Charlie, DNA is not created. DNA is not created. You have, the father has his own genome, the mother has her own genome. They fuse. This is why you have the same characteristics, similar ones to your mother, similar ones to your father. That's why you have similar characteristics to your siblings. DNA is not created, right? So when you ask me, where does a human being come from? I can say to you, it starts at conception, but all conception is these 2 cells joining, right? But these 2 cells were created, the mother cells were created long before, they were created when she was a fetus. So there's none of this DNA being produced, right? So we can't establish. The only thing that happens at conception is these two cells fuse. Now this idea that means that for some reason suddenly that moral worth comes in, but it wasn't there before when you had these two cells who had half the DNA. But suddenly there's
correct. Because something magical happens at that.
It's not magical, Charlie. We know about this.
Well, hold on.
Charlie,
time out.
I'm not trying to score points on you. This is genuine.
We call it the miracle of life for a reason. We've not been able to yet replicate human life development outside of the womb.
We call it the miracle of life because yes, it's something beautiful. The ability to form a new
magical.
It's not. You say magical as in it's beautiful. It's an incredible thing that happens, of course. But it's not incredible in the sense we don't know what's going on. There's no new DNA coming out of nowhere.
Hold on, but time out. Isn't there a separate DNA though than the mother?
Yes, from the father.
Okay, yes, but it's not the father's DNA either. A new coding is created.
Charlie,
you are a blend of the two. And so when did your life begin?
Okay, so
when did your life begin?
I mean, again, this comes from what you define as where life starts. You can say life starts at conception, but I'm telling you, I believe that's just an arbitrary point, right? That's just the moment these two cells fuse. Now, you say about this mother thing. So the way DNA is arranged in a cell is it's arranged in chromosomes. Chromosomes are paired up, so you have one from the mother, one from the father, typically, in a healthy individual, right? Now, you can take those maternal chromosomes out and you can find that this is who the person's mother is, and you can do the same with the father. Now, the reason you are different to your mother and father is because some of those chromosomes express genes that are different from each other, and so those genes interact, and that's what gives rise to you, right? But there's no space for any kind of moral framework to come into that until you consider that a human being is capable of consciousness and of suffering. But if you take that out of the equation, the fact that these two DNA, whatever they call molecules, right? These two DNA molecules are fusing. That does not suddenly flip a switch that attributes moral worth to that individual. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to score points.
Right, then, by what moral standard do you believe that?
I believe that if an individual is capable of suffering, then it's wrong. Now, can I explain my opinion? On abortion, just so you can understand. I would agree, as many reasonable people would, that at 9 months, it's unreasonable to expect someone to get an abortion, right? Unless you have some extreme circumstances. But for an elective abortion seems a bit radical to me. But it also seems radical to say that a woman who has just, the cells have just fused, to deny her of an abortion also seems wrong to me. Because that zygote is not capable of suffering, as far as we know.
So by what moral standard? Is that just your opinion? Where did you get that moral standard from?
Because suffering is a bad thing. We all know suffering is a bad thing. That's an objective fact, right?
Hold on. So you do believe in objective morality?
I believe that suffering is an objectively negative.
So if you can't feel it, is it okay?
What do you mean if you can't?
You can't feel the pain. Is it okay to inflict the pain?
In the sense that if no one's suffering from it, if you have a scenario where nobody is suffering from something, then yes, of course. Something is only a moral question if it affects someone's well-being.
Oh, so let me just make sure I understand this correctly. That if it doesn't affect their well-being, so dementia patients that don't know who they are or where they're from, can we execute dementia patients because they're confused about their well-being?
Can you imagine a scenario?
Or Alzheimer's patients.
Charlie.
Alzheimer's patients don't really know much about anything. Can we schedule them for execution because they can't technically suffer?
I'll respond. So, can you imagine a scenario where we lived in a society where we killed people when they suffered from dementia, were incapable of suffering, and we killed them, right? It's not a scenario that involves an absence of suffering. There's still suffering involved. Imagine you grow up thinking, my dad could be killed at any moment because he's going to get dementia. Imagine living your life thinking, I could get dementia and suddenly I'd be killed by my state.
Imagine a world where you slaughter 1 million babies every year in America.
Charlie, it's not slaughter, that's the problem.
Hold on, it's a forcible removal from the umbilical cord of another human life. Again, we have clarity but not agreement. Biologically, you know that your entire coding began at conception. Your coding,
that's
or uniqueness.
Denying, I disagree with that.
Okay, when those two cells fused together, to use your terminology,
yes,
that is where the process of human
accepted terminology.
In the interest of time, can we bring this question to a close?
The process of human development objectively begins at that moment. Therefore, those human beings are deserving of human rights. We keep going, or do you want to?
No, thank you. Yeah, you can finish.
The process of development begins from the moment the sperm is being generated in the father, the moment the eggs are being generated in the mother.
Just
to say that
TV,
suddenly the moral worth switches on when they fuse doesn't make any sense. That's just a point you...
It makes perfect sense, because that is when your journey as a human being, when the sperm and egg were separate, you were not yet a fused human being. You were not created uniquely.
DNA existed.
In image.
DNA existed. I thought...
Well, no, the parts of your DNA existed. Your DNA did not exist. It's like saying that we have a full car just because we have all the parts. It was not yet put together until conception happens and the zygote was formed. Thank you. I think we have to get
on to the next
Thank you very much.
I don't know. But this medical student, and the crowd were backing up what it is that he was saying, because they were giving him rounds of applause, and also on top of that, they were also laughing at Charlie's ridiculous and stupid remarks. And this is the thing. Charlie Kirk knows that he just got his ass handed to him, because he was so quick to look at the whole.
I don't know why I'm watching this. What the fuck happened? Why did I come to this? Yeah, I was just like, yeah, this guy is very annoying. This Charlie Kirk guy.
Do you listen to Ep Jabo?
No.
Super Fantasy. Drugs Brew.
This guy is fucking weird, bro. Like, so... I don't know, I wanted to see him get his ass handed by other people.
Charlie Kirk, we played a clip of, that's probably as he was trying to determine whether Rwanda was Muslim or not before he knew how to attack it.
He tried the Islamophobia, but she was a...
Oh well, Charlie Kirk be entertaining sometimes.
No, these guys are fucking cooking him.
In the US?
No.
Charlie Kirk?
So I was just watching this interview. So as soon as some like slightly intelligent person has a debate with him, he's fucking getting cooked, bro.
Mario was feud.
And maybe you can educate me. Can you point to me a great power that endorsed same-sex marriage, not cohabitation, but marriage?
Ancient Mesopotamia.
As marriage, as recognized.
As marriage in Egypt.
Recognized by the state. 100%. And how did that work?
Wait, the Jubilee one is copyrighted. Jubilee one is copyrighted.
It worked out perfectly fine. It was an accepted norm of society.
Okay, I still think it's wrong.
Okay. I mean, let's simply moving on.
Bro's been being cooked, bro. Like, bro is being cooked.
So you said it was based on scripture, and you believe that there are moral, objective, universal truths.
Man, I really like these. These guys are very good at forming their opinions and stuff. Very educated.
Yes, there are. So murder is wrong today, and murder was wrong 2,000 years ago.
Right. Okay. Fair. That's not same-sex, but fair. I see your point. But
there are moral truths that are transcendent of time, place, and matter.
Okay, but so just to clarify, you believe that this is in the Bible. This is laid out in the Bible, that man shall not sleep with man, and so therefore...
Well, it's also repeated throughout the New Testament as well. In the book of Matthew, Jesus reaffirms the biblical standard for marriage.
Okay, so I'm going to make two very, very quick points. So the first, so if we look at the Old Testament in isolation, just to start off with, as an example, so let's look at Exodus 35:2, which suggests that if you work on the Sabbath, you should be put to death. If you look at Leviticus 11:7, it suggests that if you have pork, you should be put to death. Let me finish, I'll be done. If you plant 2 crops side by side, you should be stoned by your entire village. If you wear a suit, which you are wearing now, that contains 2 different fibres intertwined into the same jacket, you should be burned to the stake by your own mother. Now, following that rationale, in Leviticus 18:22, when it states that man shall not sleep with man, why aren't we burning ourselves at the stake as well? Why aren't we stoning ourselves to death?
Vivek Kumar. Good morning, Pakistan.
Good morning, Mumbai.
Do you care to address my main contention that Christ affirmed biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? And can you tell me the difference between the ceremonial, the moral, and the ritual law? And then finally, also, tell me about Christianity, the difference between the New and the Old Covenant, or are you just going to cherry pick certain verses of ancient Israel that do not apply to new Christianity?
Fair. So we'll look at 2 points then. So firstly, if we look at the Old Testament, we can see the kind of inconsistencies there. We've already touched upon that, right? That makes sense. Secondly, you mentioned the point of Jesus and Christ. He never mentioned anything to do with homosexuality at all.
Well, hold on a second. He affirmed biblical marriage as one man and one woman. He said a man shall leave his
Romans, right? In the New Testament.
No, in Matthew, that is not correct. I believe
in the New Testament.
In the New Testament, well, Romans is also in the New Testament. Secondly, in Romans 1, the Apostle Paul talks negatively about homosexuality explicitly. Also, homosexuality is repeated in the book of Titus and in the book of Jude as not being favorable as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not even talking about the Old Testament verses. There are 3 types of the 613 Levitical laws, and you know, of course, in your own way, cherry pick some of them. We do not live under the ceremonial. We do not live under the ritual, but we do live.
No, this is Cambridge students, like, you know, this Charlie Kirk guy.
Some believe not, which of course is the Decalogue. And so none of those that you mentioned, we as Christians believe that we live under. However, we do look at what Christ articulated as the biblical standard of marriage. And we can also look to church tradition for this as well. And the church has had a tradition for well over 2,000 years. Even myself as a Protestant acknowledges that tradition is marriage between one man and one woman.
Fair point, but okay, say we put aside the Old Testament for now. We'll put that aside and the inconsistencies there. We'll look purely at the New Testament, following your rationale, okay? Now, when you say that Christ lays specifically, and the New Testament states specifically that man shall not sleep with man, I'd like to point out a linguistic error on that point.
I did not say that. I said the biblical marriage was affirmed, and then Romans 1 did talk negatively about the action of homosexuality.
But ultimately, that affirmation comes from 8 lines in there that suggest that man shall not sleep with man.
Yes, of course, yes. The Old Testament and New Testament harmonize one another, but Christ brought it to a different level, a different covenant, and a different moral teaching. It wasn't just enough to say that you shall, man shall strike eye for eye, so that you shall turn the other cheek, that you shall love your enemy. Christ's moral standard was much more even elevated than that of the Israelites and the Hebrews.
Well, I'm going to ask you whose Bible, okay? Now, your Bible that you use currently is written in the English language, right? Correct?
Yeah, the King James Version, yes, thanks to Tyndale.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's written in the English language, which in itself is only, say, 500 years old. Now, but the Christianity in itself, say, is 2,000 years old, or even older, yeah? Correct? Now, which means that the Bible was originally written not in English, but in ancient
Koine Greek.
Huh?
In Koine Greek.
Yeah, correct. Now, if we look at the Greek terminology of man...
Yes, and Jesus spoke Aramaic. You could translate things, you acknowledge that.
Well, we translate things, but translations are linguistically ambiguous. As a former classicist, I know that language can't be translated directly. So, for example, if we look at the translation of certain words into man... So I've got 2 words here. So I've got malakoi, which means essentially soft, which isn't necessarily directly saying a gay man. And then we've got how do I say that? Arsena koitai, which essentially means prostitutes. Now, if we look at things linguistically, we can pick apart the Bible and say that actually it wasn't saying man shall not sleep with man, it's saying man shall not sleep with prostitutes, which is an entirely different linguistic thing.
I'm not even getting into Leviticus, though. But no, my contention is completely New Testament focused.
This isn't Leviticus.
Well, but you said man shall not speak of the man. So you're talking about Romans.
Well, okay, these words are used throughout the
entire Bible. Well, actually, Romans 1, it was actually women sleeping with women. So you got your verses wrong. In Romans 1, Paul is prophesying about the end of the world.
Oh my God, what the fuck is this? Okay, this one was enough.
And man will, I think it might say man will like Lent. Church tradition has an unbroken chain affirming matrimony, holy matrimony being one man, one woman. One, even as a non-Catholic, I'm glad that Pope Leo has reaffirmed in the last couple of days. And so I'm not even sure your contention, your point. Are you saying that the Bible doesn't affirm marriage as one man, one woman? Or are you saying church tradition doesn't affirm marriage one man, one woman?
The Bible doesn't affirm.
Okay, but clearly doesn't affirm. That is complete nonsense.
It's a linguistic error. And it gets debated.
But Christ our Lord, which is the standard, he affirms this idea that you will leave your father's home. Going back to Genesis 12 and this idea of Abraham leaving his father's home, and you will cleave to your wife. That a new
this
it'll be
is
called
Al,
one,
right?
or in the book of Romans. And but in order for you to be correct, when they
in the societal and cultural context, on a scale.
Okay, he's gonna. Okay, man, this is not good. The first one was very good. He fucked him up.
Thank you for being here. Just before I start with my question, I wanted to address something you said earlier on sort of Western Christian values being the reason for the abolishment of slavery globally. I'm not sure whether you know this. I've seen you repeating this quite often. I'm a practicing Buddhist, and it was actually Buddhist emperors, Emperor Ashoka of India, who first abolished slavery globally. So I would sort of ask you to sort of look at other sort of...
I will look into that. You did it globally? They had that much, the Buddhists had that much span of influence?
Oh, within India.
Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, my first question, or my only question is, you've advocated and applauded the reducing and removing of public funding for universities on the grounds they promote ideological biases. Given that universities play a critical role in driving national innovation, research and upward mobility, especially through federally funded grants, how do you reconcile this position with the broader societal value that higher education institutes offer?
Well, they can, but in Harvard's case, for example, who's getting their funding pulled, they have a $50 billion endowment. Just so we are clear, in pounds, that would be like what, 42 billion, 45 billion? I mean, I'm trying to learn the conversion rate here. I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of money. They can either use their endowments to fund it, and if you have certain behavior and certain practices, then you should not get federal funding. Harvard is in direct violation of the United States Supreme Court fair admissions case, which says you cannot discriminate people based on the color of their skin. Go ahead.
But isn't the whole point of it, you can't use endowments like that. The point of it...
They can.
The point of an endowment is to manage a fund through perpetuity. Cambridge has an endowment, and that endowment allows professorships to be funded, to allow for research into sciences. That's the whole point of it.
You just said, hold on, you just said it funds research into sciences. That's what they should do with their monstrosity of an endowment.
Yeah, but the endowment is...
The interest alone on their endowment could fund the entire research and development budget of most Ivy League schools. They have a $50 billion endowment. Even like a podunk...
Just being a scam, you've constantly attacked higher education institutes, you've attacked liberal arts as a scam. For example, like a lot of conservatives, Peter Thiel studied philosophy at Stanford, Ronald Reagan studied sociology. A lot of them did study liberal arts, and you keep undermining these august institutions, which have provided a lot for society. Like society's backbones have been universities and higher learning institutes, and yet you keep attacking them.
Well, they used to be largely, but again, I don't want to speak too much about this country, but in America, they don't represent fundamental American values. You know, Peter Thiel, after he graduated Stanford, wrote an entire book criticizing college, and then paper stayed for 20 feet of U.S. To complete the point, is that...
The thing is, the guys like Jordan Peterson or Kirk usually know almost all arguments that will be presented in any topic because they have debated on it so much and the counter argument.
No, he still got fucked, man. These two, ये चला या पैंच इसको नहीं समझे पहले वाले ने सही किया था ठीक है और and this guy doesn't have like good points. This guy sucks. Let's see this guy.
Colleges should be to actually.
Yeah, they literally legit destroyed him.
Far too often, colleges create ungrateful.
And when your job is to be debate Andy, and then you get destroyed by college students, it's kind of fucked.
Future, and the West is suffering.
It's good to meet you. Sharp on page of YouTube. Charlie Kirk owns man bun idiot with facts and logic. So
destroys.
It destroys. Okay, so my question is, I agree that stable monogamous relationships often produce the best outcomes for society. But if that structure really works for everyone, why do we consistently see societies, once they become safer and more prosperous, move away from traditional monogamy? And why do so many marriages still end in divorce, even among people who generally try to make it work? And just one final framing there. If you believe in free markets because they are decentralized and they adapt to reality without top-down control,
And given the individual ability to form healthy long-term pair bonds vary significantly with factors like genetics and ecologically calibrated attachment styles, why do you reject top-down control in economics, but not extend that same rejection to human behavior in terms of marriage?
Okay, so the first one, the second law of thermodynamics answers your question, is the law of decay. Societies tend to decay against the roots that created them. For example, as a side note, here in this country, you guys invented the idea of free speech. You brought it to the world. You guys do not have free speech in this country anymore. 30 people a day are arrested in the UK for inflammatory social media posts. Someone by the name of Lucy Connolly is currently facing prison time for a Facebook post that was critical of migrants. It is normal, unfortunately, for civilizations to get away from how they once operated and how they once were. Now,
Ravik Kumar. Also, one more thing, the point of these videos gets dissolved because most people are just there to root for their side rather than openly willing to have a
Yes, that is true. That is true. Oh, this is like a match. It's like watching cricket or something. This is entertainment. You're not gonna get any knowledge out of this. So this is just entertainment.
Does that answer the first part of your question? You were saying, why do they get away from monogamy? I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
I would say I don't feel that that's a full answer.
Okay, so you're asking why do they get away from what works? Is that correct?
Yes. Well, why do societies make this change once they become more prosperous?
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, because prosperity leads to degeneracy, for sure. That would be the answer. Yes. And so once you are prosperous, you tend to no longer have the moral guardrails or the limits.
Yeah, so the question he asked was, why do you trust in free market when it comes to capital, right? But then, you don't trust in free market when it comes to monogamy or where things lead to. Okay, free market is where things lead to. Market decides where so the market of whether relationships, if relationships are moving from monogamous to polygamous, or it's not a family structure anymore. So isn't that like a natural evolution of it or not? That's
true. In Speaker's Corner, you have a bunch of dudes interrupting, but they can talk about important shit.
You no longer have delayed gratification because you have instant gratification because you have a surplus of goods, and then you have a decline of a transcendent moral order. The second part of the question, can you remind me, please, what the second question was? About markets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, for example, I believe in intervention in markets if there is something that is improper morally. So, for example, I do not believe that you should be able to scam your neighbor or have misleading advertising because I believe in a transcendent moral standard, and the same goes for my personal views on marriage.
Okay, so I think we largely agree on the foundation. I'd like to propose something that you might like to think about. So, firstly, I absolutely acknowledge that, again, if everyone in society was able to maintain healthy long-term pair bonds, that would be best. Again, there's strong data showing that independent of socioeconomic factors, broken homes are some of the strongest predictors of poor life outcomes.
We totally agree.
Yes. And even, I'm not sure if many people are aware of this, but if you track, as countries become more socially egalitarian, somewhat surprisingly, rates of female depression and anxiety also spike disproportionately. So I think one of the problems here is that when you try and impose moral absolutism, inevitably, again, due to variance in attachment issues, due to industrialized culture, absent parents, screens, raising kids, around 50% of adults in the West develop.
I mean, it's competitive. They first have to watch a lot of debates when a common question comes up.
Yeah.
And then additionally, you have things like variation in oxytocin receptors, density and shape, also invasive pressin. There are going to be, even if there's 5% of people who feel that these rules really do not fit them, they will push back. And this will create ideologies that then grow into more wider appealing ideologies, which then, lead to the change. I think this is what happened in the sexual revolution. It started with a push for female autonomy, and then it was almost morphed into a really exaggerated expression of pushing for maximizing individual freedom. And I think that when you try and impose moral absolutism this way, it just inevitably causes pushback. And I think if you were to, as someone with a platform, instead say, hey, monogamy is great, it works best for most people, but I also understand there are some people it doesn't work so well for, more people would hear the message that you want to push.
Okay, thank you for that. That's an interest. I've actually never gotten that question before. It's very thoughtful. Would you say you're against moral absolutism then?
Yes, I would.
Are you against that absolutely?
No, I'm very open to having my mind changed, and
so it's not an absolute thing.
Well, I'm against moral absolutism.
Are you against moral absolutism? Absolutely.
No.
Okay, so then you're consistent. So then
I think
it's all just kind of. I think it's preference, not. It's about preference. You can just basically do whatever you prefer. There is no transcendent moral order.
Well, I think what you're doing now is slightly unfairly putting me into a loop, because I'm very open to having my mind changed.
No, that's what I'm saying, though, is that by definitionally, and this is something that will keep on coming back, you must choose what moral standard we live by. I'm very clear as to what moral standard. The lie of the West, of modernity, the last
Man,
30
this guy
years,
got like
is that we're
chewed
gonna
as well.
live and let
Fuck.
live, and there will be
The
no
first guy
standard.
was pretty
It's
good.
a moral standard.
Oh yeah, this woman was pretty good.
And objectively, we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's like, it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also, self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable, but so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure...
say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, but hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best in the world. And yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here. Because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs. And the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without reading your phone and just, like, connecting...
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be more happy, even if they both check the same?
Bro, I still remember the invasion of
Okay, so
Gaza Strip.
if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
We do.
Okay, good. So we agree. That,
Absolutely.
we actually
We agree on everything.
we should off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Oh, really? We had a female woman vice president. A female speaker in the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Do women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not. So, again, we were just talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear, because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note, like, again, this is very important, which is, I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason, because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London, and they're miserable. And we should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah, okay, I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right, which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness...
Just do satisfaction surveys, you just told me they're BS.
So are satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me it's bullshit.
Do you acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're objective? We can use that as data?
I don't think that
yes or no?
it's the only sole data set, but it is a data set that
you told me there's a flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future. It's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get...
Do I start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to the biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritise your moral scale of value, which prioritises things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted, extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then
wow, so fucking bro, destruction.
That is going at the moment. Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal his failed sons are receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
No.
Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance. So the culture wars for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which you just read...
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit? Pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can...
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave him
that's going well, isn't it? It's going well.
Can you not interrupt me? I allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
Yeah, I haven't interrupted a single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war. Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran and has stopped many other international countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No, that's
Russia, Ukraine.
And that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
Let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up? Is that successful?
I'm not even sure. Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations, and it's a lot better than when your Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential Russian peace deal, which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation and police move through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India and Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly, he is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally, it is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done. It will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. But do you really think leverage negotiations work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office? Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia? Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected, or helped elect, somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and the US government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump wants to see a brokerage and ending of
giving the
It's not given to him personally and not a violation of the...
Was a defender
no,
of
I'm not...
civilians in appointments.
From which we now know from...
suggesting...
East Asian country.
Israel versus Hamas. Good guy versus bad guy. Russia versus Ukraine. Who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
Both are bad, one is worse.
Which way round?
Russia is worse than Ukraine.
Okay, so why haven't we pursued that?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that in the whole of the current US proposition, that Ukraine is being the bad guy.
In what way? We funded Ukraine upwards to $200 billion.
Absolutely. But
we just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, not Russia.
Yeah, but you are expecting Ukraine to give up 20% of its territory to someone who invaded it.
Well, is Crimea part of Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
That's where we don't agree.
Well, I'm afraid that's part of international treaty. That's not up for grabs.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, that's even Zelensky has said he's willing to give up Ukraine.
America signed the agreement that gave Ukraine Crimea.
Right.
When the Soviet Union ended.
Oh my god, I have been fucking delved into...
रिक्शा कराओ ट्रैफिक भूल जाओ
Almighty Dreddy. Now Pookie lean bow, now Pookie lean bow.
मैं हूँ मीना और मैं हूँ टिंकू और मेरा नाम है बानो और ना भूलना कैबी को और हम हैं छोटे शहरी। फ्रेंड्स, पता है मैं कल मूवी देखने जा रही हूँ। मूवी? कौन सी मूवी? ओह, जिसका न्यू प्रिंसेस वाला गाना भी है। प्रिंसेस? मैं तो सिर्फ सुपर हीरोज वाली मूवीज देखता हूँ। तो प्रिंसेसेस भी तो सुपर हीरोज हो सकती हैं। ना आ अरे बानो, ये रैपर क्या घर लेकर जाओगी? बिस्किट्स खा लिए हैं तो रैपर भी फेंक दो ना। मेरी मामा ने कहा था कि जिस तरह हम घर को साफ रखते हैं उसी तरह मोहल्ले को भी साफ रखना हमारा काम है। तो जब डस्टबिन मिलेगा मैं तब उसमें फेंक दूंगी। अरे एक ही तो छोटा सा रैपर है, इससे कौन सा पूरा मोहल्ला गंदा हो जाएगा? टैबी, पाइप वाइपर को कॉल करो। हम उनसे पूछते हैं कि एक वाइपर फेंकने से क्या होता है।
हेलो छोटे पाइपर्स, क्या हाल है आप सबका?
हाँ ठीक है पाइपर, हमारा आपसे एक सवाल है। मेरी मामा तो कहती है कि नेबरहुड में भी कूड़ा नहीं फेंकना चाहिए, लेकिन मीना और टिंकू कह रहे हैं कि एक रैपर से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। आप बताएं ना, हम क्या करें?
पाइपर्स, बानो बिल्कुल सही कह रही है। आपका मोहल्ला भी तो आपका घर है और हमें इसको भी साफ रखना है। टैबी, इनको प्लीज दिखाएं कि एक एक करके जब हम सब रैपर फेंकेंगे तो क्या होगा।
Almighty Dreddy. You cute or whatever.
I'm good, I'm just writing the script.
देखा, मैंने कहा था ना मेरी मामा ने बोला है। ओह नो, अगर ऐसा हो गया तो हम साइकिल कहाँ चलाएंगे? चलो प्रिंसेसेस एंड सुपर हीरोज, जल्दी जल्दी कूड़ा उठाए इससे पहले कि यह पहाड़ बन जाए। हमारा मोहल्ला हमारा घर, करेंगे साफ सब घुल मिलकर, कूड़ा फेंको डस्टबिन में,
What the fuck is this?
हम सब मिलके। Good job kids.
Why is it so difficult for me to make something related to the experience?
gall to lecture us on Christian morality, and then sit here and justify the murder of thousands of civilians. To be a Christian, I would have thought, well, and I think you will have to reckon one an idiot. What? Foreign policy? And people will see you when you are a culture warrior. When everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you as corrupt. The difference? You will have to reckon with that. Difference, Mr. Kirk, is when you have the gall to lecture us on Christian morality, and then sit here and justify the murder of thousands of civilians. To be a Christian, I would have thought, Mr. Kirk, would never have involved suggesting that the price for an atrocity must be an infinite cycle of bloodlust.
A child who knows that Israel is the good guy and us is bad has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
I will be glad I will not have been somebody who has defended the genocide of the Palestinian people, and I think you will have to reckon one day.
Can you tell me what African country is currently ongoing a civil war?
Believe it or not, I know about Sudan.
Okay, good.
I'm an idiot.
What Southeast Asian country has an ethnic cleansing going on right now?
Myanmar.
Good. And you have strong opinions on both sides?
Unlike you, I take an effort to be informed about foreign policy and to come to conclusions. You are a culture warrior. When everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you as corrupt.
The difference?
You will have to reckon with that.
Difference, Mr. Kirk, is when
you have the gall to lecture us on Christian.
Okay, I'm getting into this. I'm getting into this. I'm sorry.
Last year, I was in the hot seat of Jubilee's Surrounded series. I was one atheist surrounded by 25 Christians, and I had a wonderful time. Recently, Jordan Peterson took a crack at it. He was one Christian surrounded by 25 atheists. At least he was, until Jubilee changed the title of the video, probably because Jordan Peterson kept refusing to clarify whether or not he calls himself a Christian.
Since you yourself are a Christian, right? That's, people debate about that, and I generally don't discuss it publicly.
Which, fair enough, nobody should be forced to adopt a label that they're uncomfortable with. But then, why would you agree to this project if you are famously unwilling to call yourself the very thing that the episode is based around? The episode was clearly planned as one Christian surrounded by atheists, and although I understand why Peterson doesn't want to box himself into a worldview, it's a little bit unfair to the people who showed up, obviously preparing quite hard beforehand in order to debate on the world stage against a Christian, only to find out that the person they're debating against doesn't call himself a Christian. The episode was actually quite shocking to watch, and has been widely regarded as a bit of a disaster. It certainly contains some awkward moments.
You're really quite something, you are.
Okay, but you're really quite nothing. Right, you're not a
Okay,
Christian.
I'm done with you.
As for myself, I've also spent a fair amount of time with Jordan Peterson trying to get to the bottom of what his religious views are.
Did a man have intercourse with Mary and produce Jesus? That's a factual question. It's not a value question.
You must understand what you're being asked here. So I think I'm quite well placed to offer a commentary on what I think went wrong when Jordan Peterson paid a visit to Jubilee. We're of course not going to watch the whole thing. I'm going to select some moments, beginning with the moment that I first came across listening to this that made me think to myself, okay, fine, I'll make a bloody response.
So in the Bible, it talks a lot about slavery, right? Yes. Yes. So in that, it teaches you how to take care of a slave. Rather than saying slavery is wrong, I think it should
says
say
that in the story of Moses.
It says slavery is incorrect. It says it's immoral.
That's why Moses leads his people away from slavery.
So this seems completely confused to me. It is, of course, true that the Hebrew Bible
biggest playbook I've ever read.
not only mentions or describes
Oh
slavery,
man, we're watching this. We're watching this. It's been harking. It's been there, right?
condones it, and does indeed give
The
you
Bible
instructions
is
on
the
exactly
biggest
how
playbook ever
to
written.
own and sell other human beings as private property. But Peterson makes an interesting observation. In the story of Exodus, the Israelites are enslaved in Egypt, and God frees them from slavery, which Peterson interprets as God telling us that slavery is wrong. Otherwise, why would he have
Theoretical
liberated
work.
the
GOD
Israelites
stands
from
for
slavery? But there's a big
Geometry of design.
Of course, God liberated the Israelites from slavery because the Israelites are God's chosen people. God made a covenant with Abraham and promised that his descendants would inherit a land where they would be together and worship God. In Exodus chapter 2, we read that the Israelites groaned in their slavery and cried out to God, and God heard their groaning and remembered the covenant he made with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. The Israelites were God's chosen people. That's why he freed them from Egyptian bondage. But once he did free them, he begins immediately telling them how they can own other people as private property, that is, as slaves. Take, for example, Leviticus chapter 25, which comes after the Exodus. We read, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you.
Really.
From them you may buy slaves. That is, the nations that are outside of Israel.
Cymatics,
so
what
not
is
talking about Israelite slaves, but other nations. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. Sounds a lot like slavery to me. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over fellow Israelites ruthlessly. So why can you buy male and female slaves from the nations around you, make them your property for life? Hebrew Bible, which completely Hebrew slave. You just have to treat them differently to the slaves from the nations around you. Take a look at Exodus 21. That's that same Exodus which recounts the story of God liberating the Israelites from Egypt. When you buy a male Hebrew
it's all
slave, he shall serve 6 years, but in the 7th...
cymatics, what are cymatics?
A free person without debt. So the kind of slavery that we're talking about here for Hebrews is more like a kind of indentured servitude. You only keep them for a set amount of time, after which they get to go free. Unless, of course, it's a girl. If a man sells his daughter into slavery, she doesn't go free like a male slave do, she's a slave for life. Oh, and I'm reading here from the updated NRSV translation. The NIV translates the Hebrew word eved as servant here rather than slave, but take a look at Deuteronomy chapter 5, where that same word eved is used. Remember that you were slaves, eved, in Egypt. So whatever kind of slavery or servitude we're talking about here in Exodus, it's the same word the Bible uses to describe the Israelites under Egyptian bondage. Oh, and for that male servant who gets to go free after 6 years, if the master gives him a wife and he has children, then when he goes free, the wife and the children stay with the master. But if the man decides that he loves his wife and his children and his master and decides to stay with them, what do you think happens? Do you think they all get to go free together? No. You take the male to the doorpost, you pierce his ear like cattle, and he becomes your servant for life. Later in that same chapter, we read, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Remember, this is from the book of Exodus, the book which Jordan Peterson thinks tells us that slavery is definitely wrong and immoral. Later, in Deuteronomy chapter 20, God is preparing the Israelites to march into the promised land, and specifically tells them the difference in how they should treat those outside the promised land. When the Lord your God delivered from you, and
oh my God, now he's
slaves of the Israelites, by being killed. I could go on and on about this, but suffice to say, the idea that the Bible tells us slavery is wrong because it narrates God freeing his chosen people from foreign bondage.
You want to go on a magic carpet ride? Search cymatics.
Sounds and waves and frequencies?
Sound, frequency, vibration.
Oh
Going
man.
on to give precise
okay, wait, I'll look into
other
it.
beings as private property, particularly those who are foreign and therefore not part of God's chosen people, is at best a gross misreading of the text.
The slavery is incorrect.
That's why Moses leads his people away from slavery.
But why does the Bible predicate and tell people exactly how to take care of a slave? Isn't that immoral? Wouldn't you say that culturally we've evolved as a species, as he said earlier about empathy?
Yeah, I would say that the reason we evolved, so to speak, away from slavery was because the West was founded on Judeo-Christian morality and the presumption that every person was made in the image of God. And so slavery itself became immoral, and that was established by Protestant Christians in the UK, who then convinced the UK government for 200 years to go to war.
And wouldn't you say that this is about
theoretical
the
web work
of humans in general, rather than just...
I just know you're fascinated by cymatics.
I doubt it. I don't know about frequencies, waves, and vibrations. Wait, I'll see those.
Okay, so this is an interesting debate, especially the long spans of time bit. I mean, if the Bible really were as anti-slavery as...
Okay, this is kind of like...
Just?
Yeah, just humans.
Well, humans. Well, based on culture and history, right? We get better.
Well, they did do it based on culture and history, but culture and history have their foundations too. So.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about slavery. So many people bolstered it based on
everyone.
They justified it in the United States and the South. They justified it.
Yeah, the main thrust of Protestant propaganda is printed against slavery. It's about the only movement in the history of the human race to have anti-slavery.
Which was driven by humans. And
that's one way.
It's the same with women's suffrage. I mean,
what do you mean it was driven by humans? Humans drove slavery too.
Yes, exactly.
So there's no argument there. If slavery and anti-slavery were both driven by humans, what does your claim that they were driven by humans have to do with it?
Well, the point is that neither are driven by the Bible. It's not like slavery exists because of the Bible, but abolitionism doesn't exist because of the Bible either. The point that this chap is making, I think, is that slavery exists because humans invented it, and eventually humans thought that it was wrong. The Bible kind of had nothing to do with that. Now, I'm not saying that's the correct view, by the way. I think the Bible might have been a really important text in the abolitionist movement, but I think that's what he's trying to say.
There's a specific culture that within the society that they live in.
Okay,
so with women's suffrage as well is a very similar topic in the Bible. There are
theoretical web work.
Can I put a link in the chat?
Which do
wait, I'll have to... I can't make you mod. Just type the name of the video.
Have been used
bolster women to be pastors, right? Which I think that's a great thing to do. But most like to disregard.
Where do you think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
If Peterson is insinuating that the answer is the Bible, I would love to know how he interprets the texts I just read out.
Where do you think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
Humans.
Yeah, but so did the idea of slavery.
So did the idea of God.
Fine, but what's
Yes.
your point? Like, you're not making an argument. You're just saying all thoughts come from humans,
Yes.
regardless of the thoughts.
It's not driven by a higher power. It's driven on our experiences
Define
as
higher.
humans, which is what is best for all people.
Is it driven by conscience?
It could be. Which conscious is also something that has evolved over time, and I think that's
What's
something
the
that
evidence?
does evolve with morality and empathy.
Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making.
My point is that God influenced slavery. People look at the Bible and went, "This is moral."
Gabriel Ford.
And just like homosexuality.
We're watching Jordan. No.
We're watching Jordan Peterson own people.
No. Jordan Peterson getting owned by people. Jordan Peterson, that has happened. Like, this has been like, this fucking destroyed Jordan Peterson. I have not seen this in a while. I don't know why. I sort of like checked out of all of these things, but it just like got shown to me today. So, and I've seen a lot of people talking about it, and I think like I should watch it myself as well.
All human societies were slave-owning, so
Yes.
you can't blame that on the Bible.
If humanity decided...
Oh wait, address that first.
What, about
All
slavery?
human societies were slavers, so you can't blame that on the Bible.
Wait, so what? Who's saying that the Bible is to be blamed for the existence of slavery? Nobody says that. Of course, all societies own slaves, so you can't blame the Bible for slavery. But if the Bible is supposed to be God's moral guidance to humans on Earth, then you can't blame it for failing to mention that slavery is wrong. I mean, more or less all other societies are also polytheistic. The Bible had no problem coming down and saying, I know you're all polytheistic, but... So, moving on to the...
This cannot come from science. Is the opposite of that true, that morality and purpose can only come from God?
That's a way of defining, yes.
Okay.
That's right, that's good. So I would say that with regard to the first claim, say, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting. Because I would say, by definition, God is the unity upon which moral claims are based. That's a definition.
So this is really important, and it might be helpful in understanding Jordan Peterson's religious views. I made a whole video a while back deconstructing what I think Jordan Peterson's views on God are, but I'll try to summarize here. Peterson tends to point out that in order to do anything, you need some kind of value or preference. If I want to pick up this mug and have a sip of coffee, I need to prefer the state of affairs in which I've drunk a sip of coffee than the state of affairs in which I haven't. That preference is of value, and without that value, I just wouldn't pick up the mug and start drinking from it. But with any value, we can keep digging for more fundamental values. Why did you show up to work? Well, because you value not getting fired. Why don't you want to get fired? Well, because you want to make money. Why do you want to make money? To provide for your family. Well, why do you want to provide for your family? Well, because you love your family. Okay, why do you love your family? You can keep pushing this on, and it seems like it will go on forever unless you reach some kind of foundational value. For Jordan Peterson, that foundational value is God. And he doesn't mean that, well, I think that that foundational value is probably God, although, it could be a bunch of things. I think it's God. No, for Jordan Peterson, it's a matter of definition. He just defines that foundational value as God. That's why he says,
by definition, God is the unity upon which moral claims are based.
Theoretical web
definition.
So this can lead to some
That
confusion.
link shows
the
the
atheist
coolest
might
part of
ask,
cymatics.
well, do you need God
I know you'll
for
check it out
morality?
in your
And
spare
Peterson
time.
says, God
Oh,
is
you
kind
can't
of
send links. Just type the name of the thing.
of the basis of morality. So I don't even really understand your question. Unfortunately, I don't think he's always very good at explaining this, which, as I said, can lead to some confusion. And I think a lot of the talking past each other is coming from the fact that they're just talking about two different things when they use the word God. For a lot of Christians, and seemingly for most of the atheists here, God is the traditional tri-omni being. Omnipowerful, omnibenevolent, omniscient.
Omniscient, omnipotent, agentic, supernatural being, some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, omnipotent, all-loving God.
Actually, maximally great, all-great qualities.
Sure. The all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God.
But for Peterson, God is just the basis of the value hierarchy, which is quite a different kind of being.
So you and I agree on a lot. I mean, when it comes to talking about conventionally masculine things of that nature, you and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the justification that God is the only thing that provides
It's not
morality.
a justification, it's a definition.
What's the difference?
Notice again, Peterson says, look, God is not the justification for morality. He's not making the typical Christian claim that morality is this thing that exists that can only be justified if God exists. He's making just a simple definitional claim, and I have to say, a quite strange one. And look, people are free to define their terms however they like, but this does make the claim that morality has to come from God a trivially true one. It kind of has no content because you've just defined morality with reference to God. Of course morality has to come from God then.
Is there a hierarchical structure? Are some things more important than others?
So you can see here Peterson is trying to draw out this value hierarchy that we were talking about a moment ago, and just before they get cut off...
I think some things lead to more benefits than others.
Then by your own definition, some things are more important than others.
Yes.
Okay. What is...
And then they get cut off. I think Peterson was probably about to ask something like, what is at the top of that value hierarchy, or what is the most important thing in that value hierarchy? He would then probably just stipulate as a definition that that's God. Next we get this extraordinary clip, which is one of the most viral from the whole episode.
Nice to meet you. I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying the description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure, but I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists and I don't believe that God exists. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians just like prescribe themselves. So I guess
how is that relevant to this claim?
You're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
what typical Christians?
Yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in all-knowing.
About Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience. He was a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. About that Christian.
So Peterson is trying to point out that not everybody defines God in this analytically philosophical manner of all-powerful and all-loving and all-knowing. Instead it could be something like conscience, or it could be something mysterious that we can't comprehend. But it is perfectly legitimate to ask, okay then Dr. Peterson, what do you mean? Are you talking about this kind of God? But Peterson really wants to know, what do we mean by believe?
Sure, so do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean when you say you believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
Okay, pause. I really don't think this is a circular definition, except I suppose insofar as all definitions are kind of circular to some degree. I mean, yeah, every single word in the dictionary ultimately has to be defined with reference to some other word in the dictionary. So there's some ultimate circularity to definitions. Ultimately, a definition is just putting the same thing in different words. And in defining belief, this guy, Parker, I think his name is, has added the concept of thinking. You have to think it as well as truth. You think it to be true. I think that does add new information to this word belief, even if that definition is incomplete, or is a definition that Jordan Peterson disagrees with. To say that it's circular, I think is pretty strange. I said, you think it to be true.
All right. So if you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it, and you die for it. That's what I mean by that.
Okay, so this sounds a bit dramatic, and without context, also extremely strange. And you can see from the facial expression of one of the people reacting that, yeah, this is an odd thing to say. But you know what, and this might surprise you, I kind of actually agree with Jordan Peterson here, and I think I understand the point he's trying to make. I'm not sure, but I'll try to clarify it. Peterson always likes to point out that people often say they believe things, but when it comes to looking at their actions, they don't act in accordance with the things they say that they believe, which means they probably don't really believe those things. For example, if I said to you that I believe totally that it's not going to rain today, but then you saw me pick up an umbrella on my way out of the door, what would you think? You'd probably think that I was either just lying to you, or that maybe I thought I kind of believed it, but in my heart of hearts, I don't really. So what you really believe is not just what you say you believe, or even maybe what you think you believe, but what you act out. What do your actual behaviors point to?
It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action.
But why does Peterson say that you stake your life on it?
If you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it, and you die for it.
Like as a point of definition almost, why does he think that to believe something, you have to be willing to die for it? That question prompts this extraordinary exchange.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So
how would you define belief? Something you say?
So I explained, like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life. Right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Okay, pause. So the idea is that in order to believe something, like the idea that this chair exists, you have to be willing to die for it. And this guy says, well, yeah, I believe that this chair exists, but if my life depended on it, I would happily just lie about it and say that I don't believe that. But I think one thing people are missing from this exchange is that in order to lie about something, you have to believe it. If somebody threatened my friend with a gun and said, Alex, you have to say that this chair does not exist or I'll shoot your friend, then yeah, I'll probably lie. I'll say, yeah, okay, the chair doesn't exist. But that doesn't mean I don't believe the chair exists. I still believe it exists. I would just be willing to lie about it. So if my life depended on me saying that the chair didn't exist, I would happily say it. But suppose my life depended on me believing that the chair didn't exist. Could I do it? For example, suppose I'm in some kind of aeroplane and I want to sit down on a chair. If that chair exists, then I'll sit down on the chair. But if the chair doesn't actually exist, I'll fall through the ground and I'll end up dying. In that circumstance, regardless of what I say, regardless of whether I'm willing to lie about it, whether or not I actually sit on the chair will have to depend on my actual belief. Does the chair exist or does it not? Like if I'm in that aeroplane and I say, yeah, I believe the chair exists, but I don't actually believe it, I'm not going to sit down on that chair. If I don't believe it's really there and it might kill me to sit down, I'm not going to sit down. So to truly believe something means that if for some reason your life actually depended on that belief, you would act in accordance with that belief. In other words, you'd be staking your life not on saying that you believe it, but on actually believing it. So they talk about the existence of a pen, and this guy says, I believe the pen exists, but if my life depended on it, I would just lie. Okay, but would you stop believing that the pen existed, even if you lied about it? Would you actually stop believing that the pen is there just because somebody was threatening your life? That's not something you could do. Even if your life depended on it, you can't just change your beliefs like that. So the question is not, when your life depends on it, would you lie? The question is, when your life depends on it, which belief do you actually act out? And whichever one you act out in that circumstance is probably the one you really believe. I think that's kind of what Peterson is getting at here. But to be clear, I don't know. I could be way off the mark here in terms of what Peterson actually meant to say. I suppose I'm just trying to steel man Peterson here by putting this statement into what I think is probably its most plausible form. And I've actually thought about this exact thing before. In fact, we kind of had the same discussion when I spoke to him.
This guy is
podcast.
interesting.
When people are looking
I
for
thought he was a
definition,
lefty Christian
and
first,
just a second ago said,
then
well,
I
what
thought
is
he
it
was
you
an
believe?
aggressive
Well,
atheist,
what you
but
believe is what
now
you're
I'm
willing
just
to die
not
for.
sure, LOL.
I'm not willing to die for my belief that this chair exists. Maybe in a broad sense. If not believing that the chair existed required me to sort of give up my trust in my sense data, then I might literally die by accident by sort of walking off a cliff because I don't trust my eyes anymore. So it's in that sense. So I actually had the exact same initial response as this guy in the Jubilee video. I said, well, I believe that this chair exists, but I'm not willing to die for that belief. And then I immediately realized, wait, hold on. Yeah, I kind of am actually. Like, I'm not willing to always tell the truth about that belief, even if it means my life is at risk. But when it comes to how I actually act, if my life depended on the existence or non-existence of this chair, I just do believe that it exists, and so I would act as if it does exist. So in that sense, what I truly believe is something which, at least in some circumstances, I would be willing to die for. Even if you lie all the time when anybody asks you about your beliefs, to lie about that belief still requires that you actually believe it. But then the conversation shifts onto the concept of lying and the question of whether you would lie to save your life.
I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life?
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to, like, save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Can there ever be a circumstance, logically, that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
Clearly this guy is just trying to ask, like, is there some circumstance, Dr. Peterson, in which you would be willing to lie? Like any circumstance. If someone was threatening your friends or your family over something super trivial, would you be willing just to tell that one lie in order to avoid that circumstance? And Peterson just doesn't want to answer that question. Now, I must say, having sat across from Peterson a few times, I can tell when he's starting to get kind of irked, I think, and here, he does look a little bit angry.
Can there ever be a circumstance, logically, that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
It seems like he's getting a little bit irritated by this conversation, and it's not entirely clear why. I mean, I don't think this guy's being rude, I don't think he's being unreasonable, I think he's asking important clarifying questions, and Peterson seems quite hostile in response. But anyway, Peterson says here that if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to be in the kind of circumstance where you need to lie in order to save your family. But I thought the point of Christianity was that it offered redemption from sin. Like, yeah, suppose your entire life had been lived steeped in sin, but then you discover Jesus, then you discover the possibility for redemption, so you become a Christian, you ask for forgiveness, you repent of your sins. This guy's just saying, look, Dr. Peterson, if you were in a situation where you had to lie to save your family, what would you do? And Dr. Peterson says, well, I think you already have to be pretty steeped in sin to be in that circumstance. Okay, yeah, maybe you are, but then suppose you ask for forgiveness for those sins, which is kind of what Christianity is all about. If you're now in a situation where you have to lie to save your family, would you do it? Yeah, Peterson just doesn't want to answer this.
Okay, example, if you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic, and you're trying to protect them, would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation
would you
to
lie?
begin with. It's a hypothetical. It's
You
not
can't answer hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
Why?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today? Did you
Don't
eat
play
today?
games.
I don't play games.
Yes, you are. If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing a game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation.
This is really strange to me, because this is just a bog-standard philosophical thought experiment. If you are hiding Jews in your attic and the Nazis come to your door, do you lie about it? Peterson's answer, curiously, is just to say, well, I don't think I'd be in that situation because I would have done everything I could to avoid it. But okay, suppose you did everything you could to avoid it, and you failed, somehow. Maybe it's not your fault individually. Maybe you grew up in Nazi Germany, and you tried your best to stop the onslaught of fascism, but you just couldn't do it. You weren't powerful enough. Now you're in this situation. Like, what do you do?
By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Okay, but suppose you made those mistakes, and then you realize, oh gosh, I've made such a terrible mistake. From now on, I want to be the best person I can be. I want to be as moral going forward as I can be to make up for my past mistakes. Which, by the way, is like Peterson's whole thing. You know, making small moral improvements day by day to better yourself as a person, while recognizing that moral perfection is impossible to immediately achieve, and so just making sure that you're doing better today than you were yesterday. I thought that was like his whole message. All we're asking here is, how do we apply that philosophy to a situation like this, where you are steeped in sin, but now want to be a better person?
Trump
and then Peterson has quite a
every day.
visceral reaction
He will
to
make
answering
each of
this
his
hypothetical.
supporters his enemy. Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk are just the start.
And you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of question.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because
I
you don't
didn't
like, are you
clarify.
like uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask
It's
you.
just a basic
Yeah,
hypothetical
like,
where you're,
like,
you
if you-
put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously,
oh man, that's just so unfair. Like, you know, the way he's just said, oh, really, it's just a basic hypothetical? You put Jews' lives at risk, and that's just a basic hypothetical to you? Clearly what this guy means is it's a basic hypothetical, in that it's morally basic, in that it should be relatively obvious. Like, suppose we were having a debate about whether morality exists or not, and I said, oh, here's a basic hypothetical. Suppose someone were torturing innocent babies for fun. Would that be wrong? That's just like a basic hypothetical, in the sense that it should be relatively basic for you to answer. It would be so unfair to turn around and go, oh, that's just a basic example. Torturing babies for fun, that's just a basic hypothetical to you? Like, yeah, it's basic in the sense that it's morally obvious. That's why these kinds of thought experiments are invented in the first place. And despite having that quite emotive reaction to this basic hypothetical, Peterson knows that it's just a basic box standard hypothetical. Because listen to what he says earlier.
What are you watching, sir?
I am watching Alex cover Jordan Peterson's debate. I don't know, like, everybody was talking about it. I was like, let's just see what
the
it
guy
is all
originally
about.
brings it up.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic, and you're trying to protect them, would you?
Yeah, I know the example. That's quite a dismissive way to talk about this issue. I mean, we're talking about Jewish lives being at stake in Nazi Germany, and you're just like, oh yeah, I know that example. Yeah, because the sense in which you dismiss this by saying, oh, yeah, I've heard of this argument, is not you dismissing the moral seriousness of the situation, but you dismissing the utility of this thought experiment. In the same way,
J.D. Vance is the deep state guy. Very soon he might replace Trump, maybe even midterm.
Guy saying that it's just a basic hypothetical. It's not him saying that there's no moral seriousness in the situation, but rather that the morality of the situation is quite basic and straightforward.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist? Like, so you're
Why are you
anti-fascist.
asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying. But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to 6
I'm
to come play.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's not
manner
what
you
truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about
You're-
truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
So it does seem like there's some kind of cut there, but Peterson just keeps saying, well, I just wouldn't be in that situation. But firstly, I don't think you can know that. Secondly, Christianity is all about people who find themselves in these kinds of situations. What if it's like includes or use one of them now means that you don't believe it anymore? And even believe in the all-powerful, all-loving conception of God, which we still haven't even come close to so much as approximating an answer to. Now, the next person Peterson talks to is later chosen by
I mean, seems like a movie.
to be revisited
Is this a
later.
movie?
And I can see
Yeah.
why. She's obviously put some effort into understanding his religious views and asks, I think, some really interesting philosophical questions.
My next claim is that everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it. Good work.
Thank you.
Right there.
I'm Zena. So I want to start off with like defining terms.
Yeah.
Rohan
how do you
grinning
define worship?
face.
Prioritize.
Prioritize.
Be
So
careful
almost
that they
like
want
having preferences
Shogun.
or something.
Face
The
blue
hierarchy
smile.
of preferences,
Yeah.
And you use it to direct your attention.
Right.
So whatever you're attending to, you worship.
Right. So I've kind of become a little bit familiar with your idea of like this value-laden hierarchy.
Yeah.
Right. And you kind of posit that at the bottom of this hierarchy, or you call it top or bottom,
Yeah,
I suppose. At the bottom of this hierarchy, this foundational priority in your life is going to be considered God.
That's
Is that
right.
correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to imagine a situation in which could there be that someone has a priority at their foundation that is different from someone else's?
Oh, definitely.
Right. So we can have different conceptions of God.
That's why we fight.
Right. So essentially, there's not one God, but there are multiple gods, and these gods exist in some realm of truth.
Okay, so right off the bat, a brilliant question. Remember, for Peterson, God is just defined as whatever is at the base of the value hierarchy, the fundamental value. This woman, Zena, has asked, can't people have different fundamental values? Peterson says, yes, of course. But if God is just defined as that fundamental value, that means that there are lots of different gods. Remember, for Peterson, God is not just the justification for that basic value or something. God is the basic value. Insofar as God exists, he is just that fundamental value. So if there are different fundamental values, it seems like there really exist different gods, at least in the sense of exist that Jordan Peterson would apply to God. But presumably Jordan Peterson is not a polytheist. He believes in one God if he believes in God at all. And so how can he account for the fact that there are various fundamental values and yet presumably only one actual God?
So essentially, there's not one God, but there are multiple gods, and these gods exist in some realm of truth. It's true that this person has one God and it exists.
Yeah, probably better to think about it as multiple values, but that there's a hierarchy of values with something at the bottom.
Well, hold on, it's not better to just think of that as a value, because that fundamental value is God. I thought we made that a matter of definition.
Right, but the bottom is God, and
That's a definition, yeah.
Yeah, so at the bottom is God, and there can be multiple people with different conceptions of God, and they're each valid in being called God. So they're
Stay
multiple gods.
_true one.
Yeah, if God just is that fountain.
Yes.
Do you still go to the gym?
I go gym. Like it's Sunday today. Is it Sunday or Saturday? Yeah, it is Sunday and it's also Eid as well. So gym is closed. It will start on Tuesday. Like go to the gym at this time.
Multiple gods, and we need to know how to account for that. Okay, this is where it's about to get really interesting.
It depends on what you mean by valid. So far, so good, but it depends on what you mean by valid, because I would say that some foundation conceptions don't play out when they're implemented. So if you put the wrong thing at the foundation, you end up in hell.
Okay, so there are right and wrong fundamental values. How do we determine what is a right fundamental value and what is a wrong fundamental value?
So you're saying...
So they're not all equal. Like all foundational principles are not equal, even though they might be equally foundational. Right?
So what makes one kind of foundational tenet better than another?
That's an excellent question.
I agree. In fact, I think that's the most important question anyone has asked so far.
Iterability. Imagine that you play a game with someone and you're a kid, and it's fun. So then you play again, and again, and again.
So repetition.
It's playability across multiple iterations. So then you have a friend. A friend is better than having a game. So that's one.
Okay, so iterability is one thing that we can use to judge whether a fundamental value is a good fundamental value or a bad fundamental value. But hold on, doesn't that mean we need to value iterability? And we need to use that value of iterability to judge what I thought was supposed to be our fundamental value. If the value is fundamental, that means that it's at the bottom of this value hierarchy. So how can there be a more fundamental value, that is iterability, by which we can then judge that fundamental value? Like seriously, think about this for a moment. We're dealing with the problem of multiple different fundamental values.
Could there be that someone has a priority at their foundation that is different from someone else's?
Oh, definitely.
A fundamental value is the most basic value that everything else is oriented towards. If it's the most fundamental value, then you can't have other values by which you judge if it's a good or a bad fundamental value.
Breadth of application is another. So it's just for me now, it's not as good as something that would benefit to both of us across time.
Okay, so Peterson also values breadth of application, but that's also a value. Like these are all values, iterability, breadth of application, that we're using to judge whether another value is good or bad. But if we're using, say, breadth of application and iterability, these values, to judge some other value x, then that value x is not fundamental, because we're using something more fundamental to judge whether it's valid or not. That means that those are our most fundamental values. Does that mean that they are God? Like iterability and breadth of application just are what God is? Well, that's obviously not right. So what's going on here? If Peterson defines God as a fundamental value, the characteristic quality of a fundamental value is that it's fundamental. It's where the buck stops. You can't get there to the fundamental value and say, well, we've got this other set of values which we'll use to judge whether it's good or bad. That means it's not fundamental.
Right, so we're explaining like characteristics that can be applied to like these types of like foundational values. But why is it that this iterability makes it better, and what does better mean?
Exactly. If you've got two people and they both got fundamental values which conflict with each other, why does iterability make one of them good? And why does not having iterability make the other one bad? It seems like his only two options here are to say that that value is still God, but there is some more fundamental value by which we can judge whether somebody's sort of got the right God or not, and that would mean that God is not the most fundamental value in the hierarchy, which would contradict his definition of God that he gave earlier. Or he can say, okay, then that more fundamental value judgment is what God is. But when asked to list some examples, he gave iterability and breadth of application, which don't sound like great definitions of God. Either way, we've got a very serious problem here, and there might be an answer to it, but I'm not hearing a strong one from Jordan Peterson right now. I mean, take a look at this moment, and remember, we've just established that there are some fundamental values which are valid, and therefore approximate God, and some which are invalid, and therefore they don't approximate God.
So I'm essentially trying to figure out, do you believe that something can be good, like stance independent? Something that can be good.
I don't know what you mean by stance independent.
Okay, so
you mean independent of people?
Independent of people. We can use that, or more so, and be more specific. Something that can be good, right, regardless of any end goal. It's just good.
No, I think good is tied up with goal.
Goal, okay. I completely agree. So, in a sense, this is why...
That's why the religious goal in Christianity is the establishment of the kingdom of heaven on earth. It's goal dependent.
Okay, right.
So it's in reference to a goal.
So,
or the goal would be the imitation of Christ.
Someone's goal, right, can be something that doesn't encompass being in congruence with God or being with God.
Yeah, so someone's ultimate goal could be invalid and therefore not congruous with God, right?
No, the thing that they want to be in That's right. That's right. That's good. That's great. The thing they want to be in congruence with is fundamentally equivalent to their goal.
So we're now back to the idea that somebody's ultimate goal just is God. I mean, he did say their God, which could imply that different people have different gods.
Is fundamentally equivalent to their goal.
But again, he's just stuck with this dilemma that he has to say either they're all equally legitimate gods, in which case there are just lots of gods that exist, or he has to say, well, their God is the wrong God. And we're back to the problem of having to judge what is supposed to be our most fundamental value, God, with reference to other, more fundamental values.
My final claim is that atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundation stories. Hi,
It's very nice to meet you.
What's your name?
I'm Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Yes. So God says that you can own people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands genocide in Deuteronomy and in Numbers and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like, is all of this in line with Christian ethics?
Okay, we're back to slavery, and this time with genocide as well. My favourite subject in the context of the Hebrew Bible is what I mean by that.
Is all of this in line with Christian ethics?
No.
So then God doesn't fit within Christian ethics.
This is, I think, a simple but valid all of the debates I've had about this.
Fuck the fuck. What the fuck?
I haven't had a satisfactory answer. God commands the slaughter of innocent children. Children we know are innocent. Non-combatants, non-combatant women as well. Not to mention animals for some reason too. And the question is, why would God command such acts of seeming genocide? This was actually one of my problems when I was doing this rounded thing for Jubilee. I said that God commands genocide in the Old Testament. And Christian responses to this vary because, you know, the text is there. It's clear. But some Christians say it's an exaggeration. They say that God didn't really want the Israelites to wipe everyone out. He was just using exaggerated war rhetoric. Others might just be more liberal about scripture. They say these things just didn't happen or were misreported. But some just say, yeah, God commanded the slaughter of children and he had every right to because, you know, he's God, so why not? That's the line that, for instance, William Lane Craig took when I interviewed him about this problem. And look, if you want to see somebody just own an unfathomably unintuitive moral conclusion, grab some popcorn and stick that episode.
It was actually a tremendous blessing to these children for them to be killed and go to heaven and be with God.
You must understand how that sounds. So let's see what response Dr. Peterson chooses.
Well, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65,000 hyperlinks in the biblical text. And you can take pieces of it out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing. But that's a mistake. I think it's an analytic mistake because you're putting the cart before the horse.
Okay, so I do agree that it's really important to contextualize, particularly biblical stories. But before we do that, I always like to ask somebody, okay, what is the kind of context you think could exist that would justify God commanding the slaughter of innocent children and non-combatant women and non-combatant men, like the disabled, as well as the animals that also live in that area? Like, what kind of context do you think could justify that? We're told that these Canaanite tribes are deeply immoral and have been in their sin for hundreds of years, but we also know that the children are slaughtered. Unless you just want to say that, well, the children deserved it too, which maybe you think. A lot of Christians think that people are just born in sin, but why do the Canaanites deserve that more than any other tribe? Like when you're talking about that individual child, they've committed no more or less sin than an Israelite child of the same age, if we're talking about like infants. And yet when the Israelites are sinful, God sends them a messenger with literal stone tablets guiding them to the truth and giving them a promised land. When the Canaanites sin, they don't get that same moral guidance. They get the Israelites coming in and slaughtering the men, women, children, and animals. It just doesn't seem that fair intuitively. So again, I understand that we need to contextualize these stories, but what kind of context do you think provides a moral justification for commanding the slaughter of non-combatant children?
I really don't think so. I think that if we say that something is Christian ethics, then I think that all of the books essentially of Christianity would fit with it, especially if it's like the main character. When we're talking about
how do you deal
God,
with the morality of war?
So,
how do you think you should deal with the
morality
of war?
The morality of war is a complicated and deep issue, ethically speaking, but I think most people are agreed that you shouldn't, command the slaughter of children. And we're not talking about children dying as accidental collateral victims of a greater war. We're not even talking about a nation intentionally killing children, but at least saying that it was an accident. We're talking about God proactively commanding the slaughter of these children, like on purpose. I don't know, Dr. Peterson, I kind of want you to tell us what kind of just war theory could incorporate such a command. Now, before we move on, I just want you to sit and think to yourself for a moment. Do you think this guy's being rude? Like the guy who's just sat down to talk to Jordan Peterson? I mean, they're trying to get their point across and they're trying to do it quickly. I've been in that situation, I know how difficult that is. But do you think he's being rude? Do you think he's being purposefully obtuse or playing games? It doesn't seem that way to me, but look how this conversation unfolds.
Because I feel like the morality, like I feel like Christian ethics, like this is kind of, I guess I just think it's like kind of an absurdity to say that God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, but sure, well, we can go on my ethics, that's totally fine.
I don't know what you mean by an absurdity. What game are you playing?
So Peterson wants to know what game this guy's playing with that question. And this guy might not be formulating his thoughts as clearly as he could. It's a difficult and quite brave thing to do on a platform like this. But it doesn't seem to me like he's playing games.
I don't know what you mean by an absurdity. What game are you playing?
Well, I just think that it's an absurdity to say that the Christian God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, that like the Christian God isn't Christian ethical.
I said that the specific statements that you made don't take the context of the stories into account, and so that your analytical approach is faulty.
Sure.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Sure, then let's go to the
Like, okay, I can understand why it might be frustrating when it feels like somebody isn't understanding you or isn't listening to you properly, but I don't think this guy is doing anything that warrants that kind of anger from Jordan Peterson. And Peterson is upset that he's putting words in his mouth because he said, well, I think it's an absurdity to say that God doesn't fit within Christian ethics. And Peterson says, well, I never said that. Of course you never said that. The point is he's trying to argue that that's the implication of your worldview. It's a bit like if Jordan Peterson says, well, you know, you're an atheist, but you do worship something. And I said, hey, don't put words in my mouth. I never said that. That would be a totally inappropriate response. Like, yeah, of course I didn't say those words, but it's still your view that that's what I'm doing. The point is not that I'm trying to express your views in your own words, but I'm trying to tell you what I think are some implications of what you're saying. I mean, yeah, like if somebody is intentionally ascribing views to you that you just don't hold, that's one thing. That might be putting words in your mouth, but it just doesn't seem like that's what this guy's doing here.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Sure, then let's go through the example. Yeah, so, and I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says, go and slaughter the Amalekites, slaughter the men, the women, the children, the infants.
Hey, don't forget about the animals. He also says to slaughter the cattle, the sheep, the camels, and the donkeys.
What's the justification for that? Is that in line
That's a
with
good
Christian
question.
ethics?
That's a good question. I don't really know what to do with the terrible blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past. I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah, but this isn't just a record of history, is it? It's not just the Bible saying, here's something that happened. This is a report of a command that God gave through one of his chosen prophets to one of his chosen kings over his chosen people, which isn't quite the same thing.
What you try to do in your own life, as far as I can tell, is to conduct yourself in a manner that makes such things much more unlikely.
I totally agree.
We're all saddled with the problem of the catastrophes that got us here, aren't we?
Yeah, but this one was commanded by God. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what differentiates it from anything else, is that this one, it's God saying, go and do this atrocity.
Do you think that there's ever such a thing as a righteous war?
Again, I think Peterson is evading the important question. The question is not about the ethics of war more broadly, but specifically about this command to slaughter children, and of course, animals. Like, yeah, I get the point here. There are some wars that are just and some that are unjust, and exactly how we work out which is quite murky. But I think we can all be in rough agreement here that the intentional slaughter of children is not just. And if that's the case, how can we account for God commanding this specifically in 1 Samuel chapter 15?
God saying, go and do this atrocity.
Do you think that there's ever such a thing as a righteous war?
I'm skeptical. I'm not sure. It would probably be situational.
Well, right, fair enough.
Yeah, but this one
people
certainly wasn't a just war. The context for the Amalekite slaughter is that 400 years earlier, they fought one battle which they lost, and God says, that's it, I'm going to wipe them off the face of the goddamn earth. And then 400 years later, he commands the Israelites to genocide their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. That's not a just war at all. And also, a genocide is not a war.
Well, a genocide can be a war, but...
Absolutely not.
Nope.
The genociding of the Amalekites, the men, the women, and the infants, that's not a war. The infants aren't combatants.
Look, I already said that it's very difficult to look at the blood-soaked past and to know exactly what to do about it. The answer I gave to the gentleman who was sitting here before you is that it's necessary to read a text like the Bible at all of its levels of analysis simultaneously. And there's a directional morality that emerges across time, that has its roots in the Old Testament, for example, with its restrictions against murder specifically, that makes itself manifest in the Christian texts as the insistence on voluntary self-sacrifice as the foundation of belief. That's a profoundly anti-violence ethos.
Okay, but the problem is, even if there is some kind of moral trajectory to the Bible for some reason, the idea that an all-loving God would proactively command something which is evil just seems conceptually incoherent. And so we have to tackle this problem head on. And of course, I completely understand why somebody would just say, I don't know, it's an incredibly complicated issue. But I do think it's quite telling that when faced with a command to slaughter innocent children and non-combatant men and women and animals, somebody has to say, yeah, I'm not really sure about that. I'm not sure if it was right or wrong, or if it was wrong, how it was wrong, and maybe there was some kind of justification. I mean, maybe there was, but you can understand why that would be pretty uncompelling to the atheists in the room.
Do you have the belief in your theology?
Well, what do you think about it? Wait a sec. Now, address what I just said.
So I'm about to address it, but I'm addressing with a question. Do you think that God is by his very essence perfect?
you'll have to provide more.
Sure, just like maximally great and all.
I think
great
it's a
making
definition.
qualities.
Sure.
Yeah,
By
like
definition.
flawless. Yeah. So,
Okay, so
does a
wait a
flawless
sec,
thing
wait a
change?
sec.
Does a flawless thing reveal like more and better information over time? Would a flawless thing say, here's what's good, here's the absolute good thing to do at all circumstances in time?
Well, we know some of that.
Wait,
Tell
so
the truth.
does
That's one.
that's totally fine, but
No,
presumably
no. You don't get to
that's
state over
because
that.
it's a straw
That's
man.
totally
It's
fine.
a straw man of my position. It's a straw man of the argument. So the
Wait,
argument is
wait,
that
wait
God-
a sec. You
I'm
said
already waiting a
find
second.
one maxim that's transcendent across situations.
I didn't say any of those words. I'm not sure what conversation you're a part of.
He's right, actually. He didn't say those words. So who's putting words in whose mouth now? He didn't say, name one thing which is transcendently true. He said that of all God's moral commands, wouldn't we expect, if he's a perfect, unchanging being, for them all to apply across time equally?
Would a flawless thing say, here's what's good, here's the absolute good thing to do at all circumstances in time?
This is what Peterson tells us, he said.
No, wait a sec. You
I'm already
said
waiting a
find
second.
one maxim that's transcendent across situations.
I didn't say any of those.
And he points out, rightfully, that that's just not what he said. And I can imagine this would be quite frustrating, which is probably why he then said, I don't know what conversation you're a part of. But then Peterson just isn't having any of it.
I didn't say any of those words. I'm not sure what
Hey,
conversation you're
rephrase.
a part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, I mean it. If we're going to have a serious conversation, conduct yourself properly.
Okay.
Okay. Rephrase your question so that because I must have missed it, I tried to answer it.
Like, I understand if somebody has really poor discursive etiquette, if they're being really rude, it's good to give them a bit of a dressing down. But look, okay, I don't think this is the most generous and charitable conversation that I've ever seen, but I don't think this guy is, like, being really rude. And to the extent that he is, I can see why he's getting frustrated.
Rephrase your question so that because I must have missed it, I tried to answer it.
So in my mind, I guess by my lights, a perfect being doesn't change. A perfect being, if they're maximally good, maximally moral.
Does our understanding of the perfect being change?
Our understanding might, but
Okay, how do
presumably
we
what the perfect
distinguish? How do
being
we
is
distinguish?
revealing.
Well, I agree. How do we distinguish between that but with the human level?
How do we distinguish between whether...
Between our transforming understanding of perfection and perfection itself.
Between our...
We can only, we can only see through our own lenses.
Presumably a perfect being would be revealing all of these aspects all the time, especially if God's outside of time. I don't know how a God who's outside of time is revealing different things at different times. That just seems like incoherent to me.
Imagine something that's perfect.
Sure.
And complete.
Sure.
Okay, and it's trying to communicate with creatures who are anything
Gabriel
but that.
Plord.
Sure. Well, they're going to get it wrong.
That the
Sure.
wacky
But
to
no,
wacky.
wait,
Yes, that's the
Feeling
wacky to wacky.
Interpreters or the phenomena itself?
Wait, but who's getting it wrong here? Peterson responds that our understanding of that perfect being might change throughout time. But what about the people who wrote it down in the first instance? Was their understanding correct or not? Because they recorded this command of God, which was to slaughter innocent children. Were they somehow misinterpreting God? If they were, then the text they wrote down, which is now part of the scriptural canon, is unreliable. Or maybe Peterson is talking about us today misinterpreting the Bible. The argument would have then changed from what it was before. Okay, this happened, but there was important historical context, to, well, we don't really know what happened there because we're probably misinterpreting it today. Well, maybe we are misinterpreting it, but then how do you think we should interpret it? Again, Dr. Peterson, we have a text here in which God commands the slaughter of innocent children. Maybe we're somehow misinterpreting it. But if so, I really want you to tell us how you think we should be interpreting this text. I mean, I think the real problem here is that Peterson is just not telling us what he believes. And, I mean, he's under no obligation to tell anyone what he believes. At one point, he even reprimands someone for expecting him to tell them what he believes.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
But then again, the question becomes, like, what are you doing here? If you want to have a long-form conversation which gives some specificities of the nature of belief and morality, this really just kind of isn't the format for you. And forget just the format. If the specific discussion is supposed to be one Christian surrounded by like 25 atheists, and you won't call yourself a Christian, what are you doing here? Anyway, look, I obviously haven't covered everything here. The video is like an hour and a half long, so I've tried my best to give something of an overview, I guess. Some of it might make sense to you, some of it might not. And you might also think that I've missed some really important moments. Chances are if I have...
that is brutal. That was like Depends on what you mean by what. You never said that, Jordan Peterson. You said that. Jordan Peterson versus 20 Christian would be equally interesting. Peterson versus 20 Jordan Peterson would be the game of all debate. Just got out of the pool hairstyle. One atheist versus 20 atheists would have been the accurate title. Government described Peterson as a very angry man in his warmth, and the mask slipped. Okay. I do it in this romantic device. Much open. Substance. To confuse the enemy. To confuse the enemy, first confuse yourself. That is a very good comment. This is a true reaction video, Alex. The title of Jubilee should be Shooting is Christian versus 20 fairly misled. And thank you. This is unreal. Sorry for that. I can't answer. I wasn't there. You're the post-modernist in the futile effort to justify pre-modernist mythology. Alright, we gotta like make the video as well. I haven't made it. Let us play some Stardoom music here.
If you've never broken a single bone, you might be one of us.
What the fuck are these ads, man?
Maybe try his video about, is lucid dreaming real? It explains all the science of it. That will dispel any doubts you might have. Smiley face.
still on the fence. Is lucid dreaming real? Explains the science behind. Oh, I'm not on the fence. I'm still occupied by other things. Actually.
Melody. No worries, I know I'm persistent about borderline annoying LOL, but you will see one day why that is. ID even put money on it. Just be prepared to file for bankruptcy, haha faced with tears of joy.
Okay. Yeah, I think it is an experience that one can have and stuff. Just have to train for it. I'm just not. Just not doing well. I'm wrestling with myself.
Want to create an online store but not sure what to do next? With managed WooCommerce hosting from Hostinger, you can skip the complex setup process and get straight to business. It's e-commerce hosting, but with more. Quickly and easily fill your site with search-friendly content and bespoke product descriptions written by our AI content creator. Increase sales and turn visitors into customers thanks to lightning-quick page loading speeds. Plus, there's plenty of room to grow whether you've got one product, hundreds, or thousands. With a 99.9% uptime guarantee, you can relax knowing your store will be serving customers for you 24 hours a day. And it will be protected by the latest security tools, automatic backups, and updates. Try it in complete confidence with our 30-day money-back guarantee. And if you ever need help, our expert support is available 24/7. Trusted by millions of website owners worldwide. Go to hostinger.pk/e-commerce to get started. Hostinger. 3, 2, online.
Woo!
Hello. 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 Okay. It works. Everything works. Hmm. All right. Yes, okay. Yes, the title is true. I did give up on a channel with 84,000 subscribers. That was a channel that was a channel I built and continued to build for 7 years. It became a source of my income as well. But the reason why I quit it was not but the reason why I quit it was because it no longer represented who I am anymore. See, in 7 years, I've gone through many transitional periods and, like, just changing, becoming a different person. I mean, I looked like this and now I look like this. I am a married man now. That was a young man who started a channel. So I am um
Rohan grinning face. Hello.
so with that, what the channel was initially to what it became now, there was like a huge difference. And along these different phases of life that I've had, I believe in just putting myself out there and who I am. And with all these different phases that I had and gaining, I got 84 people to click a subscribe button. I think that's not a lot of people have been able to do that. Yes. But okay, I'm just organizing my thoughts. I'm not recording anything, just organizing my thoughts and stuff. All right, this is what the video is going to be about. Yeah, the reason why, or maybe it wasn't expected of me to like, there were parts and there were years in the channel that were like really successful and years that were not really successful, right? So there was always this pressure on me to go back to being the way I was back on those years, or like, or whatever worked and stuff. And I'm just not that person anymore. So I took a bold chance and I created a new channel.
Can you react to song?
And what
Names
ended up
attention
happening
deficit.
was the old channel got a community guideline strike at the same time as I was thinking about this. So it kind of like accelerated my process of moving to a new channel as well.
Private. Can
Okay,
you
yes, we gotta like organize this further. So I'm just like riffing about this. Okay, so don't mind me. Just keep thinking about it. Right. Private. What can you react?
1.
A
Hello,
song.
Will.
Names. Attention deficit. Hello, hello, hello. All right, guys. Just forget that I am here. I am just trying to like. I gotta make a video. I have one script for day 800 that I wanna really say, but I do want to say why I abandoned the channel with 85,000 subscribers.
Okay, no
And
one
why
is
I
here.
abandoned it was simply because one, it wasn't working, and it not working, I attribute it to me changing as a person. Like people that subscribed or watched that channel wanted the same me from like 5 years ago. Some wanted the same me from 7 years ago. Some wanted the same me from 2 years ago. Some like the present, right? um but people subscribed at different times of my life, and I can say that I am a different person now. But remaining on that channel, it always felt like I had to go back to move forward, which I don't think I can now. So that's one of the reasons why I moved to a new channel to start fresh. And I know starting fresh could mean, like, looks, it's a very dejected thought that you worked on something for 7 years and stuff, and now you are you've decided to like just start over from zero. um but
Tafastu. Good morning.
for me it is just more liberating to start from zero and to be who I am, rather than to just like stay with the same flow, if you get what I'm saying. So I don't know why I'm getting like deep and personal about this. Like, I think it's because 800 days of my continuous 24/7 live stream is coming, and like it's like making me think. But like I just wanted to like make a quick video explaining why I moved. Yeah. Okay, so this is still not the video. I still have not recorded the video. Right? This is all live. Okay. I still don't know what to say. I think this one should be off the cuff. Like an update. But I do want to mention. Man, now I'm like fucking searching into my soul stuff. I'm trying to figure out what I was gonna say. All right, let's record this and see what happens. All right. Yes, you read the title right. I did move from a channel with 84,000 subscribers. 7 years put into it. Why did I move? And what prompted this decision. One of the reasons was the channel getting like a guideline strike or something. So I am a person who streams 24/7, and I was watching a gun restoration video, and YouTube thought that I am showing guns on stream, so they gave me a guideline, which I appealed, and then they took back the strike. For Yeah, it just took 2 days, but then uh, even before that, I was talking to my wife, and I was like, this channel is not me anymore. And although there might not be pressure from people, but inside I feel this pressure of reverting back, uh, and reverting back to being my old self, which I am not anymore. It's been like 7 years since that channel, since working on that channel, and I hold this value of being yourself very, very high above my hierarchy of values. So this is why I'm just like, it's like we start fresh. Starting fresh is, I know, like fucking horrible, but to me, I feel like this is more freeing, and hopefully something good can come out of it. This is horrible. This video hasn't had no point. I am not making this video. The more I say it, the more I realize how bad I am. So maybe list down the points. What are you even trying to say? Who even cares? Who are you telling this to?
Gabriel Plord.
The audio seems a
audio
little
seems
audio
a little
thing.
out of
I
sync,
can
Gabriel
speak.
Plord.
Any tips to avoid overthinking?
Can you speak on any tips to avoid
causing
overthinking,
excessive stress,
causing excessive
spiraling
stress,
downward,
spiraling downward, etc.?
audio looks and audio is out of sync because I don't know how to
Audio
fix
looks
it
like it's
right
out of
when I
sync.
speak through this
In
mic.
case you didn't
It's
know.
fine. I will like fix it in post. Yeah. Oh man, I don't know what to say. Like I don't know what to say. Okay.
Melody. Were you not happy with people's exceptions of who they wanted you to be?
Were you not happy with the people's expectation? No, it's just like the ones that wanted me to be something, they just left, right? Okay. But um it was just like something that was in my head as well. Like, it was this buzzing noise that, like, you gotta like go back. And plus, man, that like, I don't know. It was fucking weird experience. I can probably tell it, but I feel like I am overthinking this now. Like how to tell it. So wait, let me just like write some points. Because I think I'm gonna have to write some points down. This is not going to work out without it.
Melody. I think it takes a lot of courage to start from scratch and try and discover yourself. Kudos.
Yeah. I wanna like write down and give it like a sort of a structure. I'm just practicing again. Bum, 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 bum. Mm-hmm. Hello. Hello. Oh no. What's up?
Private. Funny grinning face with smiling eyes.
Alright. Rap Man by Evadio. Who is Evadio? Alright. Now I've lost my train of thought. What was
Private. React dude.
React to what? What is this Rap Man Evadio? I can't react to videos because of copyright issues and stuff. So that's why I play jazz in the background.
Rapman, 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 Rapman.
Yeah.
Private.
Yo, that's...
No, that's my friend.
No way! No way you know this guy. He's pretty good. Wait, what?
Private. No copyrights.
No, it does do the copyright thing. I've seen it. And everybody that has like this thing, okay, like music under song and stuff, it just... Yeah. I think he's more so had it from like a label or something. But yeah, this is pretty good. Aditya is pretty good.
BK that's 3 years old, I'm digging her, I'm showing signs of me being late. Out of this world, I broke my water, drank the solid mirror. You got clean my way, they made no way, sit it all on stream, my case so straight. LGBT hackers, plus really.
San Diego Superchargers.
San Diego
Private. He is my friend.
You're also from India?
Rapman,
Bro, this dude is pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's go.
Theoretical wet work. Sup, Mr. Wilson.
Sup, theoretical wet work. How you doing? How's life going?
Private. Indian second best music rapper after Hanumankand.
Sure. Yeah, I usually don't like see music as like in competition terms. When you start looking at music in competition terms,
Spiffy,
it's
thanks.
just like fucking. It's just like who someone's personal preference is, like, you know.
As a video creator, our biggest enemy is time, and something that takes up a lot of time is colour grading. My name's Harry.
The global population stands at some 7.7 billion people, a number that may well double by the end of the century. Humanity is now spread to cover almost every continent.
Wait, the birth of civilization, the first farmers, what the... Wait, why did I click on this? This is my friend, right?
Private. Exactly.
So best or worst is sort of irrelevant. It's just what you vibe with.
Nidin Sharma. Yogwili. Nidin Sharma. Not sleeping.
Oh no, like not at this time. Like when you wake up, like it's around 12 or 1, I guess. Is when I go to sleep in the morning. I've been just like pondering, meandering, and just like thinking about how to approach a certain topic. And this is not even like a certain topic. This is like an update thing. But then, like I'm feeling like
Nidin Sharma. How nice. Super fantasy. Wait so you get aura for streaming 10 years, but when I win a 30v1, I get negative 500 aura. Wow, I see how it is.
When I
Melody.
win a 30v1, it's negative.
Ever thought of making a vertical live in addition to this one? Not sure if that's possible, but most lives I found was through shorts. Then again, the vibe is chill now. Shorts may bring trolls thinking face.
The shorts live stream thing, I don't think this stream is for the shorts live stream thing. And plus it's like a vertical format as well, and I don't really like, I don't like it. I don't like the format.
Super fantasy. Wilson, don't you know the meme 30v1 negative 500 aura? Wow, I see how it is.
What I am trying to do is to just put streaming in the background for a while, and like making videos as the forefront, and then we can like pay more attention to the streaming afterwards. That's what I've been doing as well, like writing scripts and like practicing and talking. I feel like I've gotten very good at talking, but I still have to like, there's this like itch in me to have more structure to what I say. Okay, so it doesn't come off as like meandering.
Super fantasy.
Stuff. Does that make sense? Yeah, so that's
negative 500 aura, 500 aura, 400 aura.
Yeah. Like structured videos, but there are a few ideas that are in my head that that will deem off the cuff situation as well. I think I'm just writing like a rough sketch, but not like actually following the sketch, but just having that in
Rage
mind.
Melody.
Could be really good.
That does make sense. Smiley face.
Yeah. I mean, so I'm gonna practice. This rage bait.
Super fantasy. You get 500 aura for walking 1 minute cold.
Alright. I get 500 aura, you get negative aura for existing. Man, super fantasy. What the fuck? Alright, so let me just clear my thoughts. Okay. So in explaining what?
Super fantasy. Cold Stone Wilson. Melody. Unrelated, but what kind of tripod do you use? All if the movements are super smooth and stable.
Oh, I am using, so this camera that I'm using, it is DJI Osmo Action 4, and it has like electronic, like it has a fisheye lens, so it has electronic stabilization. So basically, if I turn the stabilization off, yeah, so this now you see more of the frame as well, and when it's moving there is more jitter as well. Okay, but if I turn the stabilization off, just give you less of the footage, it like zooms in a little bit, but it compensates, and now you will have like smooth flow to things. It's very genius way to stabilize.
Melody. So it's the camera? That's really cool.
Yes.
What's the tech called again?
It's
Just
Osmo
stabilization? I'd like to
Action.
get one that has that.
Yeah, this has Rocksteady and Rocksteady plus stabilization. I think GoPro has a stabilization as well.
Shorts.
Yes. What? I think has that stabilization as well. The fucking what you call it? GoPro has the same stabilization. The latest GoPros. So most cameras nowadays have this. Action cameras probably.
Noted.
Mm-hmm.
Super fantasy. Why did you quit making memes, my guy? Mema mimi mima mimo momo. Rowan grinning face. Writing morning pages?
No writing a script, no.
Rowan grinning face. Ja ha 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 ha. Superfan. You get 100 aura for using a pencil, 300 aura for using a pen, 1000 aura for using PP.
Okay. You get negative aura for saying the word PP.
Melody. My fridge water thingy just stopped working random. Didn't realize how much I depend on it when the alternative is tap water. I need to get one of those water tanks you have.
Right? Yes. The water thingy where I get the water. Yes. The office water cooler water thingy of life. Yes. They're pretty nifty.
Melody. For context, I live downstream from where they made weapons-grade plutonium for the first nukes.
Oh.
Nick, when kidding. You won't catch me drinking that. We plan on moving more west when we're able.
Okay. Wait, which state are you from?
Okay, so basically, no.
Melody. Washington State.
Oh, okay. Wait, Washington, the city Washington as well, right? I don't know much about the states. And then there is a state. Okay, so you're from the state. What is the vibe of Washington?
Melody. I don't really care about dropping my location, I guess. The place is called Hanford.
No.
It has a lot of history and currently stores nuclear waste from all kinds of nasty stuff.
No. It's not like I don't know. Remove the message or something. I don't know. It's not like remove it for yourself as well. It's just not like preferred to share location on the. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean. Okay, so this is where the nukes happened and stuff. Damn, bro. Yeah, so me and Lily, we were thinking about this. Like, if the channel ever takes off and we're like in like a good monetary position or something, we were thinking we're gonna live.
The vibe is very woke and schizo the closer you get to Seattle, but the forests and beaches are beautiful.
Yeah.
It's called RHE Evergreen State for a reason.
All right. Well, me and Lily, we're gonna like travel around the states in an RV as well. If like we get like enough money to be able to like support that life and stuff. I don't think you need a lot of money for that as well, but yeah, we'll need a parking spot, right? So we've got one in. So yes, we will be parking the RV one day, right, at your spot, right? Okay, so I've got people from Texas, right, California, Nebraska, Arizona, and there's three more. Yes, and now you are here as well. That's fucking cool, right? You're a person involved. We gotta like befriend everybody in every state, and that's where we will like park the RV. Okay, so let's go back. What is happening?
Melody, you are more than welcome to come hang. We actually wanted to boondock and we're very serious about it. Basically van life and camping. But we were young and Aspen, our daughter, took priority. Smiley face.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Melody. We still plan to do something like van life someday when she's older. It is a dream of mine.
It is our dream as well, which we're gonna hopefully like this works out. I have some like heavy like kind of like relying on channel to like work as well. That's why you see me just like fucking massively like thinking about all of this stuff.
always faded, writing my 55 pages.
Yes. Start.
Superfan. For me, it's always checking if studying otherwise a slap. Superfan. Melody. We did the math, well, that was 4 years ago. But once you get your vehicle like a van, it's the cheapest way to live besides being homeless.
Okay.
We are minimalists and that lifestyle is attractive to us.
Bro, same with us as well. Yes, that is same with us. Like, hopefully we reach that point. Yeah. I'm gonna have to like work my butt off for a while though.
Melody. America is getting scary though, and traveling far from home is seeming like less of a good idea, especially with Aspen. My husband wants to get off the grid as soon as we're able, like homesteading.
We off the grid. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious me. Okay. Okay, simple answer is don't. Yeah, if you're not comfortable, then there is no point. Yes. Okay, wait, I'm gonna just quickly watch the speedrun. Yes. I find joy in people looking at people play block game fast. Yeah. So we gotta make this rule for ourselves that if you're not feeling comfortable to do it and you feel like there is no need for this, okay, then fucking just update a post will suffice an update, okay.
Yep, that is the one.
Nidin Sharma.
Yes.
What are you listening to?
I'm not listening. I'm watching the speed run to clear my mind. Hey, listen, man. I like watching speed runs. I like people play block game fast. It is very entertaining to me. That is the value I get from it.
Nidin Sharma. Damn nice. Nidin Sharma. I remember I loved Dream's manhunt videos. They were super fun.
Oh my god. Until Dream turned out to be a fucking weirdo. Man, I should tell you this thing, but like, you know, you're not gonna... Yeah, Dream came on the channel once, on my channel. So I was reacting...
Yeah.
I was reacting to a video. So there's been George Not Found that has watched the live stream. Dream has watched the live stream as well. Yes, there's a video of it on the older channel as well when Dream joined the chat.
Nidin Sharma. What for real?
Yes. Look it up on the channel. Just look up the George Not Found
Nidin
video
Sharma.
and the other.
Damn man. Nidin Sharma. Wait. Nidin Sharma. We'll go watch it.
Yeah, just type George Not Found. I don't know what the title of the other video is. But like, yeah. And come to think of it, Nitin, I have had like a very mysterious career when it comes to YouTube.
Nitin Sharma. Damn, you were super hyperactive back then.
Yeah. Oh, I was playing like a character or something at that time. Yes, at that time anything went by. But still, it doesn't suit me anymore, man. Like I really didn't enjoy that as well. So yeah, Dream has been a viewer of this channel. So I remember even on the 24/7 live stream, Dream just came in. We just chatted for a while and stuff. There was like 5 people watching.
Nitin Sharma.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice that side's cool too.
Yes. So I think the biggest channel has been like I Show Speed that came on the channel. Yeah, I Show Speed watched the channel as well at one point. Yes. Bro, like
Nitin Sharma. I couldn't find the Dream one, I saw the George one.
Oh man, I'll have to like look through titles and it's a VOD, it's a big
Nitin
VOD.
Sharma. Speed?
Yeah, now search
also
I
Dream
Show
VOD.
Speed. Yes, now search I Show Speed on the channel and you will find the video. Yeah. I was basically taking a shit when he came on the stream.
Nitin Sharma. We'll try finding them, damn.
Steak rated the stream as well, if you know who Steak is. That was when I had 1,000 viewers for the first time ever. And I was like reacting to a manhunt when Dream showed up. There was like 700 people watching.
Nitin Sharma. Gambling site?
No, not gambling site. But I've never like, fucking boasted about these things. But yeah, I was, he said, bruh, this dude been streaming since December 27.
Nitin Sharma. Stake is a gambling site, I remember LMA.
Oh no. Steak is a YouTuber. Is a live streamer. Yes. He gets like 3K odd viewers and stuff, and then he rated the whole channel. He's a friend of mine as well. Like, so he used to watch. There'd be like again 4 to 5 people, and he'd be in the chat, and yeah, he was a mod on the channel.
Nidin Sharma. A loudly crying face.
Yeah. When speed rated, there was like just 300 people. Yeah. Because I wasn't there. I was taking a shit. Yeah. But like that would
Nidin
have.
Sharma. You have crazy lore, loudly crying face.
I do have crazy lore. But man, honestly, that is where I was like completely disillusioned with the whole, idea of going back to the older self and stuff as well. So I think it was a good thing. Like, imagine in a world where I was there speed rated, right, and I was still playing the character and stuff, right? Probably would have never gotten to you, or I would have never found the love of my life, okay, if I wasn't being myself. Yeah. So I think that is much better than I've had a very fucking crazy career during doing this crazy shit, man. There's this one time there were like groups of anti-vaxxers that used to watch my stream.
Damn.
There was once a group of bunch of fucking racist people making different accounts and stuff, like watching the stream. I had like a community build up. I had a Discord thing as well back in the days. I fucking crazy lore, bro. Crazy lore.
Nidin Sharma.
But yeah, I feel more free while starting over again, because I don't really want to be associated. Man, I'm old now, dude. Like, I wanna make old people content. Like, content that appeals to older people and stuff. Yeah. Like, imagine having philosophical discussions over Minecraft, which I used to have. That makes no sense.
Melody. Do you prefer this quieter life?
I prefer this quieter life. Because it's more closer to me. And this time, I think with the type of videos and everything that I'm uploading and everything, I feel like it will go to
Nidin Sharma.
A better type of
audience. It's hard to maintain a fake personality like jumping and hyperactive if you are on speed.
Yes, if you are on speed, yes. So I was speed before speed was speed. So I was like a speed type character, but like speed became like obviously started late. I'm a much older streamer than if. There's crazy lore, but like I don't know how to explain
Mr.
it.
Creator.
California is under fire. Civil war soon. Too late in deporting immigrants. Trump should first deal with the fire under his ass and then think about doing ceasefires to resolve conflict. Nidin Sharma. Real loudly crying face, loudly crying face.
Yeah. Thank you for subscribing, K.T. Okay, we'll see what happens with that. Man, you always have alarmist news coming up. So I choose a quieter life over and yeah, and and a life that is more true to myself than other. I've had my fair share of fun with that side of the thing as well. But now it's like more so, let's just get grounded.
Nidin Sharma. I also prefer you this way.
Yeah. There's more of a connection, and I don't know, man. Like I've grown older. I'm old now. Yeah.
Nidin Sharma. It makes you more nicer and approachable.
Yeah. Hopefully it does.
Nidin Sharma. You aren't that old, loudly crying face.
No, I'm not that old, but I'm not. I don't want to I don't want to play this like a. You know what I'm saying, right? I don't want to play this like a different way. Yeah, I don't want to play the game anymore. I want to have like a corner where the game is not expected of you.
Nidin Sharma. You are super sensible and what do we say, intellectual.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. These are very good words. Thank you. Thank you for thinking that.
Nidin Sharma.
Okay. I gotta get something to eat now. Well, today was a day where we just spent time just thinking about what to do and
Nidin
then
Sharma.
making a
and
whole
yesterday we
idea
talked for like
and
12
then just
hours
like,
and are back together as loudly crying face, loudly crying face.
oh my God, oh my God, the teenage love, bro, the teenage love.
Nidin Sharma. You will end streaming in 2033?
No. In 2030.
Nidin Sharma. What? Nidin Sharma. WHYY loudly crying face.
What do you mean? Like, because 10 years.
Nidin Sharma. Hopefully get a job by 2030 loudly crying face.
Hopefully get a job. I will probably get a job when I move to the States, and I will film the job as well. Probably will get my PhD during this time as well.
Nidin Sharma. You started streaming in 2023, right?
Oh no, yes. Oh yeah.
Nidin Sharma.
Oh yeah, 2033.
Not you, sir, I mean I get a job.
Alright. Yes. Yes, then that will be 2033, yes.
Melody. Well, it's Saturday night. Might as well burn a little plant matter leafy green. If I don't make it back, I fell asleep. Have a good night in any case. Smiley face.
Alright, take care, Melody.
Nidin Sharma. I will get a job by 2033, surely.
Surely, yes. I think even earlier than that as well. It's not.
Nidin Sharma. You see Chinese speedruns?
I don't watch the person, I'm just looking at the.
Doberman. What's up, Mr. Wilson?
What's up is the whole day I landed on one thing, one idea, and then I just bailed on it. And now it's gonna be like, let's just wait for the next day. Wrote 2 scripts and then just bailed on them.
How many languages do you know?
I know the language of I don't know, a lot. 4 actually: Punjabi, English, Urdu, and
Doberman.
And
oh, can we herd or is it a secret?
No, it's
ਤੇ ਹੋਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ 69 ਇੰਨਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ so you're waiting for me why are you waiting for me love you Sonia सारी रात बाद नफे सारी रात
क्या क्या क्या
अरे ये था कि चीजें बांध रही थी कभी रख रही थी
वो तो है
तो कभी रख रही थी तो कभी चोला पहन के इधर जा रही थी कभी इधर तो मैं बस उसको प्यार ही कर रही उनको पीछे 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 घूम रहे
अच्छा
हाँ
तो ये तो ठीक है
ये तो ठीक
लेकिन
तो वो भी
मैं
ठीक
ये
है
कह रहा था
तो
कि
वो भी ठीक है
हाँ
तैयारी श्यारी कर दी पे आउन दी
Kanish.
जुलाई के अंदर
Good morning, G.
क्या
Kanish. Watch time.
क्या था क्या चीज तो अभी नहीं तो मैसेज कर दे तो कर ले हाँ
क्यों अच्छा चलो ठीक है ओके जो क्या पढ़ा क्या हुआ क्या क्या
हाँ हम तो आज करेले गोश्त है भिंडी चिकन है
भिंडी चिकन है
तो रोटी
भिंडी चिकन के साथ एक रोटी
ओह yeah
Day what of asking Wilson for microplastics in PP. Yeah, it was like it's not a secret or anything, Doberman. It was just so one video I think I will make on the 800 day. Okay, the other one was like just like an update thing. But then I was like, I don't know, like I didn't find it to be impactful or something, so
Kanish,
then I just didn't like figure
how you been, Sean? Life be lifing or not?
Life is lifing. Yeah, was able to find the type of niche that I wanna create. Okay, this video is going well. I just saw the things like initial response to the video has been. There's been more click-through rate, but there's not a lot of new people that have clicked on it, just like 5 new people right now, and it takes time for it to get into algorithm and stuff, so that's something. Yeah.
Nadine Sharma. Man, watch Money Heist.
Man, I don't think I like Money Heist. I've heard about the thing though.
Doberman. One day it will click in the algo and take off.
Yes.
Doberman. Good show.
Yeah, so what we are going to do now is just to
Nadine Sharma.
Make more, I guess.
You would
like,
love it. Loudly crying face, loudly crying
along
face.
Along the lines of
Doberman.
that,
La Casa del Papel.
That means like start researching as well, and I have been researching though. I don't know why I kind of like the process of researching for a video or like an answer more so when I'm like about to go to sleep and I'm like not on the camera anymore. And I think it would be great help to me if I develop the habit of doing it on camera, because I'm like on camera most of the times. Does that make sense? I think it does, yes. Unreal sense making, unreal world building. If something just like clicks, if I just like let myself like go
Nadine
wild
Sharma.
and rampant,
Yes, yes, it does.
something just clicks. Hell yeah, it does.
Doberman. Make it interesting, go on walks, sit on a bench while you do.
Yeah. Yeah, going on walks would be pretty good. I think now is about the time when I start doing the book again, but I think I'm doing better without the book as well. So what was that question about? It's still in my brain a little bit. How to remain calm.
Been so long since we got a sunrise talk.
Yeah. Actually, it's not been that long. I recorded a video of a sunrise talk as well, but then I scrapped it. I don't know, for me, if it feels like it is good, right, like, you know, I want to like improve in the video generation space. So if it doesn't like feel good to me, then I just go like, alright, this is not. Although, I don't know if that's the right approach. But I figured it out.
Nadine Sharma. You really love puzzles, right?
I like puzzles when I'm high, which I'm not right now, but I think I'm starting to like them when I'm not high as well. Man, it's just like it helps me be more normal while streaming. You get what I'm saying? Like it helps me be more casual and be more real and stuff. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like a thing. I feel like the vessel is empty.
Nadine Sharma.
You know? Like I gotta fill the vessel.
Doberman. How to remain calm as the world turning into chaos. Lots of wars, you know, things you can't control.
Yes. So, I mean, one approach would be to, you can't control it, so just don't think about it. I don't know if there's a manual to this. What makes me calmer though? Like that's something that I gotta figure out. Or maybe I'm not calm. Maybe I'm just like fucking very good at masking or that I'm calm. But yeah, genuinely I kind of feel like I am calm as well, but I'm not calm. It's fucking weird, bro. I like dig deep into myself. To find out the answer. tiring to like, worry about things, bro. Like, it's like, okay, so here's what I think. I do think that if there is nothing that I can actively do to change this situation, right, the best thing I can do is the things that I can do, right, and which is like, it sort of comes back to
Doberman.
The stoic
Calm
thing
about
as well.
the world, but active in your own life and path.
Yeah. Active in my own life though. Yes. There are bigger battles, right? There are battles that you are fighting, right? And then there are battles that you are. Then there are like indirect battles as well. Yeah, there's your battles, right? And then there are like indirect battles. And by indirect battles, I would say
Nitin Sharma. You don't even know about.
By indirect battles, I would say like things that you can't really control, but are like, are destroying your life.
Shivan Ahlavat.
You get what I'm saying?
Speak long time no see, brother.
Oh my god, Shivan, you found this channel as well. Oh my god. So bad. How you doing? Welcome back, brother. Yeah, so some people that used to watch are like slowly finding this channel, which makes me realize that people really never, like, people just like actively searched for this channel. Like, that's the type of viewer that I had. Yeah. So that makes me feel good.
Nitin Sharma. I was wondering if there was any other Nit in that watched this channel.
Nitin? Oh yeah, there's probably a lot.
Shivan Ahlavat. Speak, I saw your comments on the video.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So we've got the channel back now. We got it like after 2 days of that thing happening. But I am not going to stream on that channel anymore.
Nitin Sharma.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Nitin loudly crying?
You are my favorite Nitin, bro. Yeah, so coming back to being calm under like, fucking stressful situation and stuff.
Speak
it's
what's
just
gonna
that the
happen
things
to your
that you
revenue
can't
grow.
really control, you don't really have to do anything. What's gonna happen to the revenue? Revenue, like, people are donating to the link in the description, and like the people that actually used to
Speak, this channel isn't even monetized.
Oh yeah, it's not monetized, but the link is not like YouTube link. It is a PayPal link. So like, yeah, I mean, I'm working on getting this channel monetized. We so far have like around 1,000 hours. The first stream I did so this channel has 5,000 hours of watch time right now.
You can't super chat, right?
Yeah, you can't super chat, but you can, however, donate to the link in the description. Which is like, man, it's fine right now.
Doberman. You don't get the money from the old channel anymore.
Yeah.
Shivan Ahlavat. Speak, how much percentage of your revenue was from monetization before?
10.
Nitin Sharma. Anyways, I am moneyless, loudly crying face.
But there's one good thing that is happening. I have not logged into this channel. So Lily is controlling this channel, and so far the new people that have come, every time it's been into the algorithm, have been people from the States. Okay, and which is my target audience.
Doberman. For real, my sub renewed from that channel.
Oh yeah, but I will get like, you know, from the sub renewal
okay,
and
then it's
stuff. I will get money from that. So if you have like a sub renewal on that, just like keep it there, right? Yeah. The channel is still monetized, and the money that it'll receive, I will get that money as well. So yeah, that's just not like, you know.
Doberman. Oh good. Shivan Ahlavat. You don't have to put speak anymore.
Yeah, I turned off speak for a while because I'm just like, you know, I'm just I don't want to miss a new person that comes in and stuff. And oh my god, this being on this channel has been a fucking treat, man. This is incredible. Yeah. We've got some new members in the channel that are on the regular now, and yeah, that's pretty good. Man, it's not like the old channel was like I lost something.
Shivan Ahlavat. Nice bro, so what's up brother, what's new? I am in Pakistan by the way. Nidin Sharma. How do you stay so optimistic? That is so motivating.
How do I say optimistic? I mean, I just want to like find out, like, you know, what if I don't quit? Like, you know, it's just like I'm just curious, because like a lot of things have happened to me that because I haven't quit and stuff. So I'm like, just like, you know, let's just see it out. Yeah. So it's more so not bravery but curiosity.
Shivan Ahlavat. What is being optimistic? Nidin Sharma. Staying positive.
So I like the optimistic.
Doberman. 369 subscriber count Nikola Tesla said, if we know the significance of 369, we'll know the keys of the universe or just more stuff.
Yes. That is true. I've not made a big deal on the other channel as well, just made like a post and a video about the new channel, and I know that the ones that actually used to watch the other channel will move here, and that will like, oh my god, the fucking pressure that I used to have, like there's so many subs and there's virtually nobody here and stuff. Now this is perfect amount of viewers for the subscriber count. Yes, literally no difference. Plus with the added benefit of now it being recommended to people from the States.
Shivan Ahlavat. Last couple of days I have been brainstorming how can I grow some money with money I already have. Shivan Ahlavat. I got 5,000 INR from a scam.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that, bro. Like, do something productive, bro. Stop trying to duplicate money.
Shivan Ahlavat. Scheme actually. Nidin Sharma. You shouldn't be scamming man, loudly crying face. Shivan Ahlavat. Do you know anything?
On how to scam people, no, I don't know anything. I would much rather not scam people. I have way too much of a conscience to do something like that, so I've never like researched in like trying to make money or anything like that.
Shivan Ahlavat. Know how to gal money with what you have. Shivan Ahlavat. Investing or something.
Oh no. I don't know how to do that. I don't even like I just don't like
Shivan Ahlavat.
Like having
silver or gold. I thought maybe
I don't like having money and stuff so even if I have money, like it's not with me, right? I just give it to family and stuff. Like I'm not like a very high maintenance type of a person or something, so I really just don't like need that much money and stuff, enough to go by till we find a solution to the problem of videos and start making good videos, so then we can rack up some shit. But it would come from my talent and stuff, not from the money I've already made. I think that's just like a weird rabbit hole to go into, in my opinion.
I get it, I am the same, but you just keep growing, never stop.
Yeah, but I don't really I appreciate the people having the grind set, right? Like for example, the hunger, I wanna get out of this situation and stuff. But I don't appreciate people using things that don't really provide any value, like tricks and stuff to get more richer and stuff. That's just that's not actually liking the grind and bettering yourself as a person.
I am saying you should start putting some weird whitey shorts. It will get millions. LMAO, loudly crying face.
I have gotten millions before as well. I just
stuff.
Want to put my own stuff, and the ones that will click on my own stuff, that I've gotten millions of viewers before as well. It's never consistent. It's only consistent if you are yourself. It is only consistent. That is the secret sauce.
Punjabi swag. Imbak.
Welcome back, Punjabi swag.
Nidin Sharma. I am telling Shivan he seems to be interested. Loudly crying face.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Yeah, at the person.
Nidin Sharma. And Punjabi swag, yo, what's up, long time. Punjabi swag. Good morning, thang. Shivan Ahlava.
Pineapple.
I guess I am more doing it for experience on how to actually grow money, because I didn't took the 5,000 INR from my parents. I own it now. Punjabi swag.
How to grow money. Okay. Alright. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. How about this? When you actually have money to invest and stuff, okay, then you worry about these things. And before that, you worry about leveling up your skills so you can actually get to that amount of money. More respectable as well. Instead of wasting your time in crypto bro shit, Like just like the gym, start teaching yourself new stuff that you can do. You know. But that's just my opinion. I am
Nidin Sharma. Just stay happy in life, that is enough, loudly crying face. Doberman. Invest into a skill, buy 5,000 INR in car tools, and start a small business locally fixing cars. Shivan Ahlavat. I have had in past money, but I just spend it all.
So then learn how to control
Shivan
yourself.
Ahlavat. I'm not a mechanic, bro.
You're not a mechanic, then
Shivan
learn how to be a
Ahlavat.
mechanic.
You need money to be happy, bro.
Okay, man. Yeah, money up to certain point is can give you like a more calm and peaceful life. But then when the rent is paid, everything is paid, and you know you're chill, then pursuit for more money is just like hedonism, which is a very fancy word for saying it is just not.
Nidin Sharma.
It is just.
No, sire, I don't believe that is true.
But it's okay, you will learn. Yeah, I don't like really feel like arguing with you, Shivan, right? Because
Nidin Sharma. Have to crack JE now.
You are in a like you have your own point of view on things and stuff, and I just don't wanna like. It's very very opposite to me, and it's like the cognitive bias that you have for it, and whatever reason I'll give you, might
Punjabi
not be a
swag.
good reason.
U2G. Shivan Ahlavat. What's up? I like getting in discussions. Punjabi swag.
Like getting in discussions. No, you like getting in discussions, but I don't have mental capacity right now. And plus maybe yeah, I don't have the mental capacity right now. I'm thinking about something completely different. Yeah. But yeah, okay, like we can discuss this thing. But like I've had this conversation before, the money thing and stuff, and it's like both ways. If you think that money is the source for all happiness and stuff, it just fucking works. It's just your personal belief and stuff. Okay. To put it into like some objective term and stuff, like like an objective rule of life, I think that's just like that's just I don't really fuck with that part.
Punjabi swag. Nidin by where till has your syllabus been completed? Shivan Ahlavat. No, I never said that money is all you need.
Alright, okay. That's good then.
Shivan Ahlavat.
Yeah, if you want
to be happy.
If you want
Shivan
my
Ahlavat.
if you
But
want
it is
my
important.
2 cents on the trading thing and stuff, okay. If I were in your place, I would not do the trading stuff, right? I would do something
Nidin Sharma.
completely different that aligns with me. That
The
is
Punjabi
not just a
swag I
chase
haven't
for
started
money.
studying yet. Punjabi swag. Petition to bring back. Speak. Punjabi swag. Adnit in Sharma WHYYYYY.
Yeah, I think there should be a speak thing going on, but we'll see. When we reach 500 subscribers, then we'll do the thing.
Shivan Ahlavat. Yeah, second option was just to eat like a king in restaurants for a week.
Okay. That is the second option. Alright.
Nidin Sharma. A Punjabi
How about just
swag
like
no
save?
will start from today.
Just save, make more money, and just save it.
Punjabi swag. At Nidin Sharma, which coaching. Doberman. Use the 5,000 INR for a nice set of clothes and get a job. Not trying to be mean, but 5,000 INR is not enough for trading. You need income to trade consistent dry powder to enter into the market.
Oh no, he's not. He's just a student right now. He's not like at that point.
I haven't joined any coaching. My school is enough Punjabi loudly crying face. Shivan Ahlava. I don't think you can grow by saving, and also I think money is just hatho kamil. Punjabi swag. Which school is like that? Face purple crying. Face purple crying. Shivan Ahlava. Hakho Gaman.
Alright.
Shivan Ahlava. Meals.
So then why are you trying to replicate money from? Just chill out, bro. Like, just fucking do things that 16, 17-year-olds actually do with money. You know, instead of trying to just be your age, right? You're not gonna be 16 ever again in your life, okay?
Nidin Sharma. Shivan, calm down and go drink Coke. Punjabi swag. Why Shivan tweaking? Punjabi swag. Tell me.
Is he tweaking? I don't think he's tweaking. You are becoming the exact type of a person that the alpha crypto bros market to.
Shivan Ahlava. Yeah, I guess on more normal teen things, I talk to a woman she is 1 year older.
Alright. Okay. That's like, you know, what is the vibe? What is the vibe there?
Punjabi swag.
That's fucking good.
Andrew Ka left tape. Shivan Ahlavat. I asked for a book and she said she doesn't have it. Nidin Sharma.
Wow, that was your whole interaction with. Wow, amazing, dude. Well, it's a start, right?
Shivan Ahlavat.
It's a start, man. It's a fucking start. I get it. Anyway. We asked for.
Doberman. Yeah, really was not trying to be mean, just pointing out like the true cost to trading at a game of nutrition. Do you have enough money to constantly get into trades? Punjabi swag. I touched grass today, am traumatized.
Oh my god, how was touching grass?
Laughing emoji.
It's your
Shivan Ahlava. But I can see a vibe, I see her looking at me.
Okay.
Nidin Sharma.
आँखों से इशारे.
Shivan next time ask her pen and break the tip, then she must use your pen. That's how I started end smiling face with sunglasses.
Ah man, the type of techniques that you have to go through. Oh man, I get it.
Shivan Ahlava. She is a dropper student means she failed the exam I will give next year, and she will give another attempt with me next year.
Okay, so you're gonna play the slow and long game. After 6 months, ask for a pen.
Shivan Ahlava. Also, I punched a guy in face, not so important. Nidin Sharma. A dropper doesn't mean she failed, man. That is disrespectful AF. Don't call her failed or else you will get slapped. Shivan Ahlava. You will slap me, nice joke.
No, he said she will slap you. She will slap you. And you. Why are you tweaking all?
Man, I didn't say I will, I said she would loudly crying face, loudly crying face.
Shivan is fucking tweaking, bro.
Shivan Ahlava. Oh, she will slap. Shivan Ahlava. Okay. Nidin Sharma. Anyways, when will you sleep, Wilson?
When will I sleep?
Shivan Ahlava.
I will sleep.
What is tweaking?
But you are tweaking, bro. I gotta eat something.
Probably around 1 or something.
Shivan Ahlava, have you started waking up early?
Oh no, I wake up, yes,
Shivan
early.
Ahlava.
I wake up at like around
For some reason.
11, 12 at night. Okay. And then I go to sleep in the daytime. Because I'm like on that mind arc and stuff, so there's less people watching, like, you know, which even if I stream in the daytime there will still be less people watching, but like it's just that nighttime is more easier for me to just like fucking chill out and stuff. Tome, if you're still there, are we down to blazing it? I think I can't make another, maybe this might actually lead us into some area of interest.
Shivan Ahlava. Why dude, just why? Shivan Ahlava. What?
Yeah, why? Because it works. Like it's
Doberman. I am already rolled up, let's blaze it.
Alright, let's blaze
Shivan
it.
Ahlava. Weird bro. Nidin Sharma.
Weird. No, I
Shivan,
get
tell me more about you.
I get plenty of fucking
Shivan
rest
Ahlava.
and stuff.
No.
So I go to the gym in the morning now, like around 7 and 8. Yeah. Gym I haven't left. Yeah, and if I have to go out, meet friends and stuff, I usually go around 2 a.m. Like last time I spontaneously met Hamza.
Nidin Sharma. Shivan pleading face. Punjabi swag. Explain blazing in 50 words.
In 50 words, blazing it means hitting the pookie. And that's just like a circular definition.
Shivan Ahlava. Well, since gym stopped, I have gotten a little weaker.
Hey, you stopped going to the gym?
Shivan Ahlava. But I have gotten smarter. Punjabi
that's
swag.
fucking dope.
Upashit. Nidin Sharma.
So blazing it means I'm doing drugs, bro.
Doberman. What the blazed scene look like out there? Fire stuff comparable to United States.
I think it
Shivan
is good, right?
Yeah, parents are telling to Sruti for exam of NEET. It will be on May 5th, 2026. Shivan Ahlava. I go out once a week now.
So I mean, I don't think I can like show on YouTube, or maybe this channel is from the States, so I can. Like I'll just show you like quickly.
Rohan grinning face.
Like this is how much
Hello.
of it is left. Right, Tish. Alright, okay, done. That's it. This never happened. You never saw anything.
Rohan grinning face. Hello Shivan Ahlavat. Hello Punjabi swag. Punjabi swag. Rohan grinning face. Punjabi swag. Ayo.
Ayo. No, that's just tobacco.
Shivan Ahlava. Maybe this will also get banned if you show weed.
I did not show weed. That was just tobacco.
Nidin Sharma. Lameo.
Oh, and the other channel did not get banned. Like, the channel is still there, and also with the channel being there, I can live stream on it as well.
When is your B-day?
I'm just choosing not to. Do you get what I'm saying? I can live stream on it. It just the next day I could live stream on it as well.
There are many wheat plants near my area.
So this is what happened, right?
Rohan Grinning Face.
2 days.
Nidin Sharma. Shivan Ahlava.
2 days before
Oko.
this, me and Lily were
Punjabi
talking
swag.
about making a
Nidin
new
Sharma, how
channel.
was your 10th result?
Right, and then this thing happens. So like, again, this is pretty good.
Rohan Grinning Face. IG, your birthday is on Fab or March. Nidin Sharma. Hello at Rohan Grinning Face. Shivan Ahlava. When is your B-day? Dober, Maine. Many terpenes in the world, land racing for ZA strains is an interesting, maybe debatable, exploitative part of Canada. Nidin Sharma. At Punjabi swag, don't ask man, I got 96 in social though. Rohan Grinning Face. February probably. Punjabi swag. Very nice at Nidin Sharma.
Where I wanna see if something changed, I'll deal with it. Maybe I was always there.
Nidin Sharma.
Where I wanna be.
Yes, sir. How was your results?
Something so good. Okay, wait. I think I should put on speak for a while till the. I'm gonna turn on speak for just like a while. So if you guys are like talking to each other, because I can like see the chat as well, so it's fine. So admit the thing was stupid. My mother told me caste doesn't matter. What does matter is your company and who you surround yourself with, and that is why I got smarter. Very good. Very good, Shaman. Very good. So all the arguments that we gave did not help, but yeah. And that's what I was thinking. Like, how is how is your? I was like, how is his mother like? She's got like PhD. She's like kind of quiet. She's not Kamrajit Bhaiya. Yeah. Good to see some more people. Yes, guys, I will revert back to the schedule in July, to the other schedule, like in like around July or something. So yeah,
Yeah, or I could like just wake up early, like, you know, sleep a little less, or man, okay, can I tell you guys something? If I can learn how to research
Nidin Sharma.
here,
Tralala
okay,
Tralala.
I will stream, I will do the stream longer. It's just that in bed while laying down and stuff, I am way more comfortable doing research. And here, if you lay down, everybody goes like, "You are sleeping. You are sleeping." It's not that like that right now, though. Like, you know, now it's. I think I hope you guys like understand. Like, you know, if I am a little distant or I'm trying to
Shivan Ahlava.
work things out.
My mother is very smart, bro, very, but she also said once about keeping your bloodline pure.
Yes, but you just latched on to it. I think some beliefs, yeah, you just latch on to them and you don't really
Nidin Sharma.
question them. I think the best thing is to question.
And Mr. Wilson is always live. I am the first person to use speak on this channel smiling face. With sunglasses must be written down in the books loudly crying face.
Okay, so I will tell you this though.
Shivan Ahlava.
Shivan.
And bringing a Jat bride.
When I forgot, I was gonna say something very beautiful. Oh my god, losing train of thought and then saying V is not fucking destroying brain. I guess it wasn't that important. I filtered it out as if it wasn't that important. I will just like forget it. Between these eyes, this way I wanna see. Something changed. I'll deal with it.
Nidin Sharma. Am I not pleading face?
Wait, what are you not? Yes, no, I don't know. Are you the first one?
Shivan Ahlava. Philip Pharma PhD, MBA, BA, and couple more degrees I don't know she has done.
That's good to know.
Punjabi swag. From 1.5 million points to 16 points, the downfall is crazy. Nidin Sharma. You did not turn speak until now, right?
Oh yeah, I guess then you are the first one. Wait, what is that? What is that like? You know. So now what is happening? Now that you're the first one. Okay, I think I did.
Nidin Sharma.
Oh.
Rohan
Hello?
grinning face.
It is busting. It's fucking destroying me, man.
Rohan grinning face. So now we have to speak for speaking.
It is for now.
Nidin Sharma. Have you ever heard ASMR?
Yes. Run. Hmm.